is Caleb Maupin. That's CalebMaupin.
So where did you come from?
Well, I live in New York City. I'm originally from Ohio. I'm from the United States, head of the U.S. delegation to the World Beat Festival.
Насколько большая делегация?
What is the quantity overall of your delegation?
We have 15 delegates total who are attending the festival. I have arrived, so have a couple other members. We're still waiting for a few others to arrive. They'll be flying into Sochi this afternoon.
Perfect.
С какой целью вы приехали?
What is your prime purpose of visiting this festival, your and your delegation?
Well, we see it as our responsibility to do what Joe Biden has failed to do. Our President Joe Biden is determined to have hostility to Russia. He has gone out of his way to escalate international tensions for very selfish and geostrategic reasons. He's defending an international system, the greed of big banks, corporations, and oil companies that view Russia as a competitor, as a force of opposition. He doesn't represent the real America. Polls show that Americans want peace. Americans want friendship with Russia, but also friendship with China, friendship with People's Korea. And Biden's escalation of international tension does not represent what the American people want. According to all the polls show that the Americans want peace.
I guess it's likely described by your party.
Не опасались ли сюда приезжать вот как раз на фоне всех мировых тех событий?
Did you prepare to visit this place just according to different sanctions or other difficulties?
Well,
Do you find this place hazardous?
Well, the sanctions have made it difficult. We had difficulty booking our flights because of the sanctions. We were able to fly to Turkey, and then in Turkey I had to check out, get all of my luggage out, get out of the airport, and come back in to get on my flight with the Aeroflot airline, because things are so set up that they could not give me a transfer flight in Turkey. They've done everything they can to make it difficult for us. We are concerned about possible prosecution. There are 3 Americans who have been indicted as Russian agents simply because they attended a festival in this country in 2014. They attended the anti-globalization conference. And we had a press conference at the United Nations expressing our concern about possibly being indicted or facing criminal prosecution from the American government. So we are concerned about that. Even though the American people want peace, the people in our government that are determined to antagonize Russia and present Russia as an enemy are very committed and determined. There's been a lot of threats on Americans who are organizing for peace with Russia.
Насколько важно, собственно, проводить такие мероприятия, чтобы наводить мосты между людьми, как, собственно, он сказал, что американцы дружат?
What do you think? Whether it's really important and significant to maintain such big events in order to establish friendship between nations, continents?
Well, this is a beautiful tradition. Going back to the time of the Soviet Union, the World Festival of Youth and Students was a really important international gathering that changed a lot of people's lives. And I attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador. It was a life-changing experience. I got to meet young people from around the world who were struggling for peace and against imperialism and against fascism. It was a very meaningful experience. I attended the festival then in 2017. Now I'm here once again in 2024. And I think this festival is a very noble tradition. And I'm really glad that the Russian president has opted to continue this tradition from the Soviet period that has changed the lives of literally millions of people in the world and brought them into a movement for a new world beyond imperialism.
Собственно, как вас здесь встретили, как приняли, чем, может быть, удивили, поразили?
How are you going to estimate overall the level and power of hospitality of this place? Was it warm enough?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely warm, and the hospitality is great. Seeing the enthusiasm of the volunteers, we're just so excited for the festival to begin, and they're high-fiving us all and welcoming us. There's a glowing optimism that comes from this event, and I'm so excited. The opening ceremony is going to be tremendous, I'm sure, and the amount of meetings and workshops, it's going to be a great week. I'm very optimistic.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Much of gratitude. We do appreciate you.
Yeah.
Да, нам надо снять перебивку, значок.
Welcome, everybody. We have got Caleb Maupin here. The book, Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution. We'd like to get into it. Caleb, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How about you?
I can't complain. If I did, it would take up time. We don't need that.
Sure.
So, where is America going? That's the opener. You gave us a very convenient title by phrasing it as a question.
Yeah, well, I kind of quibbled with what the title might be, because I basically, the training that I got as a Marxist was that your job when giving an overall report is to explain what's happening, explain why it's happening, but then explain, more importantly, what to do about it. And I've noticed that many Marxist books have what they call the Chapter 5 problem, which is they explain what's going on, and they give a thorough analysis, and then it ends with, so maybe be a liberal activist, kind of, maybe. And then the Chapter 5, where they tell you what you're supposed to do, is extremely weak. And they don't really have real answers. And so I set out to put out this book. Now, mainly this book is a number of concepts that I've been talking about on my YouTube streams for the last several years. I talked about how capitalism is a crisis of overproduction, and we're leading toward, a crisis rooted in the tendency of the falling rate of profit, and technology and abundance under capitalism leading to poverty, and all the classic Marxist analysis. I talked about Bonapartism. I talked about the real meaning of fascism and what it is, and the synthetic left. And I also then talked about the divisions in the ruling class and the potential openings for us to intervene. And those are all things that I felt there was a need for them to be written down. If you watch all my streams, on YouTube, you'll get a sense of these understandings, but it needed to be really written down. And it also needed to be defended with citations and sources. And there's quite a long bibliography in this text, a lot of quotes from a lot of different thinkers.
The problem of overproduction is one that anybody who was lucky enough to go to the CPI event recently in Washington, D.C., got a very good explanation on. Can you expound on that here and maybe tell people exactly where it goes in the book? Because I know it also leads us to the falling rate of profit. And
Sure. Well, the understanding that Marxism has always had is that the problem with capitalism is that it's the only system in the world where greater wealth and greater abundance leads to greater poverty. In feudalism, in primitive hunter-gatherer civilization, all the systems that preceded capitalism, people were hungry because there were food shortages. It's only under capitalism you can have a situation where people become hungry, lose their jobs, there's layoffs, there's hunger because there's too much food.
Donuts in the dumpster.
Yeah. People can become homeless, and we saw this in the 2008 financial crisis because there's too much housing. I mean, that's what happened. People couldn't keep up with buying houses at the rate that houses were being produced. There was too much housing. There's a huge amount of housing in America, and people were losing their homes, and there's tent cities. And now here in Washington, D.C., I mean, we see tents of homeless people everywhere, and there's housing everywhere. And it's not that it's just ironic that there's so much housing in America and so much homelessness. It's that homelessness is created by there being so much housing. Poverty is created by abundance, and that's the built-in problem of capitalism. However, the technological revolution and the computer revolution has made that problem, that built-in problem of capitalism, that ever-present problem, so much bigger because of the fact that computers are eliminating labor like you wouldn't believe. I mean, ChatGPT, look what they can do. So there's so much less of a role of the worker in production that the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down, right? Only human labor creates value.
Exactly. You explained it so eloquently at the event.
An argument against Trotskyism is that it seems like it's particularly susceptible to pro-imperialist psyops.
Yes.
But now I kind of have to walk that back because I've always been very anti-Trotskyist, but I can't always exactly say that now because lots of groups calling themselves communists and Marxist-Leninists and all these things are just as useful to the imperialists as anybody else. So it's kind of like people have said on the stream before about the left-right thing. It's definitely a confusing time to be alive because I think you and I, Caleb, both can remember a time in our lives when we kind of thought that Stalin-style ML communism was the way, the truth, and the life. And now it's just not. It's not that simple. And we also see the problems and.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, at this point, we're moving away from using the communist label because it doesn't, at this point, to people that become communists, it means something that we're not. And to people that oppose communism, who are very good and anti-imperialist, it means something that it's not. And it's like we're innovationists now because it's just such a mess, right? And that, I mean, it's like, it's like you almost can view the world as like, if you want to frame it in theological terms, like God and Satan are battling for control of this world. And that like God will have an idea, and then Satan will be like, oh, well, I'm going to do my version of it, right? And then Satan will have an idea, and God will be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do my version of it. You know what I mean? And that then there's a copy of the copy, right? And then there's a response to the response, and it's like almost like everything that happens. And this is how there's like a weird duality in politics where it's like everything that happens, there's a version of it on the other side. I've noticed.
Yeah,
like,
it's a hall of mirrors. There has to be a decoy of everything.
Right. And that really, I'm at the point where are people pro-growth? Are they anti-growth? That is big. Are they critical of the censorship? And, do they want the human race to expand? Do they want the life expectancy to go up? They want the population to expand? Or do they want the population to go down? Are they just demonizing the countries that are under attack by imperialism, or are they pushing back against the war rhetoric? Like, those are certain things to look for, and that how people explain it ideologically almost doesn't, I mean, it matters. It's like something I'll talk to them over coffee with, but it's not going to help me get anything done. If someone says, oh, Caleb, I agree with you about Trotsky, or I agree with you about Stalin, it's like, okay, well, when Donald Trump gets elected and he's under attack by the bulk of his own class, and he appoints Tulsi Gabbard, who is more friendly to Russia and has met with Bashar Assad to be the director of intelligence to like try to stick it to the CIA. Are you going to help me be in the streets to kind of mobilize some intervention there or not? Right. And what you think about Stalin really, it doesn't really answer that question.
I love what John McCarthy said, one of our CPI members, for anybody new watching. That, I mean, I don't know if I should pull it up because I don't want to misquote it, but I think he said, saying that both wings in this division in the ruling class are equally bad is just as foolish as saying trust the plan, and it's like I think that we need to try to influence Trump's cabinet and not just give up on go to this ultra leftist thing of like both sides are capitalist Zionists. That's like a kindergarten level analysis of what's going on.
Right. It is. And it's like we have the opportunity and it's like it's about the balance of forces, right? If a lot of the people supporting Tulsi Gabbard were anti-Israel, there's a good chance that Tulsi Gabbard would be much more open to that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as I've said, I mean, the fact that Tulsi Gabbard was persuaded on Korea and on Syria, it's like, why not Palestine? It might be harder, but I don't think it's impossible. I mean, what choice do we have but to try to convince people that we don't need a nuclear war and so forth?
Right. I mean, and the point is, we're struggling. We see divisions in the ruling class. We see divisions. How can we make ourselves relevant and push our agenda of anti-imperialism and ultimately put forward what we view as the solution? And that's the question, right? And if the question is just to kind of like feel right on the internet, which is so much of what the culture is, right? It's just, how can I prove that I am right on the internet? It's just like, what do you get from that? It's like, I mean, it's like, I've never been to a funeral where they're like, Bob died, but folks, there was that time that Bob was right on the internet, and we'll never forget that. Everyone remembers that day. Bob was right on the internet, and that's what he'll always go down in history for, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, you know,
and that's another reason of moving away from the communist label is because for so many people, being a communist is about having the moral high ground in internet debates. That's not an exaggeration. That's what being a communist is in America.
So I wanted to make this morning message and talk about the importance of staying engaged, because there is so much negativity out there. First of all, you have the internet, and online interactions bring out the worst in people, all the negativity, all the hate, all the bullying, all the complaining. And on top of that, we all have our trauma in our lives. In addition to that, we all have pain. We all, experienced hardship of some form or variety of others. Many of us were abused growing up. There are many of us who experienced betrayal at the hands of a good friend. There are many of us who lost a loved one that we cared about, or experienced some dramatic setbacks, experienced times in our life where we felt no one was there for us and no one was standing with us. And all of that is there, But the best way to fight against it is by being engaged. It's by constantly going out and trying to make a better world, doing outreach. It's by engaging with optimistic and revolutionary messages. It's by listening to music that uplifts you. It's about, studying the world around us and how it works. That is how we can push back against the negativity that's everywhere. And if you give that up, if you give in to the negativity, if you surrender, you're going to fall. And, I think about people I know who've been in the revolutionary movement and given it up. And it's always a conscious choice. It's a conscious choice, but it comes as a result of not engaging, right? They're not listening to the morning messages in the morning. They're not, at this point, they're not coming to events. They're not engaging with people. They're not listening to optimistic things. And they start making a choice to listen to people that are negative, to listen to people that want to incite them against other people, to listen to people that want to stoke their resentment and stoke their trauma. And when people make a choice to not be engaged, they're handing themselves over to the dark forces. Look, the ruling elite, they all want us dead because they think there's overpopulation in the world. They want us all dead. They want us all to be not politically active. They want us all to be not connected with other people. They want to stoke our resentment, our pessimism, our hopelessness. That's what they want to do. And the only way to fight back against it is to stay engaged. Listen to the morning messages. Listen to revolutionary music. Study revolutionary ideology. Study organizations and get involved with other people, be involved in the community, do outreach, etc. This community gives you the ability to remain engaged and not give in to the dark forces. But you have to make the choice to do it. And and if you just decide to give in to the dark forces, you will. They say there's an expression, an old Christian expression. They say that the idle brain is the devil's playground. And it's true, right? If you decide, you know what, I am not going to, I'm going to withdraw. I am just going to be out alone. And pretty soon all that negativity from the internet and all that negativity from your own past, your own trauma is going to seep back in, right? It's a daily battle. It is a daily battle to keep optimistic, to keep connected to other people, to keep on the revolutionary road and not give up. But you have to fight that battle, and you have to make a choice. It's funny, people accuse this of being totalitarian, of being mind control. No, you make the choice. You can decide what to do. And when people decide to turn against the revolutionary movement, it is their own decision. But the way they get tricked into making that decision is by not engaging, by not listening to the morning messages, by not listening to other people, by not directly talking to people when they have a disagreement, but instead keeping it to themselves or only talking to other people that are angry in order to enhance their resentment. That's what happens. And if you want the love that being a revolutionary brings, if you want to be part of the community, if you want to have the spiritual energy and the hope that comes from being a revolutionary, you have to make a conscious choice to keep engaged, to focus on the positive and the optimistic and keep building. And it's tough. It's not easy. And sometimes people fall and they can return. They can patch things up or whatever. People make mistakes, etc. But you have to make a choice. And if you don't make that choice, if you don't remain engaged, you will fall. So that is my challenge to you. Is we need more morning messages. There's a link below to record morning messages. We need you to make morning messages. We need you to support other people and give them the support so they can remain engaged. I need you to come to the Saturday meetings. I need you to constantly be, helping produce more content for the web, but also doing outreach to meet real people and fulfill the in real life aspect of this. We are helping each other by keeping each other engaged, by standing strong. That's how we're helping each other and protecting each other from the dark world that exists, by bringing people in and mobilizing to build and construct. So keep engaged. Please keep engaged.
We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. mighty section of the Canadian working class. We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian proletariat. We are workers of Ontario, long oppressed by the graft and corruption, brought into the organized working class by the blacklegs, the sellouts, the traitors, the labor aristocracy, those who swear by the name of capital. Big bosses of the auto workers stealing out the unions. Every one of them wants our blood to be sucked. We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian proletariat. In the 40s we fought against exploitation, and in the 50s we never stopped. Many were the struggles which the rich cannot forget, yet still they say we're for the capitalist system. Yet our ideology is Marxist-Leninism. We are workers and like workers everywhere. Our aspiration is for socialism, ushered in by violent revolution. We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian proletariat.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation.
We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. Praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un. That was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together if we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.
All right, so we're here at the World Youth Festival, and there's a special exhibit room about NATO and the origins of the NATO alliance, how it was formed, kind of to finish the work that the Nazis were doing and trying to destroy Russia. A lot of interesting themes here, so we're just going to walk through this. A fascinating display, a lot of different items on display, a lot of different artwork and artifacts, etc. So we're just going to take a walk through the festival, through this area. Here we have a history of deception, a history of evil. NATO is the largest military, political, and intelligence alliance under the leadership of the United States, created 75 years ago, 1949, to, quote, contain the Soviet Union. The North Atlantic Alliance, after the collapse of the USSR, not only did it not cease to exist, very important point, but it also increased the number of participants from 16 to 31, which they promised would not happen, right? They said that NATO would never move an inch eastward, but yet it continued to move. Let's see what else they've got in here. A lot of interesting stuff. Now, this here kind of documents America's support for the Euromaidan riots that overthrew the democratically elected president of Ukraine. This is some of the weaponry that was used by the forces that violently toppled Viktor Yanukovych in the 2014 Euromaidan coup. Just wild. These are actual weapons. Can you imagine this, right? Here in the United States, or in the United States, people get angry about the fact that, there's bots and memes allegedly from Russia. Can you imagine if people in the United States were being armed with weapons like this to attack police officers, to attack people, to destroy public property? I mean, you talk about foreign meddling. This is what the United States was arming people with in order to overthrow the Ukrainian government. Absolutely crazy. But some other highlights we'll talk about. Over here, this is a U.S. supplied weapon, that has been provided to Ukrainian forces by the United States. It's an anti-tank missile system. This is, instead of feeding Americans, instead of providing jobs and healthcare and education in the United States, this is where our tax money is going. To have these kind of sophisticated weapons to prolong the Ukraine conflict. Absolutely insane. This is an actual U.S.-created weapon that was supplied to the Ukrainian military by our tax money. Absolutely crazy. Soviet artwork about NATO, about how NATO's always been a military alliance, not defensive, but offensive, right? NATO was behind the destruction of Libya. Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, and then it was NATO that bombed and destroyed it. Now people are fleeing Libya, trying to get out, drowning in the Mediterranean. NATO's never been a defensive alliance. It's always been offensive. It's about attacking independent countries like Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela. Any country that breaks out of the Atlanticist Western system gets targeted. Look at that photo. Right? There we have the President of the United States, Franklin Roosevelt, who I think was the greatest president we ever had. We have Winston Churchill, the leader of Britain, and then we have Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union. They were together, standing together to defeat the Nazis. A great moment in our history. You'll notice every time in American history where we're on the right side, America and Russia are friends. During the American Revolution, the Russians were on our side to fight against the British Empire. During the Civil War, Russia sent its navy to New York City's harbors to support Abraham Lincoln. And during the fight against fascism, we Americans, we were friendly with the Soviet Union. They've tried to erase that history. A lot of Americans think that the Soviet Union was on the other side. They've forgotten that the Soviet Union took Berlin, that the Soviet Union liberated Auschwitz concentration camp. The people of the Soviet Union and the American people were friends and allies to defeat the Nazis during the war, and they've totally tried to erase that history. But here we have it on display. And of course, we have the crimes of the Japanese imperialists who were in an alliance with the Germans, and that there's a real continuity between what the Nazis were doing during World War II and what NATO is doing. People forget that the alliance between Japan and Italy and Germany, what was it called? It was called the Anti-Comintern Pact. It was the anti-Soviet pact, right? And NATO is basically the Anti-Comintern Pact Part 2. A lot of great history on display here. And you see some of the horrendous propaganda of the Nazis, what they did, how they justified their genocidal crimes in the name of fighting Russia, and fighting communism, fighting the Soviet Union. It's very, very wild. And then we have, of course, the formation of NATO. to keep the Soviet Union out of Europe. Insanity. Wow, well, that's a lot of beautiful stuff, important stuff that people need to hear about here at the festival. Thank you.
Outraged by the people running our country selling out our country to China, and you should be, but that's a very different thing from wanting to go to war with China, a war that we have no assurance we would win, to put it mildly. But in a memo to his troops, 4-star Air Force General Mike Minahan wrote this, quote, "My gut tells me we will fight in 2025. Xi Jinping secured his third term and set his war council in October 2022. Taiwan's presidential elections are in 2024 and will offer Xi a reason. U.S. presidential elections are in 2024 and will offer Xi a distracted America. Xi's team, reason, and opportunity are all aligned for 2025. So what should we take of this? Again, you can be deeply skeptical, in fact, hostile toward China, and still be worried about going to war with China. Jimmy Dore is the host of the Jimmy Dore Show. He joins us tonight to assess. Jimmy, what do you should we be paying attention to a memo like this? What do you think it means?
What I think it means is that the United States is trying to provoke and saber rattle with another nuclear power, right? This is what we were supposed to be afraid of was going to happen with Donald Trump, right? We couldn't have, he's a crazy man who's going to have his finger on the nuclear button. And now we have Demented Joe, who is saber rattling with 2 nuclear powers, and they get the corporate media sponsored by the military industrial complex to get Americans to cheer it on. And why do Americans cheer it on? Because they have no idea what's actually happening with their foreign policy. And what's worse is they have no idea that they have no idea that they don't have any idea what's happening with their foreign policy. We have 400 military bases surrounding China since the Korean War. Do we really think that China is getting ready to invade the United States? Because I tell you, they're not. They make everything we use in the United States. Why? Because the same people who want this war are the same people who took the good jobs that are manufacturing jobs in America, turned them into low-paying, crappy jobs, and then shipped them to China, and then we get angry at them for the system that we set up. If they're so corrupt, because that's the thing, Americans have no idea how corrupt their government is. They think our government's just regular corrupt, like, oh, Trump gave his son a job or Biden gave his kid a no-show job in the Ukraine war. That's not, the whole thing is corrupt. The $800 billion military budget is $800 billion of corruption. Why do we have to have 800-900 military bases around? We're the ones provoking this war, just like we provoked the war in Ukraine. We are now provoking a war with China. And who benefits? I'll tell you right now, your enemy is not China. Your enemy is not Russia. Your enemy is the military industrial complex, which has been fleecing this country to the tunes of hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars. How many times are we going to have a defense secretary say, hey, we can't account for $2 trillion in the Pentagon again? That, like, which has happened twice now in my lifetime. So again, people are being, the war machine cannot be stopped. Who's running this country? The war machine. It certainly isn't Joe Biden making these decisions. I would like to know who is making the decisions. And I just want to remind everybody, the United States is the world's terrorist. We just set the Middle East on fire in the last 20 years. And now we're doing a proxy war in Ukraine, which we provoked, NATO provoked, and it was just admitted that we provoked it by the former prime minister of Germany. And now we're trying to saber rattle with China, and they're predicting a war. Again, China's not going to invade us. China's not our enemy. We might have an economic war. That's what these are. These are economic wars. These are wars for, in Ukraine, it's about liquefied natural gas and making sure Germany and Russia never come together, because we fear Russia's natural resources and manpower, and we fear them getting together with Germany with their technology and their capital. And so that's why we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. That's why we're doing the Ukraine war. This is all about hegemony, imperialism, and economics. And if there's a Marine somewhere, it's there because they're about to steal some natural resources from another country. As everybody's screaming about what a bad guy Putin is for invading Ukraine, the United States is currently occupying a third of Syria. And which third is that? It's the third that has the oil. And how do I know we're there to steal their oil? Because the president of the United States said so.
And we're not even benefiting economically. That's, I mean, of course, that's the rub. Jimmy Dore, appreciate it. Thank you.
On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the 3 defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act, an absurd piece of legislation, was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru Three, because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru Three when he takes office. Thank you very much.
Now we got Caleb. Oh, this is perfect. We have to really salute Caleb Martin and the Center for Political Innovation. I mean, you've seen him all around the world. Say all around the world, right? So you've seen him in Russia, standing up, bringing us to the world stage. So we talking about the elephant stompers, right? And the people coming in support. That's Caleb Martin and the Center for Political Innovation.
It's really humbling to be in this room with so many lifelong fighters against imperialism. It's really an honor to be here. And I'll be brief, but I just want to say this. You know, I'm an Irish American. I'm a Protestant Christian, but on my finger you will find an Islamic Akek ring. The reason that I wear that is because when I visited the Islamic Republic of Iran in 2015, I learned the origin of this, and that apparently the temple at Mecca, before it was conquered by Islam, was full of idols. And so the Prophet Muhammad, his followers smashed the idols, and he wore a piece of one of the idols on his finger to commemorate the victory of the one true God over falsity and idolatry. And when I heard that story, I was forced to think of what I read in the work of Thomas Carlyle, the Scottish philosopher, who spoke about why it was that so many of the great prophets, Jeremiah, Moses, and so many of them smashed idols. And he said, we don't really believe that ancient people were stupid and they thought they could just carve a piece of wood in their backyard and it would be God. No, originally these idols stood for real truths. But generations went by, generation after generation, and those real truths were forgotten. So the prophets returned to earth to smash those idols, to connect the people with the truths that those idols once stood for, with the truths and the principles that they once stood for. And so I've always worn this ring since I visited Iran, and I've always looked up to people who I see as idol smashers, as returners to truth, and that's Chairman Mao. Because you say that the Democrat Party is an idol. The white left is an idol. And I am high time ready to celebrate and stand up for those who smash the idols that hold us back in the struggle to defeat colonialism.
It is an honor now to be joined by our comrade Belinda Parker Brown.
All right. Wow, it feels good up in here.
Then that gets us to Stalin. Who is Stalin? Right? And Stalin is another case of, like, if you go to the library, you go to not the library really, but if you go to Barnes and Noble, you will find all kinds of books about Stalin that are, I mean, it's just so ridiculous. It'll be little anecdotes that people said. You'll just get this image of this monstrous, brutal tyrant who ate little babies for dinner and had blood dripping down his throat and had vampire teeth. And, you know, I mean, you'll get this over-the-top caricature. And the sad thing about, you know, if you ever read anything about Stalin, okay, I'm not going to get into, you know, what happened when Stalin was the leader of the Bolsheviks. I'm not even going there. But it's like Stalin was wildly popular when he was running the Soviet Union. And still to this day, he's very, very popular in Russia, number one. And number two, He was very, very effective as a political organizer before the Bolsheviks took power. He was a very, very, very effective political organizer. So if there was nothing good that he ever did, if he was just this caricature of evil, who just sat around and was evil all day long, and how can I kill more people today? You know, if that's who he was, why do people still love him? Why was he able to get so many people to follow him? Why was he, why was he so effective in organizing and building the Bolshevik Party before the revolution? This was a guy who obviously had a lot going for him. And you know what drives me crazy? You know what drives me absolutely crazy? I'll just say this, is that what I just said about Stalin, that, okay, put aside, we're not going to argue about Holodomor and gulags. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not interested in talking about that. Right now we're talking about personalities, okay? Right? So let's just put aside. I'm not going to engage in the historical debate of I'm not doing that, right? We can agree that a lot of people were in gulags who didn't belong there. We can agree there were some pretty bad famines that happened because the country was barricaded and because they were struggling to industrialize and collectivization. So I'm not even gonna have that argument here. Put all of that aside, right? I'm sitting here telling you that Stalin, in order to do what Stalin did, in order to industrialize the USSR, in order to defeat the Nazis, in order to build the Bolshevik Party as effectively as he did, he must have been very charismatic and very skilled. That's something that if you're an honest person, you could be the most extreme anti-communist ever. You can hate everything that Stalin stood for. You have to admit, the guy was quite competent on some level. And people are happy to say this about Hitler. Did you notice that? If you said that about Hitler, you would be the History Channel. You could be the History Channel and say that about Hitler. We all know that Hitler killed millions of people in gas chambers, that Hitler was a mass-murdering, racist, fascist who started a war that killed hundreds of millions of people. Hitler was evil. But if you get there and you say, well, Hitler was a very good speaker and he knew how to... Everyone's like, yeah, that's okay. But if you say anything good about Stalin, if you say anything good about Mao or Fidel Castro or Kim Il-sung, it's like, oh my God, you're And it's like, even if you hate them, even if you don't recognize them ever doing something good, you have to admit that in order for them to accomplish what they accomplished, they must have had some skills. They must have been somewhat charismatic. They must have been somewhat effective in their work, but you can't do that. And you can do it with Hitler. For some reason, you can do that with Hitler. There's no, if you say Hitler, oh, well, he was a good speaker. Oh, he knew how to give good speeches. He knew how to organize. Everyone's like, yeah, that's fine. That's the History Channel. That's, college history classes. Hitler is, we're going to read every biography and every book. And, but with Stalin, if you get anything other than mass murdering, baby eating butcher, and same with Mao, anything but evil, satanic, blood drinking. It's weird. It's, Harpal Brar, who I've interviewed before, communist writer in Britain, I interviewed him. And in one of his speeches, I remember he said that when the bourgeoisie talk about communism, they stop sounding historical and they start sounding hysterical. And it's totally true. And as weird as it is, Hitler is widely hated. The majority of the human race recognizes how horrendous the Holocaust was and how horrendous Hitler's crimes were. So we all know how evil, Hitler was. But for some reason, we're allowed to acknowledge that in order for Hitler to do all the evil things he did, he must have been effective in some ways, but not with communists. You can't acknowledge that with communists. With communists, oh, no, they're pure satanic evil. And if you say anything, oh my God, it's the weirdest thing. It is the weirdest thing. I remember sitting there in school, the way they described communism, it's idiotic, it's stupid, only an idiot would believe in communism. They want to divide up everything actually absolutely equally, and everyone gets paid the same wage. That's retarded. They don't believe in God. Communism is pure stupidity, pure idiocy. But fascism, it's like, well, Hitler was a very good speaker and he made the trains run on time. It's like fascism is an understandable mistake. And communism, you just have to be an idiot. U.S. society is really, really slanted to the right. It's really, really slanted to the right. If you don't think there's a right-wing bias in U.S. society, I'm sorry. I mean, it is utterly ridiculous. Fascism and Nazism are, oh, that's an understandable mistake. And, and communism is, you have to be an idiot to believe in and it's like, no, and again, there's not intellectual honesty here. I'm not a fascist, but I understand the appeal of fascism. There's an individual that just died. I'm gonna talk about him on here because this is an example of somebody who didn't agree with me on much. Somebody, especially in the last 5-10 years of life, didn't agree with me on very much. But he was an essential part of the Free Assange movement in New York City. And he died. He died a couple months ago, I believe. And I want to tell you about this person because there's one thing that I heard when I was in Russia, and I heard it at the World Youth Festival planning meeting. And I heard it from a Russian government person. And they talked about how during the Second World War, what was made clear is that ordinary people could be heroes. Ordinary people could be heroes just by defending their community from the Nazi invaders. And that's what the Second World War showed. And that's also what was shown by socialist realist art. Right? Socialist realist art. You have the statue of the factory worker. You have the statue of the woman feeding the chickens. You have the painting of the common soldier. That social realist art was about how ordinary people can be heroes. This was an ordinary man who was a hero. And he didn't agree with me on very much. Didn't agree with me on a lot. But this was an ordinary man who was a hero. And in particular because of the Assange case. This man was named Marty Goodman. Marty Goodman, he was a transit worker in New York City. He drove a subway train in New York City for a living. And he was a communist. He was a Trotskyist. He grew up in a Communist Party USA family, but he joined the Socialist Workers' Party and was involved in anti-Vietnam War protests during the 1980s. He left the Socialist Workers' Party. He was in a really tiny Trotskyist group called Socialist Action for many years. And I met Marty Goodman years ago because he was involved in anti-war protests. And he was a very nice man. He wasn't very tall. He had a thick accent. He used to talk like this. And Marty didn't agree with me on a lot. I'm a hardline Marxist-Leninist. I defend the Soviet Union and Stalin. He was a Trotskyist. And there was a lot of drama in his organization related to Alexander Dugin and all kinds of stuff. But Marty made it his commitment in his final years of life to organize the Free Assange protests of New York City. And long after that became a trendy thing to do, long after the cancel culture got going and Julian Assange was called an anti-Semite and a Trump supporter and all this stuff, Marty kept doing it. And he organized protests where Roger Waters and Chris Hedges and Max Blumenthal spoke. And he would always call me on the phone before those rallies. Hey, Caleb. Hey, you remember me? This is Marty Goodman. We're going to have a rally to free Assange. Sometimes I went to the rallies to free Assange, and there'd be 5 people there. 5 people. And one of them was Marty. No, I am being dead honest with you all. There was a day where he called me, Caleb, we're having a rally to free Julian Assange. It's outside the British consulate or whatever. And I went there and there were 5 people there. There were 5 people at the rally. And one of them was Marty. Marty knew that Julian Assange was right And he was a Trotskyist, and he was a transit worker, and he was a lot of different things. And he knew that Julian Assange was right. And as he got older, he was retired, as he had a falling out with different anti-war groups, as lifelong friends, he just decided, I am going to support Julian Assange. And week after week and month after month, I was getting calls from Marty Goodman. Caleb, we're having a rally for Julian Assange. And I mean, this was his obituary. He died. He died back in March, 74 years old, transit worker. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were millions of people all over the world like Marty, millions of unsung heroes like Marty Goodman, some of them were libertarians, some of them were Trump supporters, QAnon people, some of them were communists, Trotskyites like Marty Goodman, Stalinists like Jyoti Brar, Maoists, some of them were anarchists, some of them were punk rockers, some of them were white, some of them were black, some of them were Asian, some of them were Latino, some of them were Arab Americans. It wasn't for the fact that there were so many people from so many different backgrounds who knew what was right and knew that they would never abandon Julian Assange, Julian would still be locked up today. The reason that Julian Assange is on his way back to Australia is because of people like Marty Goodman. With all due respect to Roger Waters and Chris Hedges and, celebrities, it's great when you get a celebrity endorsement, but those celebrities, they weren't the people that organized those rallies. They weren't the people that were there when there was 5 people out in front of the embassy. Marty was there. The American Revolution, they used to talk about winter soldiers and summer soldiers. Now, during the American Revolution, there were some people that were with George Washington. They were with the American Revolution in the summertime. But once it got cold, they were out of there. But there were some people in the American Revolution they called the winter soldiers. And those were the guys that were there all year long. And they weren't just fighting when it was warm. They were fighting when it was freezing cold in the mountains in Valley Forge. And the reason that Julian Assange is on his way back to Australia is not because of the summer soldiers. It's because of the winter soldiers. It's because of the people who never backed down from supporting Julian Assange. It's because of the people who made it their issue. It's because of the people who made it clear that they weren't going to budge on Julian Assange. They were going to work with anybody who could be worked with on the issue of Julian Assange. It's because of people like Marty Goodman. It's because of ordinary people, an ordinary transit worker who happened to be in a tiny little communist group. Every time I'd see him, I'd buy a copy of his newspaper. He was physically quite short. He had a thick New York accent, and he supported Julian Assange. It's because of people like Marty Goodman that Julian Assange is free today. Roger Waters, other people, we appreciate their support. But in order to have a movement, you need people like Marty Goodman. You need people who just hang on and don't back down. That's what you need. And I wish people could understand that. When we talk about a movement isn't a Facebook like or share. A movement isn't an online petition that you sign. A movement isn't a YouTube live stream. A movement is people who are in this for the long haul. People that are willing to make sacrifices. People who are willing to take risks. People who are willing to take difficult stands. People who are calling you at midnight about a protest happening in a few days. Hey, Caleb, I know you're an RT reporter. Me and my friends, we're going to be in front of the British Embassy. We're going to be supporting Assange. Can you be there? Can you be there? That was Marty. And there were big rallies for Assange too, and he was at those rallies as well. There were rallies with thousands of people for Assange. He was there as well. But he became an Assange guy in his final years of life. He decided he was going to be an Assange guy, and he didn't care. He didn't care what anyone had to say. He didn't care if the people he was walking with were Republicans or libertarians. He didn't care if Julian Assange tweeted something anti-Semitic. He didn't care if Julian Assange was accused of blah, blah, blah. He didn't care about Trump, blah, blah, blah. He didn't care about Biden or Clinton, blah, blah, blah. He supported Julian Assange. And he made that his issue. And that is why Julian Assange is free today. I want you all to understand that. That's why Julian Assange is free. Julian Assange is free because of people like Marty Goodman. People who made the movement their life. People who stood on principle. And Marty Goodman, to Marty Goodman's credit, he was a Trotskyite, but he was always friendly to me. And every time he saw me, he'd say, Caleb, how's it going? And there were a lot of people that I was a leftist activist with in the time when I met him who wouldn't speak to me, who wouldn't talk to me. My name has I'm just hated in communist and leftist circles, and especially among Trotskyites, and especially among the so-called liberal left. Not Marty. I saw Marty Goodman at the 50th anniversary of MLK Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. He told me he'd been at the original. Much respect. Wow. You knew him too, huh? This is a hero right here. And the reason that Julian Assange is free is because it wasn't just Marty. There were people in Britain and people in Australia and people in America, people all across America, people all across Europe who did what Marty did. They made Assange their cause, and they didn't back down. And that is what I want you all to understand. These kinds of people are what make movements happen. Not the Vosches, not the ContraPoints, not the Bernie Sanders. It's the Marty Goodmans. And I wish I could get people to understand that. Some people are in this for real.
And so on. And so there's this hysteria within the transatlantic elite about information that they can't control. There's a hysteria about the possibility of Donald Trump returning to power and shutting down the Ukraine proxy war. And just all the chaos that Donald Trump brings. And we can't escape the fact that this is an election season in the US. and that the U.S. effectively manages the Nine Eyes and decides what takes place there, and that it is seeking to crack down on any information that it cannot control, which could potentially interfere with Kamala Harris's path to victory after the Democrats pulled off this coup of placing her there as the nominee. And you can see how they're controlling the press in the US. They have all the media, or we'll talk about this later, all the media organizations begging for an interview. She does one interview and it becomes this bonanza. She won't answer real questions. So it's all about the control of information, and you've risen to the level of a threat because you're breaking through. And I think when we look at the censorship requests that are being put into the big tech platforms, how we were our first live stream from the DNC, which was live from the protest. Wyatt Reed was on the ground. It was taken offline for a period. We were given a strike. Chris Hedges has had TikTok posts critical of Kamala Harris removed. Caleb Maupin had a series of essays he put up years ago about Kamala Harris, critical essays. It wasn't exactly a New York Times best-selling book. Amazon just without explanation removed his book. They're banning books that criticize Kamala Harris. And the White House has the power, as we know. Look up the case, Murthy versus Missouri. This was from the COVID era. Look up all the censorship requests the Biden administration placed to Meta and other groups, including over the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
We know they were doing this. So now it seems clear the Kamala campaign is using the power of the Biden White House to crack down on information, and the U.S. national security state is using the power of Nine Eyes to just shut down all alternative voices, as many as they can, around the world, as well as trying to implicate the Palestine Solidarity Movement, which threatens Kamala's path to victory here, implicating them as somehow Iran-controlled.
My name is Caleb, and I'm a student, a former student and a worker here in New York City. And I want to begin by giving a shout out to all the youth who couldn't come today because they're locked in the prisons, in a prison industrial complex where profits are made from jailing people away. Youth who are being picked up and jailed for things that are not criminal, things that shouldn't be jailed for. I also want to give a shout out to all the youth who, because of economic conditions, have been forced to join the U.S. military and are abroad used as cannon fodder for these profiteers and these bankers. They couldn't be here today. Now, if you look up at these buildings all around us, before these buildings were constructed, what did the people who built them have? They had a blueprint. They had a blueprint and a plan. And then they went to engineers, and they went to construction workers, and they constructed the building. Well, right now, Wall Street and the banker class, the people who actually run this country, they have a blueprint. And it's written in all of their Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman textbooks. Their blueprint is the destruction of the future of this generation. Their blueprint is the end of free public education. Their blueprint is the end of decent schools. Their blueprint is low wages. Their blueprint is massive unemployment. Their blueprint is massive home foreclosures. Their blueprint is massive destruction of the future and the end of the social programs that keep people alive. That's their blueprint, and they're mobilizing around it. They've got their Tea Party thugs mobilizing around it. They've got their police mobilizing around it to repress us and cage us in pins for speaking out. They've got their Democrats and their Republicans mobilizing around it. And if we're going to resist their program, we have to learn from the generations in the past who've done it before. In the 1930s, not far from here in Union Square, there was a demonstration of 10,000 people. And they gathered, and their slogan was fight or starve. And they gathered in Union Square by the hundreds of thousands. And when the police told them they couldn't march, they said no. And they said, this is our street and we're going to march. And you know, they had a banner at that march. And you know what the slogan that was on the front banner of that march back in 1932? You know what the slogan was? Remember it. Remember it. Take it with you. If you remember a phrase, remember it. The slogan was class against class. And that's what we're talking about. Class against class. Say it with me. Class against class. Class against class. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about a liberal program or a conservative program. It's about the banker program versus the people's program. That's what's going on. If we're going to resist, we need a blueprint of our own. We need to design our own blueprint, and we need to start implementing it in the streets. Whether we need to coordinate all of the resistance together so we can build a strong, united program of resisting the bankers' agenda of shutting us down and destroying us. We need a program that says equal rights for immigrant workers. We need a program that says end police brutality. We need a program that says stop the cuts in food stamps. We need a program that says hands off our schools and universities. We need a program that includes health care for all, jobs for all, education for all. And we need to step back and think about the real possibility that there could be a time when people like us could actually own and operate the banks and the factories, and there would be no boss class or banker class running society. People like you and I could actually have a say and run society. That would require one thing very simply, and it would require us to abolish capitalism. The capitalist system is the ruthless, evil system of the bankers, and I say if we're going to resist their program and their blueprint for destruction, we're going to have to abolish their system. So let's organize, let's be out there, and let's fight. Thank you. This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
Is the favored candidate of the people who ran the State Department under Hillary Clinton. And that is very clear. And that there were disagreements between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. He got rid of Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State and replaced her with John Kerry. And that when Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State during Obama's first term, we saw what happened, which was they were fomenting unrest and chaos all over the world in order to bring down governments they did not like. The government of Libya was the most prosperous country on the African continent. And, we saw what happened, which is cruise missiles. It was destroyed. Now the country's in ruin. People are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of Libya. Syria was reduced to a civil war, millions of refugees, hundreds of thousands dead. And a lot of that was the U.S. State Department coordinating with social media to create unrest. And the result, we had the rise of ISIS and the terrorists in ISIS, and it was a disaster. Well, we understand where this comes from. There was an ideologue named Anne Marie Slaughter, who's with New America, or sometimes it's called the New America Foundation, the New American Institute. It's a think tank, and she openly talked about what she believed in. I mean, she wrote a very powerful essay talking about how the fight in the world today is between what she calls the open international system, globalism, and populists, and how populist leaders like Gaddafi in Libya, like Bashar Assad, or like Putin in Russia, or like, the people who support Brexit in Britain or Marine Le Pen, populist leaders are the danger, and that we need to promote this open international system, and that the goal is to foment unrest and chaos around the world to protect that open international system. And that's very openly stated by the Hillary Clinton State Department, by Anne Marie Slaughter, Samantha Power, and others. And there was a decision that was made in 2020 when it was made clear that Hillary Clinton couldn't run again. There was a meeting that was widely reported on in the local press in the Hamptons in Long Island, where all the Hillary Clinton backers took their money from Hillary Clinton and they put it behind Kamala Harris. She is Hillary Clinton's chosen successor. And I go over in the book about how it looks a lot like Joe Biden did everything he could to not name her as the VP. It was a very late decision. The Democrat National Convention schedule, you'll remember in 2020, listed Kamala Harris as separate from the VP speaker. After that schedule came out, Kamala Harris unfollowed Joe Biden on Twitter, and it looked like she was not going to be the VP nominee. 6 hours later, she was named the VP nominee. It was 10 days late. And the Biden administration did everything they could to avoid her. And if you look at what's come out since she's been in office, her staff, she can't keep them. There is a toxic atmosphere in her office. She is just, she is brutal to her staff. She doesn't make any mistakes. The only mistakes that can be made are by them. There is an atmosphere that is very competitive. Nobody on Capitol Hill likes the Harris people, they're called, for the way they treat other people. There is something particularly dangerous about Kamala Harris. And the more you look into it, it's not simply a matter of a very ambitious person. It's a matter of somebody who is very indifferent to other people's suffering. It's a matter of somebody who has a lot of pain and trauma and rage and a desire for vengeance. There is some really dangerous stuff going on there. And she is in an alliance with the regime change apparatus, the people that want to spread chaos and tear down governments around the world to preserve this open international system. There's a lot there people should be concerned about.
Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids. In Chicago, it's stand-up and a live panel show. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and make sure you go to jimmydore.com.
Sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. You know, we love our president, Elizabeth Young, who's done so much to hold this organization together this year. And we also love Jetta, and nobody messes with Jetta. Let me just put it that way. Jetta's awesome, and she's also done so much to hold this organization together. And we're also very proud to have the top communist woman in Britain joining us today. So we'll be hearing from her tomorrow. I'm very excited for her presentation about the fight in the global communist movement. But women are so much better than men, men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, obviously the oppression of women, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, doesn't compare. But this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial. Right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? So many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. We are. There's no way to deny that. Look at this room, We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this. Because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in, I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. You know, it was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television. And she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism. And that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the supreme leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party, because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it.
I understand the arguments that fascists made. I understand what they believe. I understand the effectiveness that fascists built their organizations with, because I'm honest. I can admit that, look, there was a reason that the fascists were able to take power. In order to actually understand things, you have to be honest, right? You have to put aside your bias and understand things. I think fascism is abominable. I hate fascism. I'm appalled by fascism, but I understand it, right? With communism in the United States, you're not allowed to understand it. Communists are just these stupid people who think that everyone should get paid the exact same wage no matter how hard they work, and human nature, duh. And it's like the way people talk about communism is so... you look at the 20th century. How many millions of people fought and died for communism? How many people, intellectuals, Albert Einstein, John Stein, all these people believed in communism, but they're all just fucking idiots. They're all just not smart enough to watch Jordan Peterson videos. Are you kidding me? There's a lack of intellectual honesty. So I just want to throw that out there, right? Try to cancel me all you want, but I'm telling you, with Stalin, right? Stalin was obviously somebody, like him or hate him, who knew what he was doing, right? He was a very, very effective organizer. So I'm going to tell you about Stalin and his personality. Stalin, he was not Russian. Did you know that? Everyone thinks Stalin was Russian. He was not Russian. Stalin was from Georgia. And no, I do not mean Georgia in the southern United States. He was not from Atlanta. He was not from that state right next to Alabama and right above Florida. No. Stalin was from Central Asia. And Stalin's mother has one of the biggest personalities that you can ever read about. Stalin's mother is, and by the way, one of the best biographies I've ever read of Stalin is called Young Stalin. And it's by Simon Sebag Montefiore. It's called Young Stalin. And it's, again, Simon Sebag Montefiore is so right-wing and so conservative. He's from the British aristocracy. He went to one of these elite British private schools, Eton or whatever. And so because he's so conservative and he's so wealthy and all of that, they let him write a book that's kind of admits Stalin's effectiveness. And, Stalin, he's from a little village in Georgia. I think it's called Gori. He's a little village called Gori. And his mother, Stalin's mother, has a really strong personality. She's somebody who can do anything, practically, if she sets her heart on it. She can make anything happen, right? He's from a very poor family. But Stalin's mother is just this very forceful person who can just get things done. And there are different perceptions about why. One popular story, which again we cannot confirm, is that she had many miscarriages before Stalin was born. So she made a promise to God. She said, if you can let me give birth to a son, I will make him become a priest. That's one version. That's not confirmed. For whatever reason, Stalin, which was not his name, right? Yosef Yugashvili, right? His mother was determined for him to become a priest. And so, even though he's from this tiny little village, even though, his father's a bootmaker and an alcoholic, Stalin's mother goes around raising money to get Stalin to go to seminary school to become a priest. And so she does it. And that in and of itself, people have talked about how that is next to impossible at that time. For a little town in Georgia, an impoverished person whose father is a drunken bootmaker, a drunken guy who makes boots, and it is next to impossible for somebody from a little tiny town in Georgia to go to seminary school and become a priest. So Stalin's mother somehow going around and raising the money to get Stalin into seminary school is kind of amazing. It is it's huge. And that shows how kind of fanatical his mother was. And his mother lived well into the time when he was leading the country. And I know Stalin at one point banned any interviews with his mother because she was spending a lot of time doing interviews for newspapers and in the media. And Stalin was sick of hearing his mother talk on the radio and stuff. And he actually banned her from speaking in the media, which is kind of funny. But Stalin's mother had this big personality, very religious woman. And she determined that Stalin should become a priest. So she somehow got him to go to seminary school. She got the money together to fund Stalin going to seminary school. And so Stalin went to seminary school, right? And at seminary school, Stalin was apparently one of the worst behaved students they had ever had. He was constantly getting into mischief, constantly getting into trouble, constantly breaking the rules. Stalin was apparently a horrendous student at seminary school. He was constantly getting in trouble, constantly breaking the rules. He was like a juvenile delinquent, at seminary school. One of the things, and this is fascinating, they had a rule at this seminary school that Stalin was at, that you could only read religious books. You can only read religious books. So Stalin went to the local village and he got a subscription. You could do that at the bookstore in this village. He got a subscription. So they would send him every single book they got. And he then made money selling those books secretly to all the other boys in the seminary school. He had an underground book smuggling conspiracy. He ran a book smuggling ring at the seminary school, right? And they weren't communist books from what I understand. That's been romanticized later, but they weren't communist books from what we understand. They were just, stuff like Victor Hugo and, just novels and stuff. But he was getting punished and he was making money doing it, right? It was kind of his little hustle, as Girard says. That was Stalin. And he's constantly getting in trouble. I wanted to just talk to you all about a recent event. Nicaragua is a country in Central America, and it is a Christian government. In their Constitution's preamble, it acknowledges the role of Christian faith in their founding. The leader of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega, not only did he cut ties with Israel, but he gave a very impassioned speech.
Es increíble cómo al frente del gobierno de Israel se encuentra un primer ministro que es hijo del demonio. ¿Por qué? Porque lleva en la práctica una política de terror y es Hitler, ¿sí? El primer ministro de Israel es Hitler, allí instalado, llamando a destruir a los pueblos, al igual que el que preside Ucrania es otro nazi, otro hijo de Hitler, queriendo comprometer a la OTAN para irse a la guerra contra la Federación Rusa. Lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos, utilizando a Israel, armando a Israel, lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos junto con gobernantes europeos, porque ahí están los imperios se han unido creyendo que de esa manera van a poder derrotar a los pueblos y no se dan cuenta que al final de cuentas o llevan al planeta a una guerra total o sencillamente no les queda más que esperar la derrota.
Not only is it a Christian country, but it's also a socialist country. In fact, the slogan that Daniel Ortega and his wife, Rosario Murillo, who's now vice president, have used is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have overseen the full electrification of the country. Even the most remote and rural areas of Nicaragua have been electrified. They've wiped out illiteracy in the country and enabled the people of Nicaragua to have the ability to read with universal schooling and education. They've launched land redistribution so that the people of Nicaragua can have access to the land, and it's not all owned by wealthy landowners who go back to the time of Spanish colonialism. In addition to that, they have a micro-entrepreneurship program. That's right, a socialist government is going out of its way to help people start their own businesses. And the micro-entrepreneurship program of Nicaragua is one of their most successful programs, where the socialist government loans people money to start their own businesses. And many Nicaraguans have been very, very successful and seen their living standard go up. They see Israel as an outpost of a global financial system, a system that is leading wars all over the world and grinding countries into poverty. And they view their revolution in Nicaragua, based on principles of Christianity and socialism and solidarity, as a fight against that system. So they stand with the Palestinians because they see the Palestinians as also fighting against that system. I think by looking into Nicaragua and what its Christian and socialist government has achieved in terms of industrializing, raising people out of poverty, and now standing with the Palestinians, can really enlighten people about thinking beyond the left and right paradigm of American politics and getting to real solutions. The Islamic Revolution of Iran was a very pivotal event, led to the creation of the Islamic Republic, a country that is now at the center of opposing Israel throughout the Middle East region, one of the main opponents of American imperialism around the world. Now, why is it that at the time of the 1979 revolution in Iran, when many different factions were organizing, why is it that Khomeini and his followers were the ones that ended up taking power and leading the country? Well, that's because the main issue in the Islamic Revolution was anti-imperialism. was the fact that Iran had a huge amount of oil, and that oil was under the control of British and American oil companies, while the Iranian people were impoverished. Now, in the 1979 revolution, there were many different communist factions, but none of them were able to take power. Only Khomeini and the Islamic Republic was able to take power. Why? Well, that was because the communists had not been consistent in their anti-imperialism. During World War II, the Tudeh Party, or the Communist Party of Iran, had collaborated with the British when the Soviet Union and the British Empire invaded Iran to overthrow the Shah, who was aligned with the Nazis. And the Maoist communists of Iran, organized into the People's Fedayeen guerrillas, they were aligned with China. And China was a huge supporter of the Shah. They saw the Shah's regime, the US-backed dictator, as an ally against what they called Soviet social imperialism. China welcomed the Shah's wife and family members and gave them heroes' welcomes. So because of the fact that the main Communist Party had collaborated with the British, and because of the fact that China was backing the brutal dictator in the name of opposing the Soviet Union, Khomeini and the Islamic revolutionaries, the Ayatollahs, they took power because they were the ones that were trusted, because they had been consistently anti-imperialist for decade after decade after decade. With their conservative Shia Muslim views, they had always consistently opposed the imperialists. And that's why they were trusted by the Iranian people. And that's why they lead the Islamic Republic today. You'll remember 9/11, the September 11th attacks. And after 9/11, the country was kind of whipped up into a frenzy of patriotism. Some of us, it's interesting to think, some of us weren't even born yet at that point, but the country was whipped up into a frenzy of very frightening patriotism. It was, my country, right or wrong. George W. Bush said that you're either with us or you're against us, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. There were flags everywhere and military parades everywhere, and it was quite frightening. And in that moment, the organized political left completely dropped the ball and made what I consider to be one of their greatest blunders, was that if you listen to what Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky and Ward Churchill said in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, you would think that Osama bin Laden was Ho Chi Minh. You would think that Osama bin Laden was Che Guevara. The narrative that they had was that America has gone all over the world and committed all these horrendous crimes, true, and that now America has been attacked and some of what America has done to the rest of the world has happened to the United States. Again, true, but it's a problematic narrative because Iraq, that had suffered under horrendous sanctions from the United States, did not attack the United States. China didn't attack the United States. Vietnam did not attack the United States. The people who attacked the United States are people that are U.S. allies. Saudi Arabia was aligned with the United States. And immediately after 9/11, you'll notice that the government of Libya, led by Gaddafi, was very happy to support the United States and even offered to torture prisoners to help the United States catch the perpetrators of 9/11. And the Syrian government was also said, wow, we've been fighting Al-Qaeda types for years, and the Saudis have been trying to overthrow us for years, and we would like to help you. And Iraq supported the United States, and Cuba supported the United States. And many countries around the world said, my goodness, we've been dealing with these extremists and fanatics that the USA has been backing against the Soviet Union and against independent and nationalist governments around the world. And now these extremists, kind of like the Contras of Nicaragua, kind of like other extremists the USA has backed around the world, now they've turned around and attacked the United States. So maybe for a moment we can get the United States to understand how bad these policies are of arming these extremists. But the interpretation that the U.S. organized political left had is because it was the United States that was attacked, and because the person who did it was a brown-skinned person from another part of the world, they immediately started sympathizing to some degree or other with the perpetrator. The idea was that somehow the Al-Qaeda were freedom fighters or something like that. And Yuri Kochiyama, who's a very important Asian American activist of Japanese heritage, a friend of Malcolm X, she was in her 80s, she was old, and we can forgive her for this, but she gave a horrendous interview where she compared Osama bin Laden to Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh and said he's a hero to the people of the world, and that wasn't the case. And you can understand why that message to average Americans didn't go over so well. right? And if the country's just been attacked and people are fearing for their lives and there's hysteria about terrorist attacks, if the message of the left is, well, we deserved it, we're the bad guys, we're the terrorists, you can understand that, especially in the age of very simplistic, watered-down politics, where everyone has a very short attention span, the response of people to Noam Chomsky, to Howard Zinn, to Ward Churchill was a hostile one. It was an unfriendly one because they said, look, we feel like we're under threat, we feel like we're under attack, and the organized political left is telling us basically that we deserve it and kind of making statements that imply somehow the people who did it are heroes. You can understand why the left was isolated. And when Bush coming out of 9/11 attacked Afghanistan, he had something like 90% approval ratings for his invasion of Afghanistan, and the organized political left was pretty isolated. Now, the invasion of Iraq was much less popular. Europe opposed it and other forces opposed it. Iraq had nothing to do with the 9/11 attacks, so there was widespread opposition to the war in Iraq. The country at the time of the invasion was about 50-50. But there was a lot of confusion on the left because they had this narrative of we are going to speak truth to power. There was a lot of religious pacifism, a lot of candlelight vigils, and a lot of that settlers mentality that average Americans are the enemy. And Ward Churchill, who was the leading Native American scholar, who became kind of a target of Fox News during these years, Ward Churchill, he wrote his essay, Some People Push Back, where he talked about how he said 9/11 was horrendous, but it logically makes sense because of the U.S. sanctions on Iraq that killed all these innocent people. What would you do if you're an Iraqi? What can you do to wake the Americans up? Well, the thing was, Iraq didn't attack the United States. So, I mean, it's a fallacious essay. And the essay blames average Americans. It says, average Americans know the U.S. government put these sanctions on Iraq as killing people. They're not doing anything about it. And it referred to some people in the Twin Towers as little Eichmanns, compared them to, it was a horrendous anti-populist narrative. But it comes out of the 1960s. This is the 1960s political narrative. This is the weather underground that thinks average Americans are pigs. That's how they responded to it. And Ward Churchill, it should be noted, the leading Native American scholar, and he wrote these essays after 9/11 that made him kind of a target for Fox News and the conservatives. But he's also, he was the main one of the main ideologues of Native American support for the Contras in Nicaragua. And he actually went to Nicaragua to work with the Contras against the Sandinistas in the 1980s, published essays justifying Native Americans collaborating with the CIA against the socialist government of Nicaragua. So it kind of makes sense that his analysis of this would be a kind of a wacky and weird one.
Talk about people don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela, very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to, wait, which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
The rate of state ownership in Venezuela is actually much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait, how is that a response? No, you wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have, farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay. If you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there, that it was just because oil collapsed, that's why that country fell apart, is absolutely not true. And that no person that has been involved.
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption, that it was very specifically. Okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela fell. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other OPEC countries.
An oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? Oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector
$27
accounts for roughly
of oil.
sure. So I'm just looking this up.
$27 for a
Sure,
barrel of oil.
I'm literally just looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi
as a result.
Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have
Because
people
you're not allowed to.
from Saudi Arabia
There's a
crying
huge
that they're
percentage of the country that are guest
Oh.
workers, slaves.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that, and Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So
look,
I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result of 2014
They did suffer.
oil
I
price
agree.
Go ahead and
Are you
let
going-
Destiny. Go ahead and get
The
your
fact
point
that
in.
Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why did
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States. Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity
Why is
economy.
that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right? And you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you. And yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves. And I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge. Now, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC
when
or
the-
CNN. None of them
I'm
can
not
admit that there were
MSNBC or
big
CNN.
successes with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I
Yeah,
getting real?
let's
Media obscures, extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying?
I don't think Destiny wants to.
I
don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
I'm not here to
Well,
Fox
I appreciate
or
your
CNN.
honesty because
Sure.
everyone
Half the
tells me
country-
all the time that everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
So I haven't
make that
admitted
claim.
anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said?
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that like all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And like that is a lie and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor.
Hey friends, so I'm sitting here on a park bench. I'm in New York City, and I decided to make a morning message because there's something that I'd really like all of us to understand. And if our organization is going to expand and grow, it's something we need to come to understand. And I'll try to illustrate it to you in a couple different ways. First of which, March 5th in China is Honor or Learn from Lei Fang Day. And Lei Fang was a member of the Chinese military, and he died. And when he died, they found his diaries. And they discovered that he had done a huge amount of volunteer work, helping the elderly, rescuing people that were in need. That he was a very, very heroic person who went out of his way to help other people. And he justified everything he did in the name of Mao Zedong thought and Marxism-Leninism, and that his diary was full of him talking about the things he had done, which other people did not know about. Other people didn't know what Lei Fang had done, but he did it with an optimistic spirit and in the name of helping China become a strong socialist country. And no one even knew about it until he died. And so he became kind of the model of what a very dedicated, good communist would be. And, you know, when he died, he got into a truck accident. His truck hit a telephone pole. He died, and they found his diary, and they discovered what a great communist he had been. And he became kind of the model. And every year on March 5th in China, the kids go and clean up the parks, and they do volunteer work, and they sing a song in honor of Lei Feng. And that kind of points to something that I've been trying to get people to understand, which is that, you know, the dead are still speaking. They're still speaking through their deeds. And that, you know, when you die, you will inevitably die. When you die, after you die, you know, there probably will be some kind of memorial service. And at that memorial service, people are going to talk about what you did. And they're not going to talk about awards that you won, and they're not going to talk about great laurels that were poured on you. They're going to talk about what you meant to them as an individual person. You know, what difference you made in their life, times you were there for them that made a difference, things that you did in the community, the connections that you had, the spiritual love that you had. And they're going to talk about how you worked to make the world a better place. And that is what will live on when you die. And Lei Feng, you know, his deeds lived on. The fact that he'd helped so many people, the fact that he'd done so much to help China, and he'd done it with this selfless communist spirit, that's why he's honored. And that, you know, in the communist movement, they talk about being a real Jimmy Higgins. William Z. Foster wrote about Jimmy Higgins as kind of the model of what, you know, somebody who works very, very hard out of love for their community. And I try to highlight the great communists that I look up to. I talk about the elderly communist that I knew who wore a Palestine baseball cap every day and was full of optimism and spirit and was constantly distributing the communist newspaper. And I talk about various people I've known, like Marty Goodman, who worked so hard to fight for Julian Assange, and how he didn't even live to see Julian Assange ultimately get his freedom, but he was out there every day to support Julian Assange. And that is what will live on, you know, after your death. In this world, what will live on is the love that you show, the passion and the dedication and the selflessness that you give to this cause. And, you know, the Center for Political Innovation exists able to, you know, help people find that love, that community, help people learn to serve each other and help each other. That's why our organization exists, and that's why we're facilitating it. And if you want to find some of that love and some of that value that you will not get from some internet fandom, that only comes through being in a group and connecting with other people, if you want to find some of that, that's what our organization is here for. So I thought I'd play the Lei Feng song in China in honor of Lei Feng. And I want you to think about, you know, how the dead are still speaking, the dead are still with us, and how you will speak after you pass. You know, how you will leave an imprint on this world through the love that you show and through the dedication and sacrifice that you can give toward making a better world.
Morning, CPI and CPI viewers. Morning message is that we're getting it done. We got contacts. We passed out books. I just want to say that anything's possible. We made it through the protest cage. You know, if it weren't for me and the Chicago innovators, this would have not happened. And I'm just grateful that I got to meet a lot of people and just knowing what the issues were and connecting with them in a human level, not just politics. I think that in order to thrive as an American and as a innovationist, I believe that we should be able to connect in a human level, not just politics. And yeah, we're gonna make the Midwest happen. Hopefully we'll have enough people to get stuff started in Chicago. And yeah, we have the protests in the background. This is all distraction, you know. We just wanna get people started into doing serious work like we have been doing. All of this is just a lot of distraction and a lot of people who need, you know, spiritual wellness as well. You know, it's not just about hate and you know, wishing people ill will. You know, I believe that for me personally, with the power of God, anything's possible. And yeah, I mean, I hope we'll get this going, and I hope everybody could get motivated. You know, I could motivate people into getting things started, and we did it. I think we passed out all the books, and I just have one more copy. 1,000. 1,000. You know, Chicago members, and you know, we did it, and we got names, and you know, hoping to get more names, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna win. You know, so keep it going, keep the innovationist movement going. So, you know, shout out to everybody in CPI, and shout out to people who are interested. You know, you won't regret if you become a member. So have a good one. Ciao.
A couple years ago, I wrote a book that made a lot of people on the internet very, very angry. It was called BreadTube Serves Imperialism. I had information about how some top socialist YouTubers online were being advised by an individual who was tied to the U.S. intelligence apparatus. Now, after I've written that book, a lot more has come out. First of all, Grayzone found receipts and revealed that Abigail Thorne, Philosophy Tube, is actually being funded by British intelligence outlets. In addition to that, ContraPoints, who laughed at the idea she would have ties with imperialism or the deep state, has done a special TV program with none other than Hillary Rodham Clinton, the woman who destroyed Libya and cheered about the death of Gaddafi. Oh, and I was widely mocked for bringing up the certain proclivities of a certain YouTuber who goes by Vosh, and we see how that has gone. So I was right. I was more right than even I realized at the time. There's no question at this point that the deep state is using BreadTube as a vehicle for deprogramming young people and trying to move them away from narratives that oppose the U.S. imperialist establishment. So where is my apology? Where are the people coming forward and saying, oh, Caleb, we laughed at you, we mocked your narrative, but you were 100% correct? I'm waiting for your apologies. Meanwhile, my book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism, which focuses mainly on debunking their political beliefs, that book is still available. You can get your copy today. Well, I'm an American, and I love my country. I'm a Christian, and I try to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ. But if you look at the way our government is operating right now, it's not in the interest of the American people. They're working to protect an international financial system. They're looking to dominate the global economy and hold back development around the world. Meanwhile, the United States is crumbling. Our bridges, our highways, our roads are falling apart. Our education system is a joke internationally. We don't have the engineers and the scientists we need. We don't educate our people properly. And our leaders are more concerned with protecting an international financial system based on speculation and banking than they are with actually making sure that the United States develops, making sure that people in the United States have the resources and the services that they need. And that is certainly disturbing to me. And if you look at Russia, Russia's a country that broke out of the Western financial system. I think Lenin called it imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Some people talk about Atlanticism and thalassocracy, the empires of the sea that are about dominating global trade. That international system is a threat to the entire world. And the countries that are targeted, whether it's Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, these are countries that have broken out of that system. And because they have broken out and tried to build up their own economy and develop and industrialize, they become targeted. Everyone knows the future of the world economy is in the BRICS countries. These are countries where economic growth is being carried out. It's not speculation, it's not some financial rip-off scheme of derivatives. It's based on real solid economic growth. Oil and gas, steel, and manufacturing. And the BRICS countries are growing and they're expanding, and the Western financial system is dying. And
it is a big mistake on the part of our leaders to just continue to attack the BRICS countries and separate the United States from them, because as they expand, we're not going to gain from that expansion. And our country is going to deteriorate along with this dying Western financial system. I tell people that America began with a revolution against the British Empire and free trade, and it was a revolution demanding our right to develop and have our own economy. The British wanted the United States to just be a trading hub in their global empire, but we wanted development. And Alexander Hamilton built a national bank and constructed, and the idea of America was that we could have independent economic development and build up our own economy, and that's what Russia wants. Russia wants independent economic development. It wants to build up its own industries, and that's what many countries around the world are striving for. So I think the future of the United States is breaking with this international financial system that comes out of the British Empire, that comes out of the World Bank, the IMF, the SWIFT system. We need to join the new emerging economy around the world so that we don't get left behind. One thing I was curious about is the use of icons in religion by the Russian Orthodox Church and by Russian spirituality, because I see that icons are very important, and I know this goes back thousands of years. They have icons of the saints, and then after the Russian Revolution, you saw icons of leaders. You saw the face of Lenin, the face of Stalin, and this is repeated in many communist countries. You see the pictures of the leaders of the revolution, etc. And I'm curious about the roots of this tradition. I don't know much about it, but I do know it is something that our Western leaders really don't like. We are taught that, cult of personality, this is a dangerous thing. In the United States, we're always warned against anything like this. They want us to be very, very afraid of it. We're almost indoctrinated to be very, very afraid of anyone who holds up a picture of a leader, a picture of someone they admire. And it seems like this is a very big part of the Eastern culture, in particular in Russia. And so I'm curious to learn more about the history of icons. I know that the Lenin Mausoleum is just over there, but also, we have the church, the Russian Orthodox Church, with many icons of many saints and exalted figures. So I'd like to learn more about this tradition. One thing that is very apparent to me is in the West, they very much want to inculcate people with the notion that there is no truth. There is nothing to believe in, there's nothing to sacrifice for, and that if you believe in some kind of truth, if you believe in God, or you believe in a political movement or a political cause, you're being foolish, you're being a sucker, you're being taken advantage of. And that in reality, it's just a matter of individuals struggling against each other. It's just a battle of individuals and selfishness. This is very much the ideology coming out of the West. You can talk about philosophical irrationalism, Friedrich Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, Leo Strauss, the father of neoconservatism. This belief that there is no truth, there's nothing worth standing for. And here in the East, you see that the opposite is the case. People are very, very committed to their culture, to their nation, to their land, to the struggle to hold their society together. I saw that at the World Youth Festival, all these young people, thousands and thousands of them coming together and doing a lot of very, very hard work to put on events that help better and strengthen their country's international ties around the world. I see opposition to this philosophy of liberalism and atomization that is coming out of the West. And that's what attracts me to Russia and other countries that are struggling against the Western imperialist system. In theory, one of the great things about America is supposed to be freedom of religion, the right to practice your own religion and live according to your own conscience, follow your own beliefs and traditions. But we see increasingly a notion in the United States that if one is of a religious faith, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu or whatnot, that rejects certain lifestyles and practices, that's not permitted. In the past, the argument for LGBT rights was centered around the idea that people had the right to be who they are, and that's different. But when you're saying that certain things have to be imposed on people, especially vulnerable people, children, and that parents don't have the right to raise their children as they choose, that's very different than saying that people have the right to live as they wish and practice their sexual behavior in their own private manner with other adults. So that's what's very disturbing, is that people feel like certain lifestyles, certain ideas are being imposed on children at a young age, and that parents don't have the right to separate their children from that. So I can understand why many people are coming to Russia, because they see that Russia is pushing back on that kind of thing, and that parents have the right to protect their children in Russia, that the school system, the media in Russia doesn't promote these things, doesn't publish them and promote them to children. Hey folks, so I'm here in the Moscow subway system, and I wanted to just show you this beautiful mural, this painting that they've got behind me here in the subway system. This is just the normal subway system that people take on their way to work, on their way home from school, to, you know, to get through the city. This is just the normal subway system. You can hear trains going by. They have this beautiful banner, but there's actually some very important significance to this banner. I want to point this out. This is a banner commemorating the victory over fascism, and it actually includes traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating the victory over fascism, right? You see the banners with Lenin, you see the soldiers, and this is the victory in the Second World War, what they call the Great Patriotic War. And it has traditional Ukrainian dancers because Ukrainians are considered to be part of Russia. And they have no opposition to Ukrainian culture. They have no opposition to the Ukrainian language or Ukrainian traditions. And here in Moscow, you see traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating, and this mural celebrating the victory, the defeat of the Nazis during the Second World War with banners of Lenin and the Red Army. But this is a monument in Kiev, in the Ukrainian capital, and traditional Ukrainian dancers participating in the mural. So this is something I wish more Americans were aware of. Tucker Carlson and others have reflected on just how beautiful the subways really are here. And compared to our New York City subways, I mean, this is like a palace. You know, this is like a palace. It's so clean, so beautiful architecture, etc. But it's also important to understand the political significance of these banners. All around me here in the Moscow subways, you see these statues of working people, right? Of soldiers, of construction workers, all around me, right? And that's one of the beautiful things about social realism or socialist realism, is it makes ordinary people into heroes, right? This is a sailor over here, right? This is a guy with a disc in his hand. I think he's a machinist. Right, and it makes ordinary people who do the work of the world, it makes them into heroes, and it kind of beautifies and celebrates just kind of the glory of ordinary people. I'll show you another one here. This guy's got a disc. And apparently all of these statues are actually based on real individuals. But the reason this is important, right, this is a woman, feeding a chicken, right, a woman feeding a chicken. The reason this is important is because this kind of art, social realism or socialist realism, this was not only the art that was popular in the Soviet Union, it was also popular in the United States. When President Roosevelt hired millions of unemployed workers to build hospitals and schools and post offices and libraries across America, they put social realist paintings and social realist murals and statues in these new buildings that were being built in the United States. And it was in the 1950s that the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, the CIA, decided that they didn't like this kind of art. They decided this kind of art was fascist, this kind of art was dangerous propaganda. So the CIA began funding modern art or abstract art. And because they wanted to counter this kind of beautiful art that glorifies and celebrates ordinary people, the CIA started funding the work of Jackson Pollock, who just kind of throws paint on a canvas, splattering paint, or art that is just abstract shapes, because they're threatened by the power of social realism. And it was the left, the socialists and revolutionaries that promoted social realism, but it's because of CIA meddling and the Congress for Cultural Freedom program of American intelligence. Now the left no longer celebrates this kind of beauty. Now the left, glorifies, splattering paint on a canvas, modern art, degeneracy, these kinds of things. But that was a conscious manipulation by American intelligence. It's really wild to think that American intelligence agencies are funding art projects and funding music, but they did. They didn't like this kind of beauty. They wanted to steal it from us. So I wanted to talk about an issue I've been seeing on social media lately. They're making a big deal in the Democrat camp
about the fact that David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, former member of the U.S. House of Representatives, that he endorsed Jill Stein. Now, the whole thing is stupid because Jill Stein is of Jewish heritage. She's a good person. She's an anti-racist. Obviously, she can't control the fact that David Duke put out a statement on the internet supporting her. So the whole thing is just dumb. And the fact that anyone is using this against Jill Stein, anyone can endorse anybody, that doesn't make them responsible. I think Jill Stein is playing a very, very good role at this time. I was just with Jill Stein in front of the federal courthouse in Florida to support the Uhuru movement. And on top of that, she is leading the Muslim American community away from the Democrat Party because of the fact that the Democrats are blindly supporting Israel and its bombing of Gaza. The Council of American Islamic Relations has endorsed Jill Stein. I think Kamala Harris is a dangerous warmonger, and the idea that Muslim Americans won't vote for her, but would instead vote for Jill Stein is a great thing. David Duke is somebody who made a name for himself, kind of reviving the Ku Klux Klan in the late 70s.
What is your title?
Grand Wizard or National Director.
You are Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Right.
He's such a nice-looking boy. You know what I mean. I don't mean to be flip about what
I know.
People are surprised, huh?
I guess so, because Hollywood's got this image that anybody who believes in their own race, if they're white, they've got to somehow be old, they got to have a big beer belly.
He's very open about the fact that his father was an intelligence officer, was involved in Air America, leafleting, propaganda, dropping propaganda leaflets into Southeast Asia for the CIA. And David Duke is a staunch anti-communist. Every anti-Semitic screed that David Duke has written begins with repeating the same old lies against communism and then saying that communism is something we should blame on the Jews. What I want to point out about David Duke is that he's very easy to control. David Duke is a gambling addict, and David Duke is a bit of a narcissist. He's had a number of plastic surgeries on his face. And it seems to me like somebody called him up and said, "Hey, David, want to get your name back in the headlines again? Want people to be talking about you again? Well, endorse Jill Stein. That'll confuse them all." And he's got to be cynical. If he was at all serious about opposing Israel and their crimes against the Palestinians, he wouldn't let himself be used this way. David Duke has to know what's going on, and he has to know that he's being used, and he must not care. I saw this very same tactic be used against Charles Barron when he was running for Congress. The day before the election, David Duke endorsed him, and the mainstream media made a big deal about the fact that this black candidate for the U.S. Congress, a revolutionary anti-imperialist, was being endorsed by David Duke. As if you really want to talk about David Duke, look into the fact that he's not just David Duke, he's Dr. David Duke, and that he has a PhD. But where did he get it? Well, David Duke got his PhD in Ukraine. That's right, the same forces that are burning World War II memorials and saying that the Nazis were right in fighting the Soviet Union in Ukraine during World War II and outlawing the Russian language. Those are the same forces that gave David Duke a PhD. That should tell you all you need to know about who controls David Duke and why they might be using him to smear a candidate who wants to negotiate with Russia. I'm not concerned about Jill Stein and any alleged ties to David Duke. I'm sure she has nothing to do with him. I'm more concerned about the fact that Jill Stein has a lot of staffers working for her campaign that are tied in with a Trotskyite group called Socialist Alternative. I generally think Jill Stein is playing a very, very good role, but I have noticed that Jill Stein has said some things I don't agree with about Syria and about Russia. And many people have pointed out that's probably due to the fact that her campaign is heavily staffed by Socialist Alternative, a group of counter-revolutionary Trotskyites who were tied into U.S. color revolutions, who worked against the Soviet Union and worked against legitimate communist governments around the world, the same thing Trotskyites always do. So give Jill Stein some respect. The idea that David Duke is endorsing her is a completely manufactured, made for social media hubbub, bunch of malarkey. It's not a serious political scandal.
To impress upon him that when he talks about white supremacy, the majority of people in America who are poor are white. And if you're going to try to lecture coal miners about white supremacy, it's going to fall flat. And if he's out there being a black activist, he could talk about white supremacy. But if you're trying to run for president and actually oppose the establishment, the last thing you should do is try to lead with trans issues or LGBTQ or because you know what? If you get a living wage for everybody, that helps everybody, especially trans and LGBTQ, black and white. If you get health care for everybody, that helps everybody, meaning black and white. So if you start to, what the establishment wants people like Cornel West to do is to keep talking about white supremacy, to keep talking about trans issues, to keep talking about LGBTQ as if they're an oppressed minority like they were in the 90s when I started comedy. Back then, they couldn't get married. They could get fired from their job. They couldn't get housing. That's all over. They have and so to keep pretending like we're living 30 years ago is exactly what the establishment wants to do. And by the way, all this talk about trans issues and talk about white, this doesn't come from the grassroots up. This comes directly from BlackRock and Larry Fink. This comes from Vanguard. This is so the most murderous companies who are raping the planet can shroud themselves in an air of virtue. And how do they do it? They do it by trans issues and LGBTQ and white supremacy and inclusion and equity and all that stuff. And that's there to keep us divided, because the only thing that scares the establishment is when people from the left and the right realize they have more in common that divides us, and they have shared enemy, and that shared enemy is the oligarchy. That's the only thing that scares them. And so if they can keep us talking about race, and if they can keep us talking about gender and ethnicity, that's a gift to them, because it keeps everybody divided. Would you?
U.S. media is always telling us how much they are concerned about the children of Ukraine. They demonize Russian President Putin and blame him for the number of Ukrainian children who have suffered since the Russian special military operation in Ukraine began 2 years ago. But what about these children? This is a monument created to commemorate all the children who've died since 2014. In 2014, the United States toppled the Ukrainian government. The elected president Yanukovych was overthrown, and they installed a fanatically anti-Russian government. And since 2014, that fanatical anti-Russian government has been bombing Donetsk and Lugansk and the eastern republics, the eastern regions. And for 8 years straight, these children have been dying. 2 to 3 million people from Donbass have fled into Russia. But U.S. media never talks about all these children that have died at the hands of the U.S.-backed government in Kiev. In fact, the Wikipedia page for this monument, the Alley of Angels, was taken down to make sure that you never knew about all the children who died at the hands of the U.S.-backed regime that was imposed on Ukraine. That the war is taking place now and fighting because of the fact that these republics have said after 8 years of being bombed, they don't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. They don't want to be part of a government that's tearing down the World War II memorials, outlawing their language and killing them. They voted to join with Russia. Why don't these children's lives matter? Why is it U.S. media has never told you about the Alley of Angels and all the children killed by the U.S.-backed regime? I just wish you could have been there with me in the courtroom today when Chairman O'Malley and Jesse Neville and Penny Hess walked out victorious, and everyone was applauding and cheering for them. So many people who understand the importance of the organization that they are building and the need to stand against imperialism and colonialism were there supporting them. I wish you could have been there with me. I wish you could have seen it. Because if you had seen what I saw today and saw the power of people coming together to stand up to the FBI and stand up to the lying media and demand justice and say, you won't take one of our comrades away. It was a beautiful moment I will take with me for the rest of my life. And if you saw that, you would understand why we must build a movement. We must build organizations.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
And when Donald Trump met with Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, and moved toward unity on the Korean Peninsula, bringing together the Korean people, that was a great step forward.
We've had already 3 wars going on as we speak. Every morning, someone is dying in parts of the world right now in these 3 wars. The Hamas and Israel, as we know, Ukraine and Russia situation, it's costing over $6 billion in money. Your tax dollars.
What do you think of when you see that banner?
Which we did
Like
not
Lincoln?
have
Yeah.
when Trump
Donald
was
Trump?
in office.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he could be a peace president?
I'm not sure.
We don't need that.
I don't think that Trump would bring peace in the world at all. I think he would bring total chaos. But it's interesting to know this.
Are you worried about World War III?
Yes and no. Yes, because, well, us, Russia, and would basically destroy most of the world.
Right now, we don't even have federal FEMA money to support in our country, Florida, North Carolina. And people are hungry there. And your private donations, not the government, is being used right now.
We are talking today about making America great through peace. Take a look at this banner. What kind of emotion does it instill in you? At war with North Korea.
It's about negotiations. What do you think?
It seems pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we make friends, right? I mean, yeah.
We are out here to say we want Donald Trump to be a peace candidate. We want him to be a peace president. If he wins this election, it will be because the American people are tired of the wars. Too much money is spent on war. Too much money is spent on destruction. But peace can make a prosperous world for all.
I suppose he won the election again.
Yeah. What do you think of the banner? Yeah.
Right. Trump can do a lot of things.
Yeah. Is this what you thought you'd see out in front of the library today?
No.
Surprising, huh?
This is serious. You don't know. We'll be World War III again. This is we have to stop North Korea. Kim Jong. We need conversations, peaceful unity of North and South Korea. It has to take place now.
There is enough bloodshed. No child has to be murdered over these things. No family should be killed over these things.
Korea has been divided for too long. We want unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity.
Please take notice. Every day, this morning, tonight, someone is dying over in Israel and Palestine. Someone is starving in Ukraine and right now Russia. This is not fake news.
Because this was the best moment of Trump's presidency. And if he is reelected again, it'll be because the American people want him to be a peace candidate. They want him to make peace, not just in Korea, peace with Russia and Ukraine, peace with the Palestinians and the Israelis. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Too much money is spent on war, but peace can make lots of money. Imagine if we were trading and doing business with all the countries that we have been antagonizing around the world. Imagine if we were trading with Russia, trading with China, trading with North Korea, trading with Iran. If the world could be brought together through trade and diplomacy and business, let's make some deals. Peace can make America great again.
Peace make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
What about China? Do you think we should work with them? You know, they got those really fast, high-speed trains that go 200 miles an hour. Wouldn't it be great?
And that means what? What exactly are they doing with their people?
Well, shouldn't we have those over here?
And the world has to know that America, if you're on our side, we have your back.
That's right.
Whatever cost. And we are strong. We never lost a war. We never will lose if we stand on God's side.
Peace in Korea.
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 two flags flying over the bridge we were to cross. One was the bloody British rag of imperialism, casting its shadow over poverty, starvation, vicious exploitation in Hong Kong. The other was the flaming red flag of revolution and socialism, telling us all, the people of the world, the time has come to come along. This ain't just any old border that we are standing on. It stands between two systems, one died, one young and strong. And then we crossed that bridge into China, saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Went to a steel mill, saw people working hard, but there were no bosses. The workers ran the job. They worked 10 hours, 6 days a week, on great machines built by their own hand. They labored not for some rich man's profits, but to meet the needs of people of the land. And they are building with such a spirit of revolution and socialism, for they are masters of their own future. The working class is in command. Talked with an older worker. He said many worries are gone. If one is sick or injured, they are provided for. We have no fear of rising prices, no unemployment will you find. There's always more to be done to build China, not just for us but to free mankind. Long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule. Long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule. We arrived in Shanghai, where before it was free. Dope and prostitution and starving people filled the streets. And now these people stand up united, providing for the needs of all. Decent housing, healthcare, education, they decide now they are the law. And man, I felt so damn proud of China, of revolution and socialism. Just look at what our class has accomplished. Just look at what the struggle has won. We talked with men and women, now working side by side, about our many struggles for freedom so long denied. They said, comrades, China is with you. This is your country as well as ours. The struggles of the people united will be triumphant. We have the power. Long live the great unity, of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. No, I missed my family, wish they were there with me. I knew they're back home struggling to change society. And I admit I hated to leave China. You know that freedom kinda grows on you. But now I feel such deep determination to do the job we all have to do. Remember people, our day is coming. Make revolution, build socialism, to do away with class exploitation, to end oppression once and for all. And I have learned a lesson that I will always heed. The fight to end oppression, the working class must lead. But we will build us up a great movement to sweep away the system we're in. And nothing gonna stop us from doing it. We will fight and we will win. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule.
Let me explain to you what's going on. All right, people are looking at the world. They're seeing fighting going on in Nicaragua. They're seeing a big war going on in Syria. They're seeing a whole situation going on in Yemen, bombing, civilians being killed. Chaos is taking place. They see the USA getting more and more hostile to both Russia and China. What's going on here? Well, I'm going to explain it with a phrase that I think pretty much sums it up. They want to keep the world poor. That's really what's going on here. They want to keep the world poor. Now, I know that might be a little bit confusing at first. People are like, what do you mean that they want to keep the world poor? Who is they? What are you talking about? Okay, let's back up, all right? Let's go case by case. Syria. Until 2011, Syria was one of the more prosperous countries in the Middle East. In 1981, about 42% of the population was illiterate. But according to the U.S. Library of Congress, by 1991, 10 years later, the Ba'ath Arab Socialist government had wiped out illiteracy in Syria. The Ba'ath Arab Socialist government of Syria, they built a huge hydroelectric power plant with the help of the Soviet Union. You know, they built this huge power plant and provided electricity and running water to the population. They engaged in huge amounts of construction. And in fact, in 2007, China started investing in Syria, and they started investing in oil and natural gas, and building up a huge natural gas apparatus with the assistance from China. Just big efforts were made to raise the standard of living of the population, build up domestic industries, and kind of, build an economy in this impoverished Arab country. But now, everyone knows Syria is a mess, right? Refugees fleeing, huge swaths of territory in the country controlled by terrorists, mass, poverty and suffering, key infrastructure has been blown up, power plants destroyed, hospitals destroyed, schools destroyed. People are fearing for their lives, right? Syria was in the process of trying to make itself a more wealthy country with an independent government. Now, it's a mess. Nicaragua, Mike. Until 3 months ago, Nicaragua was the most prosperous country in Central America. They were having growth rates there that were just unprecedented, right? 5% GDP growth annually. They had the Sandinista government with the slogan of Christianity, socialism, and solidarity had reduced poverty by roughly 30%. They were seeing increases in the life expectancy. Even the World Happiness Index, that's a study done by the United Nations to determine what countries where people are being more satisfied with their lives, showed that in 2016,
the greatest increase in happiness was in Nicaragua, where the socialist government, working with China and Russia, was building up infrastructure, enabling people to start their own businesses. They had a special program enabling craftsmen and indigenous people to open their own businesses. Nicaragua was doing very, very prosperously. It had an independent government, and unlike Guatemala, unlike Honduras and other countries throughout Central America, it was doing very, very well. And so now, all of a sudden, riots, Western media calling them revolutionaries, people running through the streets, tearing things up, blowing things up, killing people. Now, lo and behold, after 3 months of rioting, in which Western media was cheering for the rioters, in which American NGOs were funding what they called protests that involved, murdering police and all kinds of violence, right? So now, after 3 months of that, Nicaragua is wrecked, right? And their economy is ruined, and the socialist government of the Ortega, Rosario Murillo, they're trying to pick up the pieces and get things back to where they were. But they were the most prosperous country in Central America until about 3 months ago. Right? Look at this. This is a pattern here. Right? Yemen. A government comes to power, in the aftermath of kind of an ongoing uprising there. You have a new government, the Revolutionary Committee, comes to power on a platform that they want to utilize Yemen's oil reserves, its untapped oil deposits, start using that to develop the economy. That's what the Houthis are about. That's what the people in coalition with them, the Southern Movement, different forces, that's basically what the Revolutionary Committee that seized power in Yemen is saying. They're saying, look, we want to use our economy and we want to use our natural resources to make a more prosperous country in Yemen. In fact, on the logo of the Houthis, or the Ansar Allah group, they actually have a shaft of wheat. And I was explicitly told by people who are Yemeni that shaft of wheat on their logo, along, parallel to the firearm and the hand representing God, it stands for economic development. That's what they're about. They're about economic development. Yemen is a deeply, deeply poor country, probably one of the poorest countries, if not the poorest country in the world, but they've got huge amounts of oil. And so the people of Yemen have been saying, why don't we use that oil? Why don't we just start selling it? Why don't we build up a prosperous country in Yemen? So that government seized control, and so now Saudi Arabia has been bombing and destroying Yemen with U.S.-manufactured weapons, U.S.-manufactured bombs, Pentagon generals advising them in Riyadh, blowing the country to shreds, basically. Why? Because they want to keep the world poor, okay? If a country develops itself, starts, selling its own oil on the international markets, starts producing its own steel and selling that on the international markets, they're a competitor, right? Let's go over the history of the 20th century real quickly, right? Beginning of the 20th century, Russia was one of the poorest countries in the Western world, in Europe, barely any manufacturing going on there. Come along, 5-year plans, 1928, the Soviet Union, Stalin mobilizes the population. Pretty soon, they're producing more steel at that point than any other country in the world. They've got the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Dnepr Dam. The population is being mobilized, and they're just building like crazy. And the rest of the world is having a Great Depression in the 1930s. The rest of the world's having a Great Depression, but Russia goes from being a deeply impoverished country to being a global industrial superpower. China, right? 1949, China's the sick man of Asia. Deeply impoverished country, not a single steel mill. Well, they have a revolution, 1949. The Communist Party gets in there, they start building. Today, China produces half the steel in the entire world in their government-controlled steel industry. China has the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the entire world. At this point, China's producing the majority of the world's aluminum and the majority of the world's copper. The people in China, 700 million of them, have been lifted out of poverty. Right? So you have two, countries that used to be impoverished countries that became wealthy countries. This is what you have to understand. When the British went to India, and they colonized India, they didn't go there and look at those vast textile mills and looms that they had and say, wow, this is great. We're going to put you to work making some cloth for us. No, they burned down the looms and the textile mills of India and forced the people of India to start importing their cloth from Britain, right? Imperialism and monopolism and the rule of Wall Street is about keeping the world poor. It's about keeping the world in a situation where it is deeply poor. And when you're poor, you're dependent. When you're poor, you're not creating your own products, you have to import your products. When you're poor, you have to depend on Western corporations. When you're poor, they get to have a monopoly, a captive market, and they can charge you whatever price they want, and you're dependent on them, right? And that's what it's really about. It's about keeping Western corporations, Wall Street and London corporations, at the center of the world economy, so that everyone who wants to do business has to do it through them, through no transactions going on in which they don't make a profit. That's what it's all about, right? Imperialism is basically forces based in the Western countries trying to keep the world poor so that they can stay at the center of the world economy. That's what it's really about. And whenever a country establishes an independent government, seizes control of its economy, whether it's Venezuela where they seized control of the oil, whether it's China where they seized control of the domestic manufacturing and began building, Nicaragua, they were working with China to build a canal to counter the Panama Canal. You can go down the line. Any country that seizes control of its economy and starts developing and building itself up gets attacked, gets bombed, destroyed, and attacked, right? The USA has no problem with Honduras. Honduras is a deeply impoverished country, one of the highest murder rates in the entire world. Very, very poor. But the US government and the Honduran government get along just fine because the people of Honduras are being kept in chronic poverty. They're not building themselves up, they're not developing, they're not a competitor, they're a captive market. And you go there and Honduras imports all kinds of American goods, buys from American corporations. Honduran corporations barely compete, barely exist almost. The domestic economy almost doesn't exist. It's just a captive market for Wall Street. Go to, Guatemala, similar story, right? But Nicaragua had established independence and was working with Russia and China to try and build itself up like Russia and China did during the 20th century. So now Nicaragua is being targeted. Syria had tried to build itself up, and so it was targeted. And now, hundreds of thousands of people are dead. The country's reduced to civil war because they want to topple a government that was trying to develop and make the country wealthier. This is what it's all about. It's about making the world poor so that Wall Street and London can stay rich, can maintain a monopoly. And right now, the same thing that they did to these developing countries, keeping them in a state of chronic poverty, keeping it so they can't develop infrastructure, they're starting to do to countries in the Western world. We're seeing the deindustrialization of the United States. It's just disgusting. That's what's really going on here. Global monopoly capitalism. The rule of Wall Street and London bankers depends on keeping the world chronically poor. Hello friends, this is Caleb. I'm just here in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. And this is a message going out to all my friends on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and whatnot. Happy New Year, first of all. Now, I've been looking back over the events of 2016. It was quite an eventful year. Now, one event that certainly stands out in my mind is an interaction that I had with the man who was elected President of the United States, Donald Trump. Now, on March 21st, Donald Trump came to Washington, D.C., and he gave a press conference at the old post office, which is becoming a Trump hotel. At that press conference, I spoke to Donald Trump and I asked him, Donald Trump, you've said that you favor better relations with Russia. Is this a difficult position to take with the media in an anti-Russian overdrive? So I asked Trump that question, and this is how he responded. Are open to a better relationship with Russia as president?
Sure, I want a better relationship with everybody. A better with Russia, yeah. But I want a better relationship with everybody. Go ahead. No, I don't think so. I think the media understands. Look, if we can get along, Putin says very nice things about me. I think that's very nice. It has no effect on me other than I think it's very nice. If we get along with Russia, that's very good. If Russia wants to spend millions of dollars a day dropping bombs on ISIS, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Some people don't like it. They say, no, that's our job. It's not our job. It's let Russia, if they want to do that, I'm all for it. I want to get along with all countries.
I was recently re-watching that clip, and one thing I noticed is that just before Donald Trump called on me and spoke to me, he said something that's rather interesting. This is what happened just before Donald Trump called on me.
Okay, one more question, one more. Who's got a good question? Who's got a good question? Who's my favorite reporter? Go ahead.
Someone could watch that clip and say, well, this is just a passing remark. He's just kind of talking as he's looking to call on anybody. He doesn't mean it. But I personally would like to give the President of the United States a little bit more credit than that. Is it possible that I'm actually Donald Trump's favorite reporter? Is it something about my reporting, my articles, my journalism that he really likes? I'd be curious to know. So if there's anyone here on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, who knows Donald Trump personally, perhaps they could ask him the question, why is it that I am Donald Trump's favorite reporter? Did he mean what he said? I'm very curious. So Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you're all well, and be sure to follow me on social media, and be sure to tune in to RT.
Hey everyone, it's Noah, and I guess this is my appeal to you to join CPI today on Black Friday, or whenever you end up seeing this. I wanted to talk a little bit about why I joined CPI, and what it's done for me. So I guess we can roll back the clock to when I joined. So at the point when I began to consider joining CPI, I had been watching online from a distance for some time. And at that point in my life, I'll be honest, I was quite miserable. I had just dropped out of school because I could no longer afford to go. I had to move back in with my parents. I was sleeping on a couch. I was, working a job that I hated, that afforded me no freedom. And I was about, I'm 5'7", I was 300 pounds. I was quite overweight. And, I was interested in changing the world. I had been interested in politics since I was very young. But it didn't really seem like something that I felt I was capable of doing. And what changed that for me was two things. On the one hand, around that time, I read Huey P. Newton's autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. And in the beginning, there's a manifesto where he talks about misery and despair. At the time, he's talking about black young people, young men in particular, who have a high propensity to kill themselves. And he talks about how rather than giving in to despair, which would be what he called a reactionary suicide, you should, instead of throwing your life in the garbage, what would be better to do is to give the whole of your life to the struggle for justice, and to, not to wish death upon yourself or upon anyone, but, to accept the consequences of the kind of work that you do. And this resonated a lot with me because, as a young person, I struggled a lot with mental illness when I was younger. And I was in a really rough place in my life. And I saw, and I was at that point, I decided I was going to start getting my life together. And around this time, this was when CPI disillusioned for the first time, when it disbanded. And I saw that this was a group of people who, who I had been following for some time, on the internet. And I decided that for once I was going to get my life together. I was going to be a better person, and that part of being a better person, part of being true to myself and being honest with myself, with the reality, with coming to terms with the reality, as I understood it through the study, through which I had only really, looked at from afar through books and etc., was to get involved with a real group that was doing things. And so when CPI came back together around December or November of that year, I joined. I decided I was going to do everything in my power to become a better person, and that part of being a better person for me was making a commitment to change the world, of staying with this organization and doing everything I could to make sure that CPI accomplishes its goals. And in doing so, I accomplished a lot of goals myself. I lost 100 pounds since I joined CPI. I work a job that allows me, gives me the ability, the time and the energy to do the activist work that is very important to me. And CPI has done so much for me. It's empowered me to speak and to be creative. And, you know, I have comrades and people who I talked with regularly. You know, as somebody who was very, very lonely up until that point, you know, I've made so many friends, and, you know, so I have the ability to go to meetings, and it's given me the ability to travel all around the world, to go to Russia, to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin, to do all these amazing things, to speak and to write. And, you know, maybe that's not something that everybody would want to do, all those things in particular, but, you know, there is an aspect of CPI that I think everybody can get behind, because I think that everybody wants to, you know, to live their life better. And I think part of picking your life up is making a dedication to make the world better. Because there's a lot of self-help in the world, a lot of you know, gurus, etc. And their idea of making your own life better is to sort of selfishly do everything in your power to get to the top of our society that is quite sick. And while I think that can be somewhat helpful, for a lot of people, I think it rings hollow. And I think that there are a lot of people in our society, many of whom are probably watching this stream, who understand that we live in a sick society, who understand that the world could be so much better, and know that they could make a contribution, but I guess aren't willing to take that next step. And I guess my plea to you is to make that next step, because it is so worth it. It is so worth it to come to our weekly meetings and talk with like-minded people. And CPI will empower you to you know, unleash your potential as a person and to be creative. And you know, the process of changing the world is so fulfilling and so worth it. So yeah, anyway, I hope you guys have a good Black Friday. I hope you have a good holiday.
If you look at the Chinese flag, you will see that there is a big yellow star, and then there are 4 smaller stars surrounding it. Well, those 4 smaller stars represent the block of 4 classes. And what happened in the Chinese Revolution is that China had been kept poor by the domination of British and American corporations and the domination of big bankers and corporations from other countries. So the Communist Party, represented by the big star, built a block of 4 classes. That was the workers, the peasants, the urban capitalists, and the national capitalists, the national bourgeoisie. They built a block of 4 classes to defeat the imperialists. And they were quite successful, right? If you look at what China is today, it's the 2nd largest economy in the world, 800 million people lifted out of poverty by building an anti-monopoly coalition, uniting different people from across Chinese society to defeat the rule of the big bankers and foreign corporations that were keeping China poor. Well, I think we need the same thing right here in America. I think we need an anti-monopoly coalition. In fact, that's what William Z. Foster, the great leader of the working class here in the United States, advocated in the final years of his life. An anti-monopoly coalition to oppose the emerging police state and fascism, to oppose the drive toward war, empower American people against the big monopolies that are leading our country in a bad direction. And that's what I'm dedicated to building. I want to build an anti-monopoly coalition to defeat the power of the imperialist bankers and the big monopolies that are marching us toward a new world war and a low-wage police state. And that's what we aim to create, an anti-monopoly coalition to fight for the working class, to fight for small business owners against the power of the ultra-monopolies and their drive to impoverish the world so they can stay at the top.
My first day at McDonald's, I'm looking for a job. Open it up, keep it tight, we got the salt on it.
Hey folks, I just want to let you know I am calling the election right now for Donald Trump. The reason that I'm calling it for Donald Trump is it's pretty obvious. Kamala Harris is plastic. She's been doing some more interviews, finally, but she doesn't come across very human in those interviews.
I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We we take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans.
She just continues to give off the completely manufactured vibe that is a pretty fair assessment of who she is. Meanwhile, I am blown away by how human Donald Trump has made himself. As he went across the podcast circuit, did a lot of different interviews and chats with different people. Donald Trump comes across as a person who has moral standing, who is doing his best for the country. And I think that Donald Trump is going to win. You look at the economy, you look at the fact that Donald Trump looks human, where Kamala Harris looks completely plastic. I'm calling it for Trump. I think Trump is going to win. Hey folks, this is Caleb Boppin, and I'm here to tell you, do not donate to one of these internet people claiming to be raising money for Ukraine right now. Why? Because you don't know where that money is going. There's a very good chance you're not actually going to help the people of Ukraine, the refugees, the people that are losing their homes right now. You're actually just going to line the pockets of some pro-NATO Ukrainian oligarchs who are making out like bandits right now. Or worse, you could be helping to buy guns and weapons for neo-Nazis like the Azov Battalion. If you really want to help the people of Ukraine, what you need to do is stand up to this anti-Russian hysteria. Russia does not want to be intervening in Ukraine right now. They are doing it because of 8 years of shelling, because NATO has threatened to expand into Ukraine, and the leaders of Ukraine know that, and they are needlessly throwing the lives of the people away. If you want to help the people of Ukraine, say Russia is not our enemy, demand that there be a peace treaty signed, demand that the United States stop pouring weapons into Ukraine, support the peace process. If you want to help the people of Ukraine, you don't help them by pouring money into some shady source on the internet. Do not donate to shady internet sources that are claiming to be raising money for Ukraine right now. You might regret it when all the dust clears and we find out where this money ended up going.
Another thing that's present in this book that I think is very worth talking about is the counter gangs and the bread tube stuff. Like, you've been through that. Obviously, the bread tube serves imperialism, but I'm sure you went into much more detail in this book. Where did you take that?
Well,
this book?
I didn't want to spend too much time on the bread tube stuff because I wrote a whole book about it. I mean, I mentioned it in passing because it's important, but the main thing to talk about is that over the course of the 1970s, after the U.S. was defeated in Vietnam, the way the United States was able to kind of turn things around and ultimately win the Cold War was by kind of reinventing their strategy. When the Cold War started out, it was capitalism versus communism. The great democratic Christian, capitalist West versus the evil Marxist-Leninist communists. And things happened like the Vietnam War, like the Korean War, like McCarthyism, and the USA was isolating itself, and communists around the world were the champions of national liberation struggles, etc. And so communists actually were quite successful. But in the 1970s, Zbigniew Brzezinski and Henry Kissinger were kind of given the task of developing a new strategy, and part of that strategy was muddying the waters, playing the Soviet Union against China, manipulating socialists against each other. We saw the rise of Euro-communism in Western Europe, where the various communist parties were kind of bribed and nudged into terminating their relationship with the Soviet Union. And there was an effort to manipulate left-wing politics that was very successful. And by the time the Soviet Union ultimately fell, the global communist movement was in such confusion and chaos that, you had situations like the Kampuchea War of 1978, where communists were killing communists. I think there was a Vietnam vet who said, it was crazy. They sent me to Vietnam telling me my job was to fight communists. But now in Vietnam, we have the United States backing the Cambodian communists to kill the Vietnamese communists, who are then being invaded by the Chinese communists, all on the grounds that they're being backed by the Soviet communists. And it was about that manipulation and confusion of left-wing politics. That's how the USA was ultimately able to bring down the Soviet Union, disorienting the left-wing movements. And that term counter-gang, let me just tell you real quick where that comes from. Mm-hmm. That comes from Kenya. And that was, the Land and Freedom Army, the Mau Mau. They had a huge uprising against the British in the 1950s that was defeated. The way it was defeated was British intelligence and military strategist Frank Kitson developed what he called counter gangs, which were groups of people who acted like Mau Mau liberation fighters, but were actually working or being covertly supported by the British. They would commit atrocities that were blamed on the Mau Mau. They would sometimes claim the Mau Mau were selling out and they were the real anti-colonial heroes. And by sending these groups of people that looked like anti-colonial revolutionaries out to muddy the waters and confuse things, they were able to diffuse the struggle. And ultimately, we know what happened, and the Kenyan Liberation Army and liberation movement was defeated. The British colonialists were successful.
I brought that up after the crisis of overproduction, because ultimately that, I think, is... It's so important to understand why we're not talking about things like the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, the crisis of overproduction, et cetera. But there's an interesting aspect to it in that you also touch on in chapter 2, which is about fascist ideology and how there really isn't a fascist ideology or aesthetic. And the counter gangs and all those revolutionaries are just constantly focusing on the idea that there is a fascist ideology or aesthetic, and that seems to primarily be what they're talking about. And obviously you can kind of warp that to be whatever you want it to be. It's ideology, it's aesthetic. You can say anyone's a fascist if you really want to, and they do. How ultimately can we get back to talking about these important aspects of, like, the fundamental contradictions of capitalism that permeate themselves up to now the, sort of extra super imperial stage that we're in today?
Well, in the book, I point out that fascism is economic in its nature. Yeah. And that R. Palm Dutt, who I think is probably the most important writer.
Gang. Yeah, I'm 100% there with you on Dutt.
Yeah, R. Palm Dutt in his book Fascism and Social Revolution, which was written at the height of 1930s fascism, 1934, he made clear that this is an economic system. This is an attempt to save capitalism. And the ideology and the aesthetic, all that's made up as they go along. Fascism is what they do. It's not what they say.
And that what it is that when capitalism enters a long-term economic crisis, the capitalists have to figure out a way to save their system. And the only way they can save their system is with mass destruction, driving down living standards, reducing consumption. And what the Nazis did is they created a layer of the population that were slave laborers in concentration camps. They restarted military spending. They crushed the labor movement and were able to kind of rejuvenate the economy of Nazi Germany for a few years. And it was a mechanism to try and stabilize capitalism. And ultimately, it wasn't a long-term solution, and it led to the Second World War.
I mean, the again, just returning to like the very root of the problem, the beginning of the book, that is not possible to change. It's just something that, you know, you get to a point where, you know, production is way past consumption, and you're going to have to figure out a way to maintain the class.
China has figured out how to have socialism and sneakers, right? Interesting conversation. When I was in Russia, I was talking with a young woman who had lived through the fall of the Soviet Union. She was telling me it was horrendous. The fall of the Soviet Union was an economic disaster for Russia, but that in the 1996 elections, she did not vote for the Communist Party. And why did she not vote for the Communist Party? She said, because even though everything was so awful at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, even though people were dying in mass, she was excited about the fact that she was actually able to go buy some fancy new sneakers. In the time of the Soviet Union, you couldn't buy fancy consumer goods, fancy new sneakers. And so she couldn't bring herself to vote for the Communist Party because she was excited about having new sneakers. And that was basically how global capitalism framed the debate. You can have socialism or sneakers, right? Yes, you can have socialism, you can have guaranteed jobs, guaranteed health care, but you can't have consumer goods. You're going to have a level of poverty, you're going to have a level of stability, but you're going to have a level of poverty. But China has figured out how to have both socialism and sneakers, right? In China, you can have billionaires, but you can also have the state controlling the economy and taking care of people, right? Now, we don't have a situation where people have to pick between socialism and sneakers. China has got socialism and sneakers. They have got socialism that is based on Deng Xiaoping's very, very famous statement, poverty is not socialism, but to be rich is glorious, right? That you can have the state controlling the economy, but you can also have people working very, very hard, becoming wealthy, and living a decent life. There's not a trap. Socialism is no longer a trap. It's no longer poverty for the benefit of all society. It's no longer trading wealth for stability. Oh no, now China has figured out, with their 5-year plans and their state-controlled mega corporations and their 90 million members of the Chinese Communist Party, how they can control and regulate the economy with the means of production being operated according to a rational plan, but at the same time, people can still live out their dreams, invest, start new companies, start tech giants, become wealthy, but do it in a way that serves society overall. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, 21st century socialism, has kind of solved some of the problems that led to the fall of the Soviet Union. They have brilliantly figured out what is it that attracts people to Western capitalism, and then they have used that to strengthen the state-controlled economy of China. Right? They've basically stolen the thunder of Western capitalism. The Western capitalist argument was, sure, we have poor people, we have economic insecurity, but every so often you get somebody who has a new idea and they go out and they start a company and they live out their dream and they're full of hope and optimism. Well, now you can have that in socialism. You can have Jack Ma's in socialism. You can have tech millionaires in socialism. You can have socialism in which there is a planned economy, but there is also innovation and creativity. You can have state-controlled capitalism. You can have capitalism with people starting new businesses and all that, but overall, the state, the socialist government, has the power. You know, it's funny, you get a lot of people that will like Venezuela, but they'll say they don't like China. Well, in China today, the state apparatus in China is much bigger than the state apparatus in Venezuela. In Venezuela, the government controls the oil and it dispenses the oil money, it subsidizes a lot of private businesses. But in China, the state controls the steel industry, the biggest steel industry in the world. The state controls the banking sector, a huge banking sector. The state controls healthcare. The state controls a lot of things in China, a lot more things than it controls in Venezuela. If you equate socialism with state ownership, China is more socialist than Venezuela. However, That's not the definition of socialism. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. Socialism is when the state plans the economy, when the economy is not under the control of private capitalists who are just trying to make a huge amount of profits, when the economy is organized by society to serve the people, not to serve the profits of a small ruling elite. That is the definition of socialism. Capitalism is profits in command. It is the rule of the dollar. It is when big corporations and banks run the economy and the people are left behind and no one cares because the rich are just trying to get richer and they have no loyalty to society. But when the state controls the means of production, when society has taken control of the economy and the economy is forced to work for the benefit of all the people, that is what socialism is. And China, despite its flaws, and yes, there are huge flaws there are huge problems with corruption. I'm not an apologist. I'm not going to sit there and tell you their system is great, and no one there, even the most fervent supporter of the government, is going to tell you that it is. They know that they have big problems they have to tackle. But overall, socialism with Chinese characteristics, that model, where they use the strengths of capitalism to build socialism, has been highly, highly successful. And if we could take control of the economy in the United States, if we had a government of action that would control the economy and force it to work in the interests of ordinary people, we could make the United States better than it's ever been. If we had an operating modus with the rest of the world, a modus operandi of win-win cooperation, not twisting people's arms and demanding they buy our products, but instead, win-win cooperation, developing impoverished countries, helping them build infrastructure, helping them build up their economy while we build up our economy, controlling the economy. If we had that, we could have a very, very, very wealthy country in the United States, and we could be helping the rest of the world to get wealthy at the same time. There would be no contradiction, right?
That's right. That's right. We love this little warrior here.
All right, on the move. Long live revolution. That's what we all better be about here. The times are serious, and we better be serious. We're being killed in the streets, killed by diseases, killed in these hospitals, killed in these prisons. Things are serious. And we better be serious about putting an end to it. We better be. I want to bring my whole Move family up here. I want everybody to come on up. Everybody that performed and didn't perform. Everybody, come on up. Come on, y'all. Don't be shy. Ain't no time to be shy. Come on, y'all. On the move. This is the family, the warriors, the disciples of the legendary John Africa. A force that they tried to stop in the early 70s, tried to kill off in August of 1978, tried to kill off again in May of 1985. But as you see, we are still here, still strong, and still fighting to bring this rotten ass system down. That's the work that we're committed to. Now, we're committed to this work, and we ain't going to stop. We ain't going to stop even when we bring our family home, which we intend to do, because that doesn't end our work. Our work is not done until this system is felled and put in the dirt of correction. That's the only time our work will be done. And we're committed to it. We all know who we were and what we were before John Africa, before encountering Move's belief and getting strong, getting cleaned up, And that's why we're still committed, no matter what this system have come at us with. They can't stop John Africa's Move organization because they can't stop life. And that's our belief. They ain't got enough cops. They ain't got enough guns. They ain't got enough jails. They ain't got enough bombs, judges, politicians. They ain't got enough to stop John Africa's Move organization. No matter what they come at us with, we come back at them that much harder. And we're committed to it because they're the ones that got everything to lose. We have nothing to lose. That's right. Nothing to lose. And we know that, and that gives us the advantage. That gives us the advantage, and we know it, and we use it. Ready?
1, 2, 3.
In law we trust.
All faces the word of light. The power to fight. Long live move. Long live John.
Long live Alright. Thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank John.
So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger. I see people, I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block. And it makes you wonder, is the media, the mainstream media, really telling you the truth about how unpopular Donald Trump actually is?
This administration is evil, and we need to bring America back to and make America godly again, make America great again.
Hey, only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This was a great, great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. And we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America great again. Yeah, you think Trump could be a peace president?
I think he can, as long as he surrounds himself with people who have peace in mind. My concern, I'm a voter, I'm concerned about everything. He's surrounding himself with a lot of people from big tech, and big tech has pretty much been now part of the military-industrial complex, so that's slightly concerning, but I think if Trump surrounds himself with good people, I think so.
I appreciate Trump and all his efforts.
You like the banner, huh?
I do.
Yeah, are you worried about war, the danger of war?
I am, and I know I'm confident that Trump can put an end to it.
They're marching us toward World War III, and they're taking our freedoms away. While they do it, we have got to stand up. Kamala Harris represents the most vile factions of the deep state, the regime change apparatus. Yeah, what do you think about how Kamala Harris, I mean, it seems like she's locking up her political opponents, trying to put people in jail, trying to put Trump in jail so she can win the election?
They'll do anything to stay in power.
You're a Kennedy fan, I can see, huh?
I am, yes.
Yeah, he's bold, sticking up about the vaccines and all of that. Telling
He is, but I think it's important. When you have a lot of mainstream publications who refuse to report on a lot of the stories that people have, I think it only adds more validity to what Kennedy's been saying about big pharma, big ag.
This is a man of peace. This is a man that can do it. This is a man that can make things happen. Everybody say war, war, war. This man is for peace, he's for unity, he's for the black, he's for the white, he's for everybody. This is a man alive. Don't worry about what the fake media say. 100% the right man for the job.
We want peace between all different races and nationalities in the world. This is how they are. I'm here advocating peace
and he's calling me a Nazi. Didn't the Nazis start a big war? Didn't the Nazis take people's freedom away? This is how they are. This is exactly how they are. You're a Nazi if you want peace. This is how sick they are. You're standing here saying you want peace, and he's calling us Nazis for wanting peace. I'm standing here for peace, and they call you a Nazi. This is how sick the woke left is. It's Nazism to want peace. I'm a patriot. I love my country, and loving your country means you don't want a war. I am a patriot. I love America, and I don't want World War III. Only peace can make America great again. Trump wants to negotiate. He wants to trade with countries around the world rather than bombing them. He wants to end these insane sanctions that are weakening the dollar around the world. And he wants to open up trade and friendship. Peace starts with trade and doing business.
Obama couldn't do it. Bush couldn't do it. He did it. For that reason, I'm giving my vote for him. I'm from New York City here. I'm voting for him.
About yourself, you and I go back to Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, we go back to Occupy Wall Street. I started off with the Jersey City Peace Movement. We're all about saying no to wars. And that's why I've come out to stand here with this sign, because World War III is a bad thing to get ourselves involved with. And seeing who Kamala Harris these days is surrounding herself with, the likes of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and these neocon warmongers that just won't leave us alone.
What do you think? What do you think?
Excellent. Excellent.
That was a great moment when he met with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he has the respect of people around the world, unlike Kamala.
Absolutely.
No one has any respect for her.
I say America first, not Ukraine first. I say America first, not Israel first. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This is the... No problem. How are people liking it? Good? He's a deal maker, and this should just be the beginning. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Putin. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Xi Jinping. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with the Iranians and with the Cubans all around the world. Only peace can make America great again. And it's time that we do business. There's a whole new economy in the world. If you look at the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, all these countries are rising up from poverty and building new railways and all that. We should trade with them. We should get some of that money for America. America shouldn't be trying to lock the world out. Our dollar is losing value because of this silly policy.
When Jesus was healing people on the Sabbath, the local Jewish leaders confronted Jesus about it. And they said, how dare you heal people on the Sabbath? One of the most important rules of Judaism is to observe the Sabbath and never work on the Sabbath. So healing people on the Sabbath is unacceptable. And Jesus told the Hebrew scholars, he said, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. In addition to that, at one point, Jesus was confronted by the local Jewish leaders, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important. He said, the most important commandments are to love your God with all your heart and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the essence of what the prophets of Judaism were saying. And it seems like the solid difference between the movement that was started by Jesus and the traditional religion of Judaism that existed in his day was that one was concerned about details. One was concerned about, observing the Sabbath, circumcision, which of the letters of the law you followed, the law of Leviticus, the law of the Old Testament. Whereas the message of Jesus was to love one's neighbor as oneself and to honor and obey God, and that he was focused on the primary message, the essence of the teaching in the Hebrew prophets, while the Pharisees and the others of his time, they were focused on the details, and they had forgotten the actual principles. They did not love their neighbors as themselves. They were not honoring God, and instead they were focused on the details, but they had lost the essence. Well, that's the Marxist movement of today. For me,
being a Marxist or a socialist or a communist, for me, it always meant opposing the global system of imperialism, where big banks and corporations dominate the world and make themselves rich by keeping the world poor. In addition to that, Marxism, to me, always meant that we should have a rationally organized economy so that human growth and creativity could be unleashed to even higher levels, and we could reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world of vast abundance, the higher stage of communism. Now, I still believe in those things, but I no longer call myself a communist because communists overwhelmingly do not believe in these things. They have lost the essence of Marxism. They stand with the US government against Russia and China. They don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in a planned economy. But they claim that because they quote Marx, because they march around with red flags or whatever, that they are the real communists. And we, who are doing what is in the revolutionary essence of Marxism, opposing imperialism.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina.
They claim that we are not the real communists. Well, after a while, the followers of Jesus Christ eventually decided to stop fighting to say that they were the true Jews and to just call themselves a new movement. They called themselves Christians. In order to preserve what the Hebrew prophets had stood for, they had to break with this legalistic, phony movement that spoke in their name. And that's where we're at, right? In order to oppose imperialism and build the movement that is desperately needed to oppose imperialism here in the United States, and in order to unleash human creative power and raise living standards so we can reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, we have to stop associating with communists. Because communists no longer believe in that, and if you do believe in that, they will persecute you. The so-called communists of this world that are propped up by the old order, just like the Jewish leaders that persecuted Jesus were propped up by the Roman Empire, they will persecute you, right? There's a reason that the Communist Party USA has been set up, and that's to persecute people who believe in the genuine revolutionary essence of communism. There is a reason that certain people have come to dominate social media, and that is to persecute people who believe in the revolutionary essence of communism. So in order to build the movement that this country needs, to really oppose imperialism and to really unleash human growth and creativity, we must break with communism. Because what we believe, which is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, they no longer believe, and they control and dominate the aesthetics of Marxism. They control all the communist spaces. They control and fight to own the communist aesthetic. We have no interest in owning spaces or aesthetics. We want to build a movement to do what needs to be done. So we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists, and we're holding on to the revolutionary essence of Marxism.
So, as Len said, I'm a member of the Center for Political Innovation, and I had the honor of being sent by CPI to observe the trial in Florida of the Uhuru 3. And those of us who attended and listened to the testimony, we learned four things. Now, every single witness was either an FBI agent or a paid government expert. But by listening to their own testimony, we learned that black people in America are living under genocidal conditions, that the United States government isn't going to do anything to reverse those conditions, that the government is against black people doing anything on their own to reverse those conditions, and that the government of the United States is really, really, really against an appeal to the world to do anything about those conditions. Now, if you put those four things all together, what that means is the government of the United States is guilty of genocide. Now, this was actually made even more explicit in the trial because there's a treaty, the Genocide Convention. This treaty is not just international law, it's U.S. law. The president signed it, Congress ratified it. That makes it law on the same level as the Constitution. Part of that treaty says that the people have the right to petition the United Nations to investigate charges of genocide and to respond if those conditions are found. So the African People's Socialist Party did exactly that. We wrote a petition to the United Nations and went all over the country collecting testimony to back up the charges in that petition. Now, the government said that they put it in the indictment that that's illegal. They said it was a Russian conspiracy against the United States. The verdict said that the Russians didn't have anything to do with it. But the government argues that it doesn't matter who did it, that appealing to the United Nations to enforce its treaty against genocide is a conspiracy against the United States. Now let that sink in, right? The government of the United States testified under oath that if you are against genocide, you are against the United States government. If you are against genocide, you're against the United States government. So they might be sentencing Chairman and Penny and Jesse, but the government convicted itself. Exactly like Chairman promised us he was going to make them do. They convicted themselves in front of the whole world and before history. And ironically, to be 100% completely honest, by prosecuting this case in the way that they did, you would have to say that the government of the United States was engaging in a conspiracy against the government of the United States.
Not a very good student. He's getting low grades. He doesn't get very good grades. He's not very focused, but he does learn to read and write. And that puts him ahead of a lot of people in Russian society at that time. In the Russian Empire, we're talking the Russian Empire in the 1890s, 1900, that puts you pretty far ahead of a lot of people if you can read and write. So finally, his mother just stops paying the bills. She's like, I worked so hard to send you to priest, to learn to become a priest. Worked so hard to do this, and you're screwing around and you're breaking the rules. Screw you, and his mother stops paying the bills. So Stalin goes to the nearby village, the village near where, his seminary school is. And there he joined the Bolsheviks, and he became an organizer of industrial workers, of factory workers, of union. He becomes a union organizer after he's kicked out of the village. But there's another aspect of this too, which is that Stalin's mother and father were not together. That Stalin's father wanted him to be a bootmaker, like he was, not a priest. And so frequently, throughout Stalin's childhood and teen years, his father would kidnap him. Right? I mean, this is one of the saddest things. So his mother wants him to go to priest school, maybe because she made a promise to God, or maybe not, we don't know. His father, who's an alcoholic, wants him to become a bootmaker. And so frequently, Stalin will, go home to visit his family or whatever. And from what we understand, the father would show up and take Stalin away with him and start teaching him to be a bootmaker. And then the mother would go back to, wherever the father was and say, no, Stalin's coming with me, and have him become a priest at seminary school. You want to talk about a confused upbringing, right? Your mother is, moving heaven and earth to get the money together to send you to school, seminary school, to be a priest. Your father, on the other hand, keeps showing up, kidnapping you and taking you, and basically taking you against your will back to his home somewhere else to try and get you to become a shoe or a boot maker. Do you imagine how confusing that would be for a young man? I mean, the parents were not together. They were not living together, right? The parents had split apart. So, and Stalin's mother, and again, you want to talk about the force of Stalin's mother. Stalin's mother, the more you read about Stalin's mother, the more you read that she's this dynamic person, right? I mean, this is not a society where women are encouraged to take on leadership roles or her ex-husband is showing up and taking her son away, and then she's showing up and taking her son back from the ex-husband and sending him back to seminary school. This is like, again, you want to talk about an interesting thing, but the thing is that everywhere Stalin goes, and this goes right up to the time of his death, Stalin is very much a man's man, right? Stalin is very much an organizer. Stalin is very much he is popular everywhere he goes. In seminary school, right? He's running this underground book smuggling club. And, he may not be getting good grades, and he may be the class clown, and he may be always in trouble and all that, but he's popular. All the other kids think he's the coolest guy around. And that's one thing that Stalin kind of has going for him. Wherever he goes, people love him. Later when he's a revolutionary organizer, he goes to prison. And the other Bolsheviks are in the prison, and they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And Stalin makes friends with the other prison inmates. And he's really popular in the jail. And the other prisoners, they think he's really badass, and they think he's really cool. And that Stalin has a way of just kind of getting people to like him, right? He's charming. And he can tell jokes, and he just knows how to get along with people. He's the kind of person that people like, right? He's a very charming, charismatic individual. When he's in the jail, right? A lot of these Bolshevik organizers are intellectuals. They're from a wealthy background. You put them in a jail cell with robbers and criminals and murderers, and they're sitting there, oh my God, this is terrifying. Stalin, somehow, all the other prison inmates like Stalin. This happens over and over again. Later, in Stalin, in his revolutionary years, he's deported, right? This is a thing they used to do to criminals and revolutionaries in Russia, is they deport you to Siberia. Russia, they would deport you to Siberia. So they deport Stalin and Lenin, Bukharin, a lot of these great revolutionary leaders, they deport them to Siberia. So they're in Siberia. Right? Siberia. Look at a map. Look how big Siberia is, right? It's a big, vast amount of territory, but not a lot of people there. It's very spread out. And, they talk about how, a lot of these revolutionaries are sitting there, oh my God. My name is Caleb Maupin. I'm the leader of the Center for Political Innovation. I'm the chair of the U.S. delegation that attended the World Youth Festival. Well, the first time I ever visited Russia was for the 2017 World Youth Festival, and then I have been to Moscow a number of times since then. I've also been to Yalta, and now I'm back here in Sochi. And I find Russia to be a very lovely place, full of kind, welcoming people, people that are very charming, people that want to help you have a good time and really would like to connect with the rest of the world. They tell us that Russia is an isolated country, and that's just a lie. I mean, Russia has many friends and deep relationships with countries all across the planet, in Africa, Asia, Latin America, etc. And I hope that Russia's relationship with the United States can improve, and that's why I'm here. I'd like to see better relations between the United States and Russia, and I don't like the direction our leaders are currently taking things. So I was asked to talk about stereotypes. One stereotype of Russia that we get in American media a lot is that Russia is a country full of criminals, that if you come here you'll be kidnapped, people will rob you at gunpoint, etc. I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen any criminal activities. I haven't seen any guns the whole time I've been here. I haven't seen anything related to crime or drugs or anything like that. I see a very safe place. You know, I would bring my family here. You know, if I had children, I would be happy to go on vacation here in Sochi, take my family to the beach. I'm not seeing criminal activity. I'm not seeing anything to make me afraid to come here. The image that we have of Russia and the United States is of some kind of, you know, militaristic third world society where people are always engaged in criminal activities. I don't see that at all. I see a very modern, industrial, civilized country that has trade and diplomatic relations with a number of countries. I was also asked what parts of Russia I'd like to visit. I'd like to see more of southern Russia. You know, I'm here in Sochi, this is southern Russia, but I'd like to see some of the regions that are in the southern regions, some of the more Islamic regions, how they differ from life in Moscow and St. Petersburg, etc. I'd like to get to know the different nationalities of Russia, the different republics. That's something I would like to do. I'd also like to see the new republics because, again, in the U.S. media, we're told that these areas are conquered, these people are occupied. Well, I know that that's not true because I look at alternative media, but I'd like to talk to the people. And at the festival, I had the pleasure of meeting people from Donetsk, meeting people from Lugansk. I've been to Yalta and Crimea, so I'd like to see the new republics as well. You know, but I would really like Americans to see that this is a very civilized country. This is a country with a lot of wealth and a lot of cultural heritage, whether it's the music of Tchaikovsky or Shostakovich or the writing of Maxim Gorky. And the people here have a really deep knowledge of their history and culture. A lot of Americans can't even find their own country on a map, but you talk to Russian young people, they are very knowledgeable about where they came from, the history of their country, and they're also plugged into a project of national rejuvenation and growth. They're enthusiastic about what their government is doing. Their government is mobilizing them to be part of a project to raise up productive forces and develop a very different atmosphere from the West, very optimistic as opposed to the pessimism coming out of Western civilization at this time. I would love to travel around Russia and get to know the country better, get to know the soul of the Russian people, see the different regions. The potatoes are very good. The way you have your potatoes and you serve them with the spices and all that. Also, some of the stew that you make, the beef stew with potatoes and the different things, that's also very, very nice. The spices make it very, very tasty. Also, I will say I love your lamb because, you know, I grew up in Ohio. My grandfather was a farmer, and he raised sheep, and we would eat lamb for Easter and for other holidays. And I had the opportunity to visit a restaurant at Sochi and have some of your lamb, and it's very well prepared. You prepare your lamb very, very well. So I love your lamb as good. And you can't get lamb as very much in the United States. It's more rare. We have a lot of beef in the United States, but your lamb here is delicious. My wish is that many foreigners will come to Russia and get to know the people here, and that this will strengthen the bond and the growth of the new economy that is emerging in the world with the BRICS countries, and that trade will prosper between countries, and growth and optimism and the belief that tomorrow can be better than today. This will be fostered and cultivated by what you're doing with your project with foreigners in Russia.
Appreciate those words by Eugene Debs, and I try to live by them. And you know, one way you can tell that I'm not a grifter is that if I were a grifter, I would tell you what I think you want to hear. And I often don't tell you what I think you want to hear, I tell you what I think you need to hear. And there's a difference. There's a difference. You have to be real with people. You have to tell them things. Sometimes there are things that I say that are not intended to make me popular, but actually intended to have the opposite effect. I often will say things that need to be said in the socialist movement, that need to be made clear to the broad masses of people that are getting interested in socialism, that need to be clear to the folks that are getting involved in socialist activism, things that will not make me popular. I don't care. I'm here to tell you what you need to hear, not what I think you want to hear. One thing that I've been absolutely clear about. I will never forget that when I was a small child, I remember I was reading a book about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I read about how when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement was organizing and protesting, there were obviously many people who disagreed with them for various reasons. And sometimes these people who did not agree with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they would assemble and they would have manure and feces and they would throw them at the civil rights marchers. Did you know this? This happened. The Southern racists, go away and would throw literal feces at them. And I remember reading that as a kid and thinking, my goodness. Now, imagine one of those people was sitting in front of me. What would they have to say to me today? So you threw feces at Dr. Martin Luther King. You threw feces at the civil rights marchers. How do you defend yourself? What would they say? Well, everyone else was doing it. Well, Martin Luther King he was bad. He was like opposed. They would have no defense. They would feel despicable, right? How can you look yourself in the face having done such a thing? And it's with that understanding that you should never join the mob. You should never just go along with popular sentiments. It's with that understanding that as someone who works in the press, I will never throw shit at Russia. I will never throw shit at Iran. I will never throw shit at Venezuela. I will never throw shit at China. I am not going to join a campaign to lay the case for war. I will never do it. I'm not going to spread lies about weapons of mass destruction. I'm going to question their allegations about Uyghurs, their allegations about chemical weapons. I will never be involved in a shit-throwing campaign when they try to whip up the hysteria to justify another one of their wars. I'm not going to do it. I don't care if it makes me unpopular. Furthermore, I'm going to be honest about what a human being is. And this is something that we need to be very clear. What is a human being? The way we're taught largely in our society to think about human beings is that they're just another animal. Well, they're wrong when they say that. Because if you look at ants, ants have been building their ant farms the exact same way for millions of years. And beavers, they've been building their beaver dams the exact same way for millions of years. But in just about 7 or 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. That is not just another animal. We are constantly changing the way we interact with our environment. The human being is the tool maker. It is constantly shifting and moving toward a higher stage. And growth and innovation and creativity are what defines human beings and separates human beings from animals. We reinvent ourselves. We rise to a higher plane. We want to have a better life than we already have. We want our children to have a better life than we have. That is the nature of human beings. Human beings are all about growth. Human beings are all about expansion. That is the nature of the human being. So when people come out and they say, well, the answer to climate change is we just have to have less. We just have to degrow. I say no. The first ecological crisis in human history came about 7 or 8,000 years ago when we, with our ability to make tools and sticks and rocks, we got too good at hunting and gathering. We got too good at it. We were killing too many animals. We were gathering too many fruits and nuts. There was a scarcity of fruits and nuts to gather. There were too many animals. We killed too many of them. So as a result of that, what did we do? Did we degrow? Did we say, all right, everyone's got to have less children? Oh, we all got to eat half as much? No. Well, what did we do? We changed the way we interact with our environment. We developed agriculture. We started growing crops. Right? We started domesticating animals. And the first economic, political, and social revolution was human beings responding to an ecological crisis. The old way of interacting with our environment was unsustainable, so we moved to a higher mode of production. And the current crisis that's spawning climate change requires the same response. Fossil fuels is not sustainable, right? Fossil fuels is not going to work. Climate change is a reality. And furthermore, the fossil fuel-based economy is what keeps the world poor. It's, look at Wall Street. The big banks and big corporations on Wall Street are also tied in with the big oil monopolies. We got the big 4 super majors, ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron.
And in addition to them, it's like, BP, that's basically HSBC Bank. Chase Bank, that's pretty much ExxonMobil. It's JP Morgan and the Rockefellers. And the Wall Street global order is based on having an oil-centered economy. We need to get beyond an oil-centered economy. That is the solution to climate change. We need to change the way we interact with our environment, not to have less, but to have more in a sustainable way. And one concept that we've developed, and we're in the process of further developing it with the Center for Political Innovation, is that because of the situation around climate change, because this is an emergency facing humanity, because the fossil fuel-based global order is holding back economic development, it is time for a global combined effort for fusion energy. Instead of having it be a competition where China is working on fusion energy and South Africa is working on fusion energy and India is working on it and there's a lab in Boston and there's a lab in New Jersey and there's a lab in California. Instead, we need a combined global effort. We need all of the countries around the world, all of the foundations, all the scientific institutes to combine their efforts into a single effort, a united global crash program to get fusion energy. That is the idea. We should have one place in the center of the heartland of the United States of America, one international territory, a new UN, a climate change fusion UN in the center of the United States of America called Fusion City. That is what we have developed, a global combined effort to save humanity from the nightmare of fossil fuels. We call for Fusion City now. Fusion City now. Fusion City now. Fusion City now! 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 Hey friends, I was recently in Russia, and I got to attend a forum sponsored by the Valdy Discussion Club. That's a very important think tank in Russia, located in the city of Sochi, kind of in the mountainous areas. And at this event, I was able to hear from Jack Ma. Now, Jack Ma, who was one of the speakers at the event, he is the CEO of Alibaba, which is probably the biggest internet company in China. He's probably the richest man in China. And Jack Ma gave a presentation, and I was sitting there in the audience, and what struck me was how many Marxist or Marxian concepts were in Jack Ma's presentation. And I kind of smiled because I realized, a lot of people, they don't understand what Karl Marx was all about. They don't understand Marxism. A lot of people have this kind of caricature of Marxism. They think, hey, Karl Marx said, all the people should get together and have a violent revolution and impose utopia on the world and try to create utopia. That's not really what Karl Marx was about. That's not really what Marxism is. But if you listen to Jack Ma explains some concepts that are very key and can be found in Karl Marx's writings. So let's take a listen to some of the comments that Jack Ma made at the Valdy Discussion Club, and then I'll explain to you how these are understandings that you can really get from Karl Marx. There's a real Marxist influence on Jack Ma. Take a listen.
Where other people worry, we try to figure out the way how to solve the worries. Today, many things have changed, but people still worry about the internet. They even worry more. And it reminds me the early days people worry about the cars. When automobile was designed, people worry more about the car accidents rather than the great things that a car would bring to the human lives. And I noticed that people worry about data. People worry about privacy. People worry about security. And I think the most things we should worry about is the worry itself. A lot of countries, because of worry, they lose a lot of things. European today, we don't see a lot of big internet companies. One of the reasons they worry too much, I think. And the worry will stop us from being more creative.
Right, so Jack Ma is basically saying we shouldn't be afraid of technology. At one point, when capitalism was beginning to develop, there was a group of people called the Luddites, and they went around, burning looms because they saw that the looms were, eliminating jobs, and, this new social order of capitalism and factories and production was the problem, and they just wanted to hold back history. They were the Luddites, and a lot of times people will say that technology itself is the problem. Well, Karl Marx, as he saw capitalism emerging from feudalism, said, technology is not the problem. The problem is how technology is organized and how production is being set up. And there is this understanding that human beings, what separates them from animals is actually their ability to create technology, and that human beings are constantly marching forward. There is human progress. That is a key Marxist concept. So when Jack Ma is telling people not to be afraid of the internet, he's articulating a concept that was very key in Karl Marx's teachings. Now, let's listen to another part of what Jack Ma says.
IT technology will kill a lot of jobs, but most of these jobs are stupid jobs. Those jobs are not supposed done by computers, are not supposed done by human beings. Past 100 years, we make people like a machine. Now we are making machine like a people, and we are doing the other side. But the real way, the right way to do it is the next, I think, 10, 20 years. We'll make machine like a machine and people like a people. Machine will never be able to conquer human beings. Machine is smart. Machine is stronger. Machine is faster. But machine does not have a soul, does not have a value, does not have a belief that people have. So we should not make machine think like human beings. We should make machine learn like human beings. So this is what we believe. And we think in the future there will be no made in China, no made in America, no made in Russia. It's going to be made in internet. Whether you like it or don't like it, the technology revolution is coming. Nobody can stop it. But the way we teach our kids, the curriculums we teach our kids, the subjects we teach our kids, will stop our kids from getting jobs. Because one thing for sure, computer is going to be much smarter than human beings. If we keep on teaching our kids the way we're creative, we should teach our kids to be more innovative. We should teach our kids to be more constructive.
Pointing to another Marxist concept. Karl Marx in his writings talks about how under capitalism, human beings are basically reduced to being what he calls the appendages of machines. Essentially, the capitalists are trying to churn out as many products as they can so they can make products, and they want to hire as few people as possible, and they want to eliminate jobs, and they want to reduce human beings to just kind of cogs in a machine, and hire as few of them as they can, so to produce as much efficiency as they can, pay as low wages, make the workers that they do have as replaceable as possible, and that this really affects people's lives. Human beings are kind of reduced to being cogs in a machine and taught not to use their brains and taught to be obedient, and that this is kind of what has happened, that workers, the working class workers, they've kind of stripped away of their creativity and their individuality and kind of reduced to being cogs in an industrial machine that the capitalist is always trying to make more efficient and trying to kind of eliminate their humanity, eliminate their need, and make them easily as replaceable, pay them as little as they possibly can get away with. This experience, the alienation of labor from production, this is a key Marxist concept that Jack Ma is hinting at and talking about how artificial intelligence is taking it to a whole new level. And basically what he's calling the stupid jobs are being eliminated, and that the only thing human beings have left is their intelligence. Now, I wanted to go on because, one of the other great thinkers that is associated with the Marxist movement is Lenin. And if you listen to this selection from Jack Ma's remarks, you can also hear a Leninist concept or a Marxist-Leninist concept being articulated.
So, about globalization, I think globalization has nothing wrong. But globalization today is not perfect. It's only a baby. 1,000 years ago, the global trade is determined by few kings and queens. Last 30, 40 years, the globalization is determined, is benefit only 60,000 big companies. 20% of the countries succeed. 80% of the time 80% of the countries don't have a chance. IT is 20-80, but the DT is 80-20. We have to care for those 80% of the countries, developing countries, young people. And globalization can never be stopped because the world is movable. And the other thing is that we can never and we should never stop trade. When trade stops, war starts. So I think the very important thing is the world should not only need a G20, we need a G200. the world should not only have a B20, we should have a B200. And the world and trade, of course, the trade formality, the way we do trade is going to be totally different. And I always say that the DT time, the world will be different. We can make the world more fair. We will make the technology to empower more young people.
Well, Vladimir Lenin wrote a book called Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, basically showing how this works, how the Western countries, as they developed, the billionaire capitalist elites in those countries basically started carving out parts of the world as spheres of influence. They went into Africa, they went into Asia, they went into Latin America, they went into different parts of what is now called the Global South, or people like to call the Global South, or the Third World, and were holding back progress and using it as a place to kind of dump their commodities onto, and that these billionaire bankers in the Western countries were keeping the Third World poor. The problem wasn't globalization, the problem is the way it was set up. And Jack Ma, in his remarks, he's advocating something different. He's saying we need a global economy. We need countries trading with other countries, but we need to do it in a different way. We need to have a global economy that's not imperialist, a global economy based on win-win cooperation. And this is the Chinese understanding. We need countries trading with other countries. We can't isolate countries from each other and put up a wall, but it needs to be fair trade. It needs to be win-win cooperation. Very, very interesting. You know, Marxists have never been opposed to globalization. They've been opposed to imperialism and countries being held down and kind of repressed, by one global international system. A very interesting observation from Jack Ma. He's pointing out that we live in a world where certain countries are being held back, and that the way that these financial and global institutions operate, they keep countries from developing. Now, there's another selection from Jack Ma that I think is also very interesting.
So this is what I want to finally say. Technology is scary. The first technology revolution caused World War I. Second technology revolution caused directly or indirectly caused World War II. Now we are in the third technology revolution. What is the third World War? If the human beings do not have the same enemy, we're going to fight among ourselves. The enemy should be against the poverty. The enemy should be against the environment. The enemy should be against the disease. And I think all those countries, China, Russia, USA, European, we should share the technology, unite together to fight this war. And this is the war that if we fight it together, young people are going to be much happier.
Now, Jack Ma is essentially saying here, look, technology is advancing and there's nothing we can do about it. However, it's up to us to try and make the best of it and try and make it so that technology doesn't create a big disaster. And when he points out that the Second World War and the First World War both came after leaps in technology, he's again alluding to a Marxist understanding that what happened in the lead up to the First World War was that industry had taken on some new gigantic leaps. Production was more efficient than ever before, but there was an economic crisis because as they were advancing technology, they were paying workers as little as they possibly could, and as a result, workers couldn't buy back the products. There was a financial crisis, and in that financial crisis, these imperialist countries, these Western countries that were dominating the world economy, they started fighting with each other, and pretty soon you had this huge world war. And in the lead up to the Second World War, again, you had huge leaps in technology. You had capitalists eliminating jobs. You had poverty created by abundance. Capitalists, not needing workers, workers not being able to buy back the products. This is what Marx called overproduction. As a result, you had a global financial and economic crisis, the Great Depression, and soon that created political problems. You had the rise of fascism, and eventually you had the Second World War. Jack Ma understands this. World War II was not caused by those evil Germans. World War I was not caused by, just one event here, one figure being assassinated. The First and Second World Wars were caused by a crisis in the global capitalist economy. This is a very advanced understanding. What Jack Ma is saying, he's using Marxist concepts. I mean, this is somebody who is very familiar with Marxism. I mean, China is a country that is ruled by a communist party. Every person in the universities in China studies Marxist-Leninist ideology as well as Mao Zedong thought and Deng Xiaoping theory at the universities. He's applying these rules and trying to tell us what to do about the computer revolution. And when it gets down to it, technology is basically laying the basis for a need to get beyond profit-centered economies. If we continue to have an economy based on profits, the technological revolution is only going to result in disaster. You know, under capitalism, as long as production takes place to make a profit for a group of capitalists, the result is greater poverty. People can't buy back the products they produce, and pretty soon you have an economic crisis. And Jack Ma is kind of alluding to the fact that we need human-centered development. We need economies that are set up to serve the people and serve society at large, not profits. So yes, Jack Ma may be a billionaire. Jack Ma may be the owner of a private company, but he has an understanding of how capitalism works. This is somebody who's studied Marxism, and he's warning us. He's applying the Marxist understanding of history to what's going on in the world today with the computer revolution, and warning us about some of the dangers that are on the horizon. But he's also telling us to be optimistic, because history is like a train, and it keeps marching forward, and we can't stop it. The only thing we can do is try to just make the best of it and try to fight for a rationally organized society in which profits are not in command. Jack Ma is a very, very smart man, and Marxism definitely has an influence on him. There is definitely a Marxist influence on Jack Ma's message, and if we are going to make the best of the world that we live in, we need to get beyond economies based on profit. If you've been watching this video, you now have an understanding of Marxism, and that came largely from Jack Ma.
We would like to know, as American people, why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff and
no
walk,
more
please.
money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
Point. It's a good point, Democrats.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernandez.
Where are you from in the United States?
I'm from New York City, originally from Ohio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really an honor to meet you.
Fantastic.
Yes, happy to be
Your
here.
English is perfect.
Oh, well,
and this is...
Yes.
This is fantastic.
Okay.
Yes.
I already know it most. My family family from Italy.
Really?
We met
Verona.
in a meeting 3, 4 years
Verona.
ago. Verona.
Molto importante, manteca e capuletti.
Manteca e capuletti.
My wife and I went to go see the Best Christmas Pageant Ever, the movie that came out recently, the children's movie. And I was particularly excited to see the film because I was familiar with the short story that was published. I remember reading the book as a kid, reading it in school. It's a classic children's text. I believe it was originally published in 1972. Tells the story of a Christmas pageant in a small town that becomes taken over by a group of juvenile delinquents, troublemaker kids, and in the process, the town learns something about the true meaning of Christmas, Christian love, acceptance, that kind of thing. Set in the past, in the 1960s, and it is very much a story of small town gossip and rumor, children bullying each other, the judgment that is poured down on people, and how all of this plays out and culminates in a very interesting Christmas pageant in a small town. The short story itself was already a very, very religious story centered around the Christian story of Christmas and the birth of Jesus Christ. However, what I noticed about the film was that they amped up the religious aspects even more than the original short story did. They really seemed to emphasize not only the religious aspects and Christian acceptance, but also the notion of a community and how important it is to be in a community, how the needs of these juvenile delinquent children could be fulfilled by joining the local church, how the local church could be an accepting place and how it should learn to be accepting of them. Now, this comes as Netflix is obsessed with the notion of a cult, authoritarianism, dictators, illiberalism, and we're constantly being inoculated against any notion of an illiberal movement, a movement that pushes collectivism, could push to reinvent U.S. society beyond the irrationality of the market and the irrationality of the liberal order. It's certainly no secret that our society is becoming less religious than before. Church attendance is dramatically low across America, especially since the pandemic. Americans are just not involved in religious communities as they once were. And yet, it seems that at this point, Hollywood is churning out a number of films that are not simply aimed at Christian viewers, but almost kind of advertisements saying, get involved in a religious community. Unlike the book version of The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, in the film version, the children, the juvenile delinquents, end up joining the church, and it emphasizes that they needed a community. This reminded me of the film Jesus Revolution that came out a few years ago that seemed to have a similar vibe to it. It was not simply telling a story, and it was not simply entertaining people that were already primed to appreciate the message. It was almost a go-to-church advertisement, get involved in a religious community advertisement. Now, my feeling about what's going on here is this. I think across America, there are a number of people that are very dissatisfied with their conditions, also very upset and unhappy about the economy and the state of affairs, and also feeling very isolated from other people. They want to be part of an organization, and that there is a fear on the part of big sections of the U.S. foreign policy establishment that they may join some kind of illiberal movement. We saw what happened with January 6th and QAnon. We see how negatively they're reacting to the re-election of Donald Trump. And I feel like these films that all have a kind of join a religious community, join a mainstream church message to them, these films are more or less saying this is a safe outlet for your anti-establishment sentiments. If you're feeling alienated from society, if you're feeling angry at the government, if you're looking for a community to belong to, the safe thing to do is to join a mainstream church, a mainstream religious community. Ultimately, what millions of Americans, especially those living in small Rust Belt towns who are angry with the political establishment and seeing their living conditions go down, need is a mass movement of anti-imperialists. They need to join the Center for Political Innovation. They need to join the movement we are creating to mobilize Americans to reinvent the country as part of the emerging economic order that is in opposition to the decaying Atlanticist, imperialist economic system. We need a new America with a government of action that fights for working families. And I don't think liberal churches are going to fulfill the deep frustration, needs, and desires of so many Americans. But that seems to be what the establishment is currently trying to do. And a wave of films that are pointing Americans toward the liberal churches, the mainstream churches that they have largely turned away from in recent years, seem to be coming out from Hollywood. This enjoyable children's film was yet the latest example.
Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia.
We're not strong enough. In the way, and he starts to opine on how it could be best used. He says, you know, if you ignite the bomb at it, given out, and they cut him off. They say, it's okay, doctor. Go between 130,000 to 250,000 people dead because of these bombs, but we don't know. And they did use it. 78 years ago today, the United States of America dropped.
Nuclear war. I guess most of us here believe that nuclear war has never been really more of an imminent threat than it is today. with the war in Ukraine. So we're demanding, first of all, stop the war in Ukraine. Most of us, I think, want to dismantle NATO completely because we view NATO as the expansion of NATO as kind of the origin of this, of the short-term threat that we face today, or at least have a totally renegotiated security architecture over Europe and Eurasia.
All right. Can you tell us why you're out here today?
We're out here to protest what's going on in Ukraine and stop NATO's proxy war, because they're basically leading to World War III, and it's a situation that everyone should care about no matter what your politics are. So we're just here to stand in solidarity with everyone else who's standing against this, because, you know, being workers in the Imperial Corps, it's really our duty to stand against this. Stand with the people of Russia, with the people of Ukraine, with the people of the Donbass, and with the people of the world, because it's in everyone's interest to oppose this. You know, this conflict's in no one's interest besides the capitalists, besides the imperialists. So we're out here today to just say enough's enough, put an end to it. We are the Movement for People's Democracy, and we proudly support this message.
We're out here to try to prevent World War III. You know, we're getting closer to it every day, and there should be, I feel like, 1 million people at this protest, but at least we're here, you know? It's a shame that this is the direction that we're headed, but this is where we are.
They just want to keep escalating and escalating, and all they want is war. And we're here because we don't want war. And we want civilization to prosper and thrive.
The 78th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, to stop a global Hiroshima. People all over the world, in cities on 3 continents, are gathered today to call for a negotiated solution to the war in Ukraine before it becomes World War III. A negotiated solution is possible. A peace deal was in fact already signed by Ukraine and Russia almost a year ago in Turkey. Boris Johnson and Joe Biden ordered Zelensky to tear that deal up. Everybody died in this war, every man, woman, and child. Since that peace treaty was signed and torn up, that blood is on the hands of our leaders. Nations all over the world are trying to negotiate a solution to this war. President Xi of China is trying to negotiate a solution. Pope Francis is trying to negotiate a solution. African heads of state, 7 of them, are traveling the world trying to negotiate a solution. But our leaders here in the United States will not allow it. We need to force them to allow it. This war has gone from a Cold War to a proxy war to a hot war. We need to stop it before it becomes a nuclear war.
We're here today because we see that a third world war, and we're on the precipice of a third world war, and we want to say, and we want to stand up to say that we can press for peace. That the arms dealers and the global imperialists that control weapons and that rake in profits, that their stocks go up when the war gets worse, that they want to continue the war to rake in profits, that we as American citizens have the right and the duty to demand better for our government, because we see our neighbors not as enemies, but as people that deserve respect, good jobs, economic security, the ability to buy houses. Our government doesn't care about Ukrainians. Our government does not care about Ukrainian citizens. And this war is not about justice, and it's not about peace, and it's not about human rights. It's actually about profits for a certain group of elite few. It's not about bringing justice to the world. So we are pressing for peace, and we ask everyday Americans to join us in standing for peace and not buying into the propaganda and the lies that's sponsored by Lockheed Martin, these lies that are sponsored by giant weapons manufacturers. We know the media is controlled by the CIA, by the intelligence agencies that are owned that are owned by global monopoly powers, by weapons manufacturers, by those that plunder everyday Americans out of their homes, that rip their jobs out from under them, that take their security and their economic peace of mind. This is all part of the same puzzle. So Americans, I call all of us to stand up. Your neighbor's not your enemy. Russia's not your enemy. China's not your enemy. Your enemies in Washington, they're working against you. They're collaborating and conspiring against you to make you to believe these lies. So stand up, join with your neighbors, talk to people, get informed. When does this conflict end? When did it start? It could have already ended. We have peace treaties, but there's people that don't want it to end.
So what's your name?
Hello, my name is Joe Jennings. I helped coordinate the rally that just concluded here in Houston today, sponsored by the umbrella group Humanity for Peace. This is August 6th, 2023, the anniversary of the horrific, genocidal, and militarily useless nuclear bombing of civilian population center, Hiroshima, Japan. It was an act of mass murder conducted by Harry Truman at the behest of Winston Churchill to establish Anglo-American dominance coming out of World War II. And that long-term policy has now caught up with us because their belief that increasing weapons to Ukraine, global South, the nations of Africa, Asia, and South America will aspire advancement and development. And failing to do that, we will have a thermonuclear war. Those are your choices, not Republican versus Democrat, not red versus blue. And I think we're going to have to make that decision before the next election. So one does not have the option of simply holding one's breath and keeping one's fingers crossed and waiting for the good man. You have to be the good man to bring about the change. Right. And that's our message from Houston, Texas today. We take our little inspiration from Sam Houston, who was commended by John F. Kennedy in his book, Profiles in Courage, for being a solitary man in the South standing up against slavery and the secessionism. We have to have the courage and independence of Sam Houston. Thank you.
Great day.
Hey folks, so we've all heard about the Berlin Wall. We all know how the Berlin Wall is discussed in American media and American discourse. The idea is that the Berlin Wall was this big, huge wall in order to cage people in East Germany because socialism and communism are so evil that everyone wants to escape and everyone wants to get out. And they had to build a big, huge wall in order to keep people in. And that's why America is the greatest country in the world and Western capitalism is the best system ever. And if you don't think that, you're crazy and brainwashed. That's what we've all heard about the Berlin Wall. And it's not exactly accurate. And if you actually understood the Berlin Wall, if average Americans actually understood the Berlin Wall and what was really going on there, they would be furious. Folks, we need to understand what brain drain is, right? In the United States, if you go to the doctor, you go to a company that has engineers, very skilled people, often you'll notice that those people are not from the United States. Those people are from India or Russia or China or many countries around the world. And why is that? The United States has a policy of working very, very hard to import doctors, engineers, technicians, scientists. This has been a long-standing aspect of the U.S. economy. We bring skilled people from developing countries to the United States. And of course, we were doing this during the Cold War. In fact, this policy really got going during the Cold War. And it was very, very effective because it was a way to drain these socialist countries of Eastern Europe, East Germany, Romania, Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union, China. It was a way to drain them of the intellectual capital they needed In order to build up their countries, they needed engineers, they needed doctors, they needed scientists. So the United States went out of its way to start recruiting those people from socialist countries, offering them very, very large salaries, giving them, guaranteed visas, doing everything they could to strip the socialist countries of their intellectuals. Most people living in East Germany did not want to leave. Most people living in East Germany, factory workers, for example, teachers, people in communities, they were happy with the job security. In fact, polls show that all across Eastern Europe, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Poland, people say life was better under socialism. People were not clamoring to leave, clamoring to adopt free market capitalism. The people who wanted to leave were the skilled folks who were being courted by Western capitalism. And the Berlin Wall was erected as a mechanism for keeping those folks from leaving because the rest of the population depended on them. If you didn't have engineers, you couldn't build new power plants. You need electrical engineers. You didn't have, doctors. People couldn't get the medical care they needed. And it was an effort to strip those Eastern European and socialist countries of these skilled professionals and highly educated people that they needed. It was an effort to strip these countries, to conduct brain drain that motivated the socialist government to build the Berlin Wall. And what more, right? This brain drain effort has not just been bad for people in countries around the world, and it still continues. It's not just socialist countries. They do it to countries like India, countries like Nigeria, countries like, all kinds of countries. Modern Russia has a big problem with brain drain. And they do it, and not only is it bad for countries in the developing world because they're stripped of their highly skilled and high-performing people, often people that they educate at the national expense. These governments spend lots of money to educate engineers and scientists and doctors, and then the United States, pulls them out. But on top of that, it's bad for us here in the United States. Folks, our education system in the United States sucks. Let's be real. Our education system in the United States is an epic disaster. Americans cannot find their own country on a map. Our math and science scores in the United States are horrendous compared to other countries. And you know why that is? Well, it's okay. We don't need engineers and scientists in the United States. We can import them from India. We can import them from Czechoslovakia. We can import them from Russia. We can import them from China. We don't need to train our engineers. So our politicians have let our education system crumble because it's understood that we can take the intellectuals and scientists from developing countries. So this has been bad for us, and it's also been bad for the people in the developing countries. The people in the developing countries don't have the engineers and scientists they need, number one. And furthermore, right, we in the United States have a crumbling educational system where people aren't learning basic facts. It's a disaster. And that's what the Berlin Wall was really about. I'm not saying it was the right thing to do. I don't know what I would have done if I were the leader of East Germany. I don't know if I would have built the Berlin Wall or the anti-fascist protection wall like they did. I'm not saying it was necessarily the right thing to do. But what I'm telling you is that what it was built in response to is something that has hurt us Americans. Our educational system is a joke. During the election, Donald Trump said that he was going to force Apple to start making iPhones in the United States. And Apple responded. There was an article in Bloomberg News where they pointed out that even if Apple chose to make its iPhones in the United States, we don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough trained, skilled personnel to make iPhones in the United States. Our educational system is in shambles. People don't know math. People don't know science. We are facing a big, big problem, right? And it's because of this policy. It's bad for Americans. It's bad for people in the developing world. The only people it's good for are Wall Street. The bosses and bankers, the billionaire monopolists that run the United States have set up a global system of monopoly capitalism. And it is driving people all over the world into greater poverty. Not only is it driving countries in Africa and Asia and Latin America into poverty, but furthermore, it is driving the United States into poverty. Imagine if all these young people throughout the Midwestern states of the United States and in the southern regions and parts of this country that are just dying where people don't have proper drinking water, where there's opioids that is just conducting a horrendous, decimation and death of the population. Imagine if all these parts of the United States where things are just crumbling, we had young people being given proper education and growing up to become engineers and scientists. Imagine we were trying to make our population smarter here in the United States, not trying to make it stupider, right? Not dumbing down everything. Imagine that children in the United States were trained to be intelligent. Imagine that we had to find engineers and scientists and doctors from our own population. Things would be a lot better here in the United States. We'd have a much better economy, but that's not the reality, right? If you can understand why the Berlin Wall was built, you shouldn't be mad at socialism. You should be mad at American capitalism and the fact that we in the United States and people all over the world have been basically screwed by this brain drain policy that is destroying countries all over the world and destroying the United States so that Wall Street and the billionaires can make lots of profits.
When it comes to the recent attacks on Crimea, there was a U.S. reconnaissance plane that was spotted in the area, and this points to the fact that the USA could have been directly involved providing data. In addition to that, we now have this promise from Biden to send long-range ATACMS missiles. So at what point does the United States become a partisan of this conflict? At what point does this actually become a direct conflict with the United States, not simply a proxy conflict via Ukraine? When do we define the United States as being involved?
There are legal norms pursuant to which a country is identified as being a direct party to hostilities, and and Western countries are doing everything possible to avoid them, not to mention them. But the fact that they are effectively engaged in hostilities with us using the Ukrainians as fodder, we see that those who are here present, those who have even the slightest interest in the huge flow of information and analytical material that is emerging in connection with the Ukrainian situation, they know perfectly well that Americans and the British and many others are engaged in hostilities. They are waging war, first and foremost, through the deliveries of more and more volumes and quantities of weapons. Today, in the statement at the General Assembly, I mentioned the figures about $170 billion at least being invested in Ukraine alone. Against the backdrop, and statistics are also available to follow the promises, volumes, and timelines that the Western country provided to the Africans and other countries requiring assistance, first and foremost in terms of development and to address issues linked to climate change. One can compare this even slightly. There's no comparison. Consider the credits provided to developing countries with the IMF, World Bank, and even the International Association for Development. Ukraine was provided with credits of approximately 700% of its quota. Nobody has ever done this, 700% of the quota. And Ukraine's debt is significant. And they have been allowed not to pay this until 2027. Such concessional and quick decisions are not taken were never ever taken with respect to any other country. But so on the weaponry, that's clear. Turning to instructors, that's also clear. There are training of instructors in Poland, in Germany, in the United Kingdom. I am certain that there are instructors working in large quantities on Ukrainian soil as well. And of course, there are many mercenaries there, many of whom are official officers, but the mercenary status allows them to avoid a crossing of that legal threshold. But special information on satellites. We read about the statements about Elon Musk and his Starlink company's position, but military satellites are working throughout. Intelligence aircraft are also located and identified in the air, and U.S. reconnaissance planes, U.S. and British reconnaissance planes, are not only helping to identify objectives and targets, but they're showing where our air defenses are working so that next time they could help. So you can call this whatever you want to call this, but they are directly at war with us. We call this a hybrid war, but that doesn't change the reality.
So evil! Nazi! Bring out the boat!
It was a terrible night.
Hey folks, I just wanted to say this. Nobody respects cowards. Nobody respects somebody who won't stand by their principles, right? People disagree with other people, but if you look like somebody who changes your opinion to fit in, if you look like somebody who's afraid to take a tough stand, nobody is going to respect you. And that's why I want to tell you that it's fine to disagree with Trump. I disagree with a lot of things Donald Trump did during his first term. He murdered Qasem Soleimani. He pandered very hard to Israel. There are many economic policies that Trump had that I didn't agree with. But that said, we all know where Trump derangement syndrome is coming from.
I personally, for example, am convinced he will withdraw from NATO.
He has in every way compromised our ability to have any influence
on slowing down or at least having a check and balance on North Korea.
Trump is really in line with what Putin's goals are. He, in essence, has said he doesn't care what is going to happen to Ukraine, what is happening to Europe if the Europeans don't pay.
This seems to be part of a pattern for this president who praises autocratic leaders and badmouths our Democratic allies.
They hate Donald Trump because they think he might restart peace talks on the Korean Peninsula. They hate Donald Trump because they think he might stop spending billions of our tax dollars in the war on Ukraine and make peace with Russia and not have us at the brink of nuclear war. Trump derangement syndrome is coming from a bad place. It's coming from the people who want to censor our social media and silence dissident views.
You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government.
Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence.
Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
It's coming from the people who want an all-out war against Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela and all the countries that aren't under the control of imperialism. Trump derangement syndrome, regardless of whatever criticism you might have of Trump himself.
He's so evil! Nazi! Break out the boat!
It was a terrible night.
Is coming from a bad place. It's coming from a place of wanting to strengthen and embolden imperialism. So what I'm here to tell you to do is don't give an inch to Trump derangement syndrome. If you feel like you have to criticize or disagree with something Trump says, that's fine. But you know where Trump derangement syndrome is coming from. You know where this anti-Trump hysteria is coming from. It's coming from a bad place. It's coming from the enemy. And if you give that your attention, if you pander to it, if you try to go along with it, you're on the wrong side. Even if Donald Trump doesn't do a single one of the great things he's promised to do, we need to build a real movement for world peace and against the danger of a new world war and against the emerging low-wage police state. And we can't do that if we continue pandering to the pro-war, pro-establishment, pro-FBI, pro-police state sentiments that are behind Trump derangement syndrome. So as much as you might want to be critical of Trump, just say no to Trump derangement syndrome and don't pander to it and don't give it an inch.
Have you ever asked yourself why we have had increasing trouble with discipline in our armed forces? Listen closely to the chairman of the American Servicemen's Union and you will understand.
Okay, I'm going to run down some stuff tonight about the GI revolts and rebellions that have been going on in the U.S. Army over the last year, the organizing drive that we're undertaking. But before I do that, I got something real important here. Korean people have asked the American Servicemen's Union to send their greetings to the revolutionary young people in America. And they sent us a letter, which I'm going to read. Dear Andy, our thinking is that the ASU and the People's Korea will combine efforts in chopping the head off U.S. imperialism. We'll combine efforts in chopping the head off U.S. imperialism and tearing its limbs in concert with the revolutionary people the world over, in mutilating the U.S. ruling circles, fully supporting the ASU. You will readily agree with us in this respect, I believe. Yes, right on. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is the banner of freedom and independence of our people, and also a powerful weapon of building socialism and communism. Your contributions will greatly encourage the Korean people in their struggle to achieve an independent, peaceful unification of the fatherland, accomplishing the complete victory of socialism and communism. The ASU is playing a leading role in this fight, in this organizing drive. We have chapters of the American Servicemen's Union on 60 large military installations in the United States and 40 overseas. Just as the Bolshevik Party organized through the Soviets in 1917
against the Tsar and the oppression in Russia. The American Servicemen's Union is organizing Soviets within the U.S. imperialist army. The only line that's going to lead to victory, and revolution is a proletarian line in the army. And they know that whoever can command the allegiance of the rank and file troops, that command is going to be decisive in revolution or counter-revolution. And right now, the American Servicemen's Union is building an army within an army, a workers' militia inside the U.S. Army. And along with the Panthers and others, we're going to make that revolution. Power to the people.
I was going to ask your opinion on, maybe you've talked about this, I'm not sure, like the subculture of James Dean in the 50s, kind of greaser, but I guess James Dean wasn't really a greaser, but kind of the teenage subculture that I guess was promoted and kind of blossomed in the 50s. And can you just give your opinions on that and just that whole world?
Well, let me say, first of all, the first time I ever went to Los Angeles, I went to Griffith Observatory. And me and a friend who hosted me out there, we went to Griffith Observatory. Have you seen Rebel Without a Cause?
Yes.
That is a very good movie. It's a great movie. I first saw it when I was a teenager. I'm like, this is a very, very cool film. It's poetic on a number of levels. What I think is interesting about that film is that it was specifically highlighting that in very wealthy areas of Southern California at that time, there was a lot of new wealth, but there was also a rise in juvenile crime. And it's like, why is this happening? Juvenile crime was associated with poverty historically, right? You know, kids that don't have a job, or they're from a poor family, they go out and steal things, or they're in a gang or something. But why are these kids? And you watch the movie, right? His parents are like, we bought you a car. You know, I mean, right. It's like he's living in this like 1950s luxury life, but yet he's getting into knife fights and stealing cars and what's going on there. But I would argue that was really, it was an expression of alienation. You know, and it was kind of Cold War America, right? You have the parents coming out of the Great Depression, and it's that whole thing of like the parents lived during the Great Depression, and then they lived through World War II, right? And so the parents have gone through World War II, which was a horrendous event where lots of people died. They've been through the Great Depression and struggling to eat and struggling to pay their bills, and people dying of malnutrition and the political turmoil of the Roosevelt years and all of that. And then all of a sudden you have the highest living standard in the world and everything's happy. And it's like, so now just be safe and comfortable. It's like, no. You look at so much 1950s culture. It's like, this can't be real, right? It's, you know, a traumatized person, you know, who suddenly is in a safe environment, looking over their shoulder going, that's a whole lot of 1950s culture. 1947, you have the UFO scare, right? You know, where people all over the country are hallucinating and seeing UFOs. And then movie after movie, that's the 1950s, you get the cliche of like the giant monster attacking the city, you know what I'm saying? Or the alien invasion and all of that. And that the American subconscious was very, very horrified. And that was a big part of, you know, when they talk about the labor aristocracy and that white middle class, the white picket fence, the kind of held U.S. Cold War America together. Underlying that was an extreme amount of fear and terror. You know, they were not well, right? You know, and then, you know, the right historically kind of knew how to, utilize the fears that those folks had. You know, I'll just use an example. Certain members of my family were living in the suburbs in the South during the 60s. And they told me they literally believed that "We Shall Overcome," the song of the Civil Rights Movement, meant kill all white people. And it was, everyone knew that. That was just a fact, right? And obviously that's not what Dr. Martin Luther King was saying. But, everybody knew that. That was a fact. Dr. Martin Luther King says, "We shall overcome," and that means kill all the white people. And that there was like this, like, everyone's coming to get us. We're under attack. We may be comfortable. We may have a house. We may have a car, but we're not really safe. And that's what I view. That's the context of the James Dean thing. The other thing that's weird is that psychoanalysis, Freudianism, which I'm fascinated by, was huge in Hollywood in those years. And that movie in particular has a number of like weird Freudian tropes that wouldn't fly in Hollywood.
Kind of like there's like a gay character in it, right? Pluto. What was his name? I think it's Pluto. And
Plato.
Like Plato. Yeah, he's kind of having like a gay crush on James Dean.
Well, it gets even weirder. So Sal Mineo was the actor. Sal Mineo was gay, and they didn't write the script for Sal Mineo's character to be gay, but Sal Mineo himself was gay, and James Dean was bisexual, and they were having an affair, and so it showed up in the movie. And that's one of the like weirdest stories in Hollywood, is that everyone saw it and they're like, oh, this is about homosexuality, and it's like, everyone's like, it is, but it kind of is if you look at the way he looks at James Dean throughout the movie and all of that. Sal Mineo is the very famous actor. He was the Plato kid who's like the juvenile delinquent who ends up, becoming like, having the gun and all of that, right? He's the kid who's a little bit younger. But then like the Natalie Wood character, right? She's got sexual feelings for her father that comes across in the film. Right. And then like James Dean hates his father because his mother is always like bossing the father around.
Yeah.
And so
his father's weak. He perceives him as weak. Yeah.
Right. It's all a very like super Freudian film. And, there's a movie from World War II called Curse of the Cat The Cat People. Have you ever heard of this movie?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it came out during World War II, and it's about a woman who every time she gets sexually turned on, she turns into a cat. And it's not clear if you watch the movie if she actually turns into a cat or if she's just mentally ill, right? And it's totally like a Freudian thing. And it's like the psychoanalysis stuff was so big in Hollywood during these years that they were like, these tropes were showing up in movies in kind of weird ways. They were all kind of on the psychoanalytic couch, and and we know that was, the American deep state was obsessed with that.
Yeah,
kind of
that's how acid was introduced to America. It was through these like fucked up 50s stars who like the American government and I guess institutions that were affiliated with the government were giving out acid trials to like these like kind of standard movie stars, and they were having like these weird acid therapy sessions throughout the 50s, and it's just such a weird. I guess that kind of shines through with what you were saying, where it's like it's all intertwined in this kind of Freudian kind of point of view.
Right. There was a movie that came out a couple years ago that was about the making of the movie Psycho. It was a movie about Alfred Hitchcock making the movie Psycho, and I thought that was fascinating because it showed like what was the source of all of that, and and like what was the reaction to it. And then I had not seen the movie Psycho before. Have you seen Psycho?
Yes.
Yeah. And I watched Psycho and I'm like, this is interesting. It's like halfway between a 1950s detective movie and a modern slasher film. You know what I'm saying? It's like halfway through. And then the whole plot of the film, it's the thing is the guy is transgender, right? Like he thinks he's his mother or something. Like his mother takes over, and so he puts on her dress and kills people or something. And the whole thing is like, but like apparently Alfred Hitchcock, a lot of the stars he worked with would go see like weird Freudian shrinks who would like have them act out weird fantasies and shit like that. And that,
oh shit, that made me think of something. You ever hear of? I think I was trying to get you talking about this the other day, or a few months ago. It was what is that thing? Like scream therapy, primal therapy. You ever hear of primal therapy? That is weird shit. You would love reading about that. Read about primal therapy. It was like this thing in the 60s and the 70s. The reason it's well known today is because John Lennon of the Beatles was really into it. And it's like where you just like go like as a baby, you like cradle the ground and you scream, mama, like just scream, like you scream for your parents. You like try to go back to your primal self. And it's very, very, very weird. But it was like huge in like the milieu of this late 60s New Left. And there was like a very popular book about it in like 68. And everybody was reading it. And Lennon kind of got trapped inside of that whole movement. But it's very similar to what you were saying.
Well,
I would research it.
These kind of things are like an obsession of the liberal CIA. And I noticed like right after Trump left office, all of a sudden there were all these TV programs about how if you take acid, that will like help you get over all your trauma and stuff. And if you look at it, like, I mean, it's like, yeah, there are some people that they're able to take hallucinogens and have therapy and hallucinogens that helps them see things from a different angle or something, but it's very vague. It's not like, but the way they were pushing it with the advertisements and all, it's like, take this drug and this will cure you of everything. And the other thing is EDMR, which is a popular therapy practice. I don't really know what it's like. They flash lights in your face and all of that. that suddenly was being pushed like crazy. Like I saw ads in the New York subways. I mean, there were all these articles in like mainstream magazines. EDMR is amazing. And if you look at the history of EDMR, there's a lot of people that are like, this wasn't so good. And, you know, I mean, and it was very, very weird. That stuff, you know, and you have to ask questions. What you're describing with this primal scream or whatever, that they tell them, but that's catharsis, right? Right. And and catharsis can be the basis of an addiction. Right? It becomes addictive. You just have to let your feelings out. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the person gets kind of an endorphin rush from the catharsis. So, you know, I mean, that's very interesting. I think we should be, I mean, to some degree or other, some of this is just, you know, mental health, like anything else, like food health, like anything else, things go out of style. But then there's part of me that's always wondering, like, how much mind control and manipulation is going on, because the woke culture is all about trauma. It's all about making people kind of relive their victimization over and over in their mind so they can't hear the world around them. Now, when I talk about how people in the United States are unhappy about things, I mean, you look at the economy right now. We're being told now to accept $5, $6 a gallon because, oh, Russia's so bad. We're being told to accept this inflation and the rising cost of food. And I would say that there's a lot of Americans right now who are saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans right now who are looking at years of student debt just for going to college, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. And there's a lot of working class Americans who are looking at their communities with crumbling roads and crumbling infrastructure and empty foreclosed homes, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans who are looking at this prison-for-profit system and this opioid epidemic created by doctors being pushed to overprescribe dangerous medications. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. They're seeing their relatives come home from wars overseas, scarred with trauma for the rest of their life. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. And then, when they hear our politicians come forward and instead of offering us real solutions, offering us more of their political pornography, they're saying, we are tired of this shit. We're tired of it. Are we not tired of it? You go to a gas station right now in any working class community in this country, you're going to see something. You're going to see a car pull up. And there's going to be a woman driving the car, and there's going to be kids in the back seat. And that woman will pull up the car, and they'll go to the gas pump, and they'll very carefully stick that nozzle into the gas tank, and they'll just put $10, $12 worth of gas in. They're not filling up the tank. They're just putting $10 or $12 worth of gas in. Why are they doing that? They're doing that because that $10 or $12 worth of gas, it's not going to get them very far, but it'll get the kids to school. It'll get them to work that day. They're budgeting. They're trying to get by. They tell us this is the greatest country in the world. This is the greatest country in the world. How often have we heard that, right? You ask, well, why? I mean, what measurement? Are you saying we're the richest country in the world? Are you saying, and they look at you and they say, you don't think it's the greatest country in the world? You must be brainwashed because clearly it's the greatest country in the world. Hey, friends. This weekend, the Wall Street Journal published the Weekend Review, like they do every weekend. It's in the back of the Wall Street Journal. And the focus of this week's issue, the Weekend Review, was Venezuela. They got a big picture of Nicolas Maduro next to Hugo Chavez, the founder of the Bolivarian Revolution. The article is called The Tragedy of Venezuela. And, you know, it's not a surprising article. Blames the Venezuelan government for all the problems, says that, you know, the Venezuelan government is responsible for everything that goes wrong. But this is the second paragraph. I'm going to read to you from the second paragraph right here of this article in the Wall Street Journal. And keep in mind, this is not the Daily Worker. This is not socialist news. This is the Wall Street Journal, a right-wing publication that does not approve of the Venezuelan government. And this is what they have to say in their anti-Venezuelan article. This is the second paragraph. Quote, "When I arrived in Venezuela in 2013, the party was still on. Oil was fetching $100 a barrel, and Mr. Maduro's populist government was showering petrodollars on everyone. The Caracas skyline was dotted with grandiose construction projects. Steakhouses were buying vintage scotch by the container loads, and hotels had to be reserved for weeks in advance." So, Whenever Venezuela comes up, publications like the Wall Street Journal and publications like the Chicago Tribune, the New York Times, all of them have this really, really simple explanation for all the problems. They say, Venezuela is a socialist country. People are starving and miserable because of socialism. Because whenever you have socialism, people just starve and are miserable. And that's because communism doesn't work. And, and capitalism is just the best system everywhere. And people, it's this nonsense that we hear in the United States. Well, what I just read to you, this paragraph that I just read, confirms what I've been telling people for a long time, which is that until 2014, when the oil prices dramatically decreased and went from $100 a barrel down to like $30 a barrel, or less than $30 a barrel, it was down to $27 a barrel at one point. Until that happened, Venezuela's economy was doing pretty well. Venezuela's socialist government is essentially centered around a state-controlled oil company. And when the oil prices were dramatically high and the state had a huge amount of revenue with which to stimulate the economy, things were going quite well in Venezuela. That the hardships they've experienced in Venezuela recently have come about recently due to the fact that the oil prices dramatically decreased in 2014, immediately following the death of the founder of the revolution, Hugo Chavez. There have been divisions in the ruling Socialist Party, the United Socialist Party. There's sabotage from, food importing companies that are importing food to Venezuela. There's sanctions imposed on them by the United States, that there's, the intelligence agencies of foreign countries are trying to stir up unrest and create difficulties. The problems in Venezuela are not caused by socialism. And if you want further proof of that, you can go elsewhere in Latin America. Go to Bolivia. They have a socialist government there, a Bolivarian socialist government, and people are not starving and miserable. People are not dying. You can go to Ecuador. They have a socialist government there. Again, people are not starving and miserable. You can go to Nicaragua. That's actually the most prosperous country right now in Central America. Right now, there's a huge increase in the standard of living in Nicaragua. And go to Cuba. Right now, Cuba, which has just, had some economic adjustments, and they've adjusted their socialist system to be closer to the Chinese model, they're doing very well, too. A lot of Cubans are opening their own businesses, and the socialist society is bringing in more foreign investment. If it weren't for socialism, Russia and China would be third world countries right now, but instead they're world superpowers. What Stalin did with his 5-year plans, industrializing Russia, building steel mills and building hydroelectric power plants and bringing Russia into the future with central planning, what was done by the Chinese Revolution, in which they took what was the sick man of Asia and made it what it is today, the second largest economy in the world, all of that was done with socialism. This idea that socialism starves people to death, socialism causes poverty, socialism has failed everywhere it's ever been tried, is complete and utter nonsense. The crisis in Venezuela is about oil. It's about the fact that the oil price dramatically decreased. It's about the fact that there was political turmoil at the time the oil prices decreased. It's about the fact that there's been foreign sabotage. But it's not caused by socialism. And this idea that socialism creates poverty is complete and utter nonsense. Capitalism has kept so many countries throughout the third world in utter poverty. But it's socialism that has enabled countries to raise themselves up. And Russia and China are probably the best case studies of that. This idea that socialism, it just doesn't work, it leads to poverty, this is a lot of propaganda. And it's look at the Caribbean, right? Compare the way Cubans live to the way people live in Haiti or the Dominican Republic or Jamaica or any of those capitalist countries all throughout the Caribbean. You think capitalism is so great. Ask someone from Mexico why they're fleeing their country. Ask people from Africa. Go to Nigeria. Nigeria's got loads of oil, just like Venezuela, except it has huge rates of poverty, huge rates of illiteracy, child labor. Nigeria has been doing business with American oil companies. They've got free market capitalism there. They let American and British oil companies do whatever they want, and their people are absolutely miserable. But what the countries around the world that have adopted socialism have achieved in terms of raising people out of poverty, providing people jobs and education and healthcare, and in terms of industrializing is really unprecedented. So anyone who tells you that the crisis in Venezuela is caused by socialism and they've just been poor and starving ever since they got on the socialist road, no, they are false. They are giving you false information. Venezuela's revolution began in 1999. Chavez announced that it was moving toward 21st century socialism in 2003. And up until 2013, even the Wall Street Journal, right here, admits that their economy was actually doing very well. The problems began in 2014 when the oil prices dropped. So anyone who tells you that socialism is the reason people are hungry in Venezuela, is the reason that there's problems in Venezuela, is lying to you. And furthermore, why don't I add that the United Nations has confirmed that there is not a humanitarian crisis in Venezuela. The term humanitarian crisis is a specific legal term, and we have, prominent leaders of the UN have gone to the country and inspected it and said, yes, there are difficulties here. They're having trouble with their food imports. They're having difficulties, but humanitarian crisis? No, that's not what's taking place. So everything you've been told is a lie, right? The idea that socialism is causing all of Venezuela's problems is just a falsehood. And anyone who tells that to you is either intentionally lying to you or doesn't know what they are speaking about.
Bring it up a little bit more.
Continue with all the lands that I love. All you One Heart Camp people, you should know this song. Let me hear you sing.
Hey folks, I wanted to make another video here because, when you talk to Russians about the history of their country, we Americans, we think we know everything about communism, we think we know everything about Russia, and it's interesting because what a lot of Russians think about the history of their country would come as a surprise. For example, there are a lot of Americans, and the way Americans kind of understand the history of the Soviet Union, a lot of Americans will say, well, Lenin was a good guy, he had good intentions, he was trying to create socialism, trying to, carry out the Bolshevik Revolution, he was a good guy. But that's Stalin was an evil mass murderer. Stalin was a tyrant and a killer, and Lenin may have been a good guy, but Stalin was, he was abominable. That's how most Americans understand the history of the Soviet Union. But it's interesting, because if you go to Russia today, Lenin is not very popular. I mean, he's buried in that mausoleum, and there is, there's a communist party here that does support Lenin. He's buried in that mausoleum right behind me. There's a communist party that supports him. There's certainly many Russians who are communists who do admire Lenin, but for the majority of Russians, they don't really admire Lenin that much. But there is great admiration in Russia for Stalin. Now, this is the opposite of what Americans understand, right? A lot of Americans say, well, Lenin might have been good, but that Stalin was awful. Well, the time in which Lenin was running the Soviet Union was a very, very awful time. I mean, at that point, you just had the overthrow of the Tsar. They were invaded by many different countries. Millions of people were dying. It was a civil war. The Red Army and the White Army were killing people. The economy had been wrecked. So much of the country had been destroyed. And the time in which Lenin was running the Soviet Union was a very, very dark time. And he died in 1924. And the time of Stalin, though, the time of Stalin is remembered as a much more glorious time in the history of the Soviet Union. During the time of Stalin, you had the 5-year plans, and Russia went from being a deeply, deeply impoverished country to being a world industrial powerhouse. It had a steel industry. It had, was producing more tractors than any other country in the world. They built an efficient agricultural system, the collective farms. They created modern housing with running water and electricity. And then they were invaded during the Second World War, and the Soviet people fought heroically. 26 million Soviet people died, and they drove out the Nazi invaders. So, Stalin is remembered with Russia and the Soviet Union becoming a great power, with the standard of living drastically rising, with the defeat of the Nazi invaders, and the Soviet people being loved and considered heroes all around the world for their efforts to defeat fascism. And then at the end of the Second World War, the world communist movement being, so powerful because they'd been so key in defeating fascism. That's what Stalin is associated with. Lenin is associated with a particularly dark time in which the country was very divided by civil war, in which there was a lot of poverty. And that's the exact opposite. And it's very interesting because a lot of American leftists, in particular, like people that admire Trotsky, will say that the time in which Lenin was in power in Russia was good, and that things got bad under Stalin. And you almost have to notice there's like this weird intellectual disconnect there, because the time when Lenin was in, people were starving to death in their millions. There was all kinds of misery and poverty. There was a war going on. But to American leftists, that's preferable to Stalin being in there. And you have to ask, what's that about? The book, maybe the people were miserable under Lenin and suffering, but the books that they were writing, those books were good books. They had the correct political line. So who cares? Meanwhile, when Stalin was in and all these people are rising up out of poverty and they're defeating the fascist invaders, but he was a tyrant and this wasn't, pure Bolshevism or something. It kind of shows that the intellectuals who become Marxists are a little bit out of touch with things, because the time in which Lenin was in power was a very, very dark time. A lot of suffering was going on, and the time in which Stalin was in power is associated with many of the great achievements of Russia as a country. So yeah, a lot of Russians admire Stalin. Some Russians admire Lenin. I mean, his picture is up places, and there's a communist party here, but Stalin is much more popular in modern Russia than Lenin is. And if you look into the reasons for that, you'll realize that what Americans and especially Western intellectuals think they know about Soviet history is a little bit off.
And so I was talking to the guy from Georgia, and I said, I heard that in Georgia these days, some people believe that Stalin was a Christian. And I swear, this I did not expect what I was about to hear. This 20-year-old Georgian guy who's just moved here, he says to me, of course they think he was a Christian because he did so many good things and helped so many people.
Right on.
I was just like, wow, I did not expect to meet a pro-Stalin Georgian Jehovah's Witness on the streets of New York City. And I said, do you think he was a Christian? He says, no, he was not a Christian. And then he wanted to talk to me about being a Jehovah's Witness and how they're real Christians and everything. But I just thought that was very badass. And he apparently is from Gori, where Stalin was born, where Stalin is wildly popular. And he didn't think it was a shock at all that people would think Stalin was a Christian, because Stalin was clearly just such a good guy. That was just so cool. I just was like, this is an amazing conversation. So there you go. That is my New York City. Only on the streets of New York City, only in Brooklyn, New York, do you meet pro-Stalin Jehovah's Witnesses from Georgia. So there you go.
Yeah, I haven't had any fun encounters like that here.
Hey folks, I just wanted to make another video for you all since I'm here in the capital of the United States. I haven't been streaming, but I thought I wanted to show you something that I've been seeing all over the streets of Washington, D.C. right now. This is the nation's capital. This is the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the world, supposedly. And all over the Capitol, there are homeless people sleeping in tents. This is just a block or two away from the White House. And we've got homeless encampments. I'm going to show it to you. I mean, this is what we're living in. This is where capitalism is at in the 21st century. This is Washington, D.C. Look at all these homeless encampments. You know, people living in tents, lost their homes. They've been left behind by the economic crisis. This is the situation. This is what we're living in. Look at that. And it's not just here. If you go on the streets here, there's tents on different corners that have been set up, and you know, every so often the police clear them out. But there are homeless encampments here in Washington, D.C. The American economy is struggling. Working people have been left behind. The inflation is just strangling working families right now, and yeah, this is the situation we're in. We all know about the Skid Row homeless encampments they have out in California. We know about the homeless encampments they're clearing out in New York City. But this is Washington, D.C., and it's not just in this particular park. It's all over the country. We have homeless encampments that have been set up. So those of us who think we can get beyond this, those of us who think we can move to a society where people are no longer simply a financial calculation, but are taken seriously and have real value, where the potential of every human being is utilized for the good of society, those of us who believe that we can get beyond the system of capitalism, where human beings, all that they count for is the profits of a capitalist, but those of us who believe that human beings have something better and have more potential than this, we have our work cut out for us, because this is Western capitalism in decay all around me. This is what we've got, homeless encampments here in Washington, D.C.
In a few days, Joe Biden is going to have a democracy summit. And his democracy summit is about spreading war propaganda and lies. Trying to build the case for war against China, trying to build the case for war against Russia, trying to build the case for war against Cuba and Democratic People's Korea and all the socialist countries. They have backed brutal regimes and dictators all over the world. They've backed death squads and murderous counter-revolutionary terrorists. They have backed extremists all over the planet, and they justify it with propaganda about victims of communism.
Falling figures.
How do we persuade young leftists to defend socialism with their fear of being canceled? Well, I think you have to get them to understand that, first of all, that the anti-imperialist countries help them. The reason we have Social Security in the United States is because of the Soviet Union. The reason we have labor unions and the reason that we have, working class protections on the job is because of the Soviet Union. Look, what was the biggest strike wave in all of American history? The biggest strike that ever happened was in 1887. 1887, the railroad workers of the United States went on strike. And what did they get? What did they win? Nothing. They did not win a thing. They were brutally suppressed. A whole bunch of workers got killed. It was the biggest strike. There's never been a strike bigger than the 1887, railroad strike. But in 1934, there was a strike in one city, San Francisco. The dock workers went on strike. There was a strike in another city, Minneapolis. The Trotskyites led the Teamsters Union on strike. There was a strike in Toledo, Ohio, among the auto light workers. And there was a sharecroppers strike all throughout the South. Okay? 1934. The 1934 strikes were way smaller than the 1887 strikes. But in response to the 1934 strikes, we got the Wagner Act, which legalized labor unions and created the National Labor Relations Board, so labor unions were protected. We got a program to hire the unemployed. Roosevelt immediately hired millions of unemployed people and put them to work building bridges and highways. And we got the beginning of Social Security. And finally, in 1937, we got Social Security. Why, here is the question, why in 1887 did we have a huge strike wave that won absolutely nothing? And in 1934, have a much smaller strike wave that won Social Security, government jobs guarantee with the Works Progress Administration, and the legalization of labor unions. Why? Because in 1934, the strikes were aligned with the Soviet Union. I'm just being real. Just being real. The Soviet Union existed in 1934, and it was having an economic boom. It was having the 5-year plans. It was industrializing rapidly. 1887, there was no socialist country in the world. And in 1934, when the dock workers of San Francisco went on strike and shut down the docks of San Francisco, when the Teamsters, the truck drivers of Minneapolis went on strike and seized control of the city, the strike committee basically became the government of the city of San Francisco, of Minneapolis. When the auto light workers, went on strike, there was a general strike in Toledo, Ohio. It was understood that these strikes were led by people who supported the Soviet Union. And these strikes could be the beginning of a Bolshevik revolution here in the United States. Right? And that's what the newspapers all said. They said these strikes were the beginning of a revolution. With the Soviet Union existing, the bosses were forced to make much bigger concessions. And in fact, in 1935, the year after the strike wave of 1934 that shut the country down, the USA recognized the Soviet Union. At the same time, it passed Social Security and unemployment insurance, and it also recognized the Soviet Union. And why did the USA recognize the Soviet Union? Because they hoped that if they negotiated with the Soviet leaders would tell the American communists to calm down. The reason we have so much, the reason FDR passed all those reforms was because of the Soviet Union. So being a socialist in the United States and wanting a better life for working people means you automatically should support China. You should support, the Soviet Union. You should support Cuba. Look, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Why did Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. become a household name? Why? Why did the Montgomery bus boycott happen? Why? For years, black people had been struggling for their rights, been protesting and demonstrating and, winning very little because the government was so oppressive. What happened? In 1954, Emmett Till was lynched. He was brutally murdered. He was a young black man who allegedly whistled at a white woman, and he was killed. He was murdered for it. And when he was buried at his funeral, they had an open casket. So you could see his mutilated body, see what the racists did to his body at his funeral. And it was photographed. And the Soviet Union took the picture of Emmett Till's mutilated body and sent it all over the world. And they said, this is what America is like. You know, they say they believe in democracy. Look what they do to black people. And they showed that picture. And that humiliated the United States around the world. And all over the African world, communist parties were growing in big numbers. And the USA and the CIA were saying, how do we stop black people in Africa from joining communist parties? And the Soviet Union, was showing this picture. Oh, you think the USA is a good ally? Take a look at this picture. And Kwame Nkrumah was getting stronger, and African communist parties were getting stronger. And then in South Africa, you had armed uprisings led by communists against apartheid. And so all over the world, people looked at that picture of Emmett Till that the Soviet Union sent all over the world, and the United States was panicking. And it was in that context of the Soviet Union exposing the United States as a racist country, rallying the people of Africa against imperialism, sending weapons to the people of South Africa to fight apartheid, sending weapons to the people of Zimbabwe, which was then Rhodesia, to fight apartheid. It was in that context. That suddenly the Democratic Party, the Kennedy family, and a lot of liberals said, okay, we are going to support protests against Jim Crow segregation. And they went to Montgomery, Alabama, and they found a very young man, who was young enough that he wasn't a communist, right? He was a civil rights activist, but he was young enough, and he hadn't been around in the 30s, he hadn't been around before World War II, so he had no ties to the Communist Party, and Dr. Martin Luther King emerged. If it wasn't for the Soviet Union, there wouldn't have been a civil rights movement in this country. There wouldn't have been. Another example, right? In Monroe, North Carolina, 1962, right? A group of black people wanted the right to go swimming. They wanted the right to go swimming in a swimming pool, and they wouldn't allow it. So they protested against, Monroe, North Carolina. They protested outside the swimming pool for the right of black people to go swimming in the swimming pool. And the Ku Klux Klan came and shot at them. So they formed their own chapter of the National Rifle Association, the NRA. They formed the NRA, the black NRA, and they shot back at the Klan with their guns. And of course, they were immediately charged with a crime. And the leader of them, Robert F. Williams, he was charged with the crime of shooting at the Ku Klux Klan. So where did he go? China. He went to China, and he met with Mao in China, and Mao personally met with Robert F. Williams. And then the Cuban government gave Robert F. Williams a radio station. And so from Cuba, Robert F. Williams, the leader of the NAACP of Monroe, North Carolina, started broadcasting communist revolutionary messages all throughout the U.S. South. And it was and anyone in the South could turn on their radio and hear a civil rights leader calling for communist revolution from Cuba. The messages were broadcast. And so the U.S. government was so afraid of the fact that black people were being encouraged to rise up, that Cuba was broadcasting black revolutionary messages into the United States, that Mao was supporting Robert F. Williams, that suddenly, Lyndon Johnson was forced to sign the Civil Rights Act. He said, okay, we better give people some rights so they don't listen to Robert F. Williams and Radio Free Dixie and rise up. We would not have gotten the Civil Rights Act if it wasn't for Cuba broadcasting communist black revolutionary messages into this country over the radio, and Mao embracing Robert F. Williams. There would not have been a civil rights movement supported by the Democratic Party and the Kennedy family and the liberals if it hadn't been for the communists taking the photo of Emmett Till and spreading it all over the world. There's many examples, right? Women got the right to vote in the Soviet Union immediately. As soon as the Bolsheviks took power, women were allowed to vote. Women in the United States couldn't vote. right? And the USA had a little bit of a hard time telling the whole country that the Soviet Union's a brutal dictatorship, but the United States is a free country, when in the United States, women weren't allowed to vote, but in the Soviet Union, they could. And it was in the context of the Soviet Union giving women the right to vote and Soviet communists leading the suffragist movement. And that's true. You can look that up. Susan B. Anthony, the leader of the suffragists, was a good friend of Eugene Debs. The National Women's Party that was jailed, their members went to prison and were force-fed for protesting for the right to vote. Their members largely were communists, and they were protesting during World War I and for women's rights to vote. Women got the right to vote here in the United States because of the Soviet Union. So if these people are liberals and they say, well, they're too afraid of being canceled, we can't support China, we can't support, Cuba, we can't... Almost every progressive reform that has been won in the United States for black people, for women, for labor unions, has been won because of communist countries around the world. If the Soviet Union had never existed, you wouldn't have labor unions, you women wouldn't be voting, you wouldn't have had a civil rights movement. If China and Mao didn't exist, if Fidel Castro didn't exist, we would never have had a Civil Rights Act. Look, it's because of the communist and socialist revolutions around the world that all the things that liberals say they believe in happened. We would never have gotten the welfare state. We would never have gotten Social Security. Women would have never gotten the right to vote. There never would have been a civil rights movement if it wasn't for communist countries around the world. And you better believe it. And nobody knows that more than the American government does. Read CIA documents. Read, the Supreme Court and what was said by members of the U.S. Supreme Court. This is a fact, right? That the reforms that were won in this country for the labor movement, for women, for black people, were largely won because of the threat of communist revolution and because of what happened in the Soviet Union and in China and in Cuba and in other socialist countries. So any liberal who thinks that they can say, well, I'm against those socialist countries, I'm going to hurt them, and I'm going to be for progressive good things in this country is delusional, because there's only one world. It's one world, folks. We all live in the same planet. It's all connected. And when the people in the developing world and people in other countries are under attack, we are under attack in this country. The fall of the Soviet Union hurt the labor movement in the United States. Ever since the fall of the Soviet Union in the United States, wages have decreased, right? Unions have gotten weaker. Austerity and neoliberalism has marched forward. The fall of the Soviet Union was the beginning of neoliberalism in the Democratic Party, right? It was the beginning of the new labor reforms in Britain, right? The fall of the Soviet Union hurt American workers significantly. Our unions got weaker, our wages went down, our living conditions have gotten worse. You better believe it. You better believe it.
I'm reading to you from the New York Times. Under NAFTA, as a result, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. 25% of the population does not have access to basic food, and 1/5 of Mexican children suffer from malnutrition. As the U.S. heavily subsidized corn and other staples poured into Mexico, producer prices dropped and small farmers found themselves unable to make a living. Some 2 million people have been forced from their farms, right? Mexico's not producing its own food. It's a captive market. It's importing American food, and it's devastated the country. Mexico is poor, and American agribusiness stays rich. That's capitalism. That's why we had the American Revolution. The British Empire was trying to tell us here in the United States that we couldn't develop our own industries. We had to buy from the British. And as a result, we had a revolution so that we could develop our own economy. And the same thing the British Empire was doing to us, capitalism and the huge multinational corporations are doing around the world, keeping countries like Haiti, countries like Nigeria, countries like India captive markets. And countries are constantly fighting to try and break out of this. And the socialist revolutions of the 20th century, they didn't happen in Western Europe as Marx had predicted. They happened in the developing world because capitalism was keeping these countries as impoverished captive markets without their own industries, without their own economic growth, and keeping them as basically vassals, as dependent states, client states that are impoverished and suffering. And socialism was those countries breaking out, planning their economy, and industrializing.
Because I talked with Kyle Kalinske about this. I don't know. I would love to read where these bizarro anti-NAFTA studies are coming from. I've seen like very pointed anti-NAFTA like propaganda that will hyper focus on like specific industries that say like, well, corn markets were disproportionately impacted in Mexico and so many jobs were lost here. But like Mexico was one of the large winners in NAFTA, and this is something that I've seen like universally heralded. Like exports under farm exports in Mexico. Well, you can't say sure to that. You just literally told me that NAFTA took a shit all over Mexico's economy. Wait.
No,
So
the New York Times agrees with me. The headline of the article is "Under NAFTA, Mexico suffered and the United States felt its pain." November 24th, 2013. I guess they're lying to hurt American capitalism or something.
I'm sorry. Are you literally citing me an op-ed to tell me that opinion piece is somehow reflective of the economic census on NAFTA?
Yes, I'm citing the statistics in that op-ed. Yes. I'm citing something that even the New York Times admits, that Mexico has been
The New York
very
Times,
badly hurt by free trade.
The New York Times is not an economic journal. Why are you telling me that even the New York Times? Also, wait, is this, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Is this article, what's the author of this article?
The author is Laura Carlson.
Wait, what is her background? Is this literally like an opinion piece, or was this written like
a statement against interest? The New York Times is a defender of Western capitalism. The fact that even they would admit what it has done to Mexico, I think, is very strong. Or while we're at it, I have the CIA World Factbook statistics of life expectancy in front of me. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years. The Dominican Republic, another country in the Caribbean, it's part of the Western capitalist system, 71 years. Jamaica, 74. Honduras, 71. Guyana, 68. Mexico, 76. Guatemala, 71. Haiti, 64. Come on. Right? Capitalism's the answer. Why are all these countries that are part of the free trade system, or part of the global capitalist system, impoverished? And Cuba, a country with a centrally planned economy, has achieved a much higher life expectancy.
Okay, I don't know about life expectancy. We're jumping onto a totally different argument. Okay, so like, so somebody linked me this article, so just reading it, right? Like this person literally says like damages were done to like Mexico's agricultural sector. It doesn't mention the massive gains made in the industrial sector. Hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs were created in Mexico. I think it's like 20% of car imports in the United States come from Mexico. These are jobs that paid citizens more money than the farming jobs, that led to a greater industrialization of Mexico in these parts. She literally in the next like paragraph of this article just says, well, as a result of some of these agricultural practices, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. That's not a causal link. Like how many Mexicans, like this is...
They owned their own farms beforehand, and now they're in food poverty. They're not even producing their own food.
Wait, so you're telling me that prior to NAFTA, every citizen of Mexico was well-fed, totally well-nourished, had all sorts of, like, no, come on, this is ridiculous.
Ms. Carlson's article is that it made conditions worse. And I think if you look at the narco drug-infested chaos that's involved in Mexico, if that were happening in Venezuela, we'd be told, see, socialism did it. But it happens in Mexico, and we're told, oh, you know. I've even had a lot of libertarians try to tell me that Mexico must be socialist because it's poor, right? Because everyone knows capitalism leads to prosperity. That's simply not the facts.
I can't argue against a New York Times op-ed on this.
Yeah, let's stay away from doing that.
If you want, like, we can take because I've read so many like
that defends the free market system.
The New York Times does not defend economic. I don't care what the New York Times says about the economic impact. Now, if like Krugman or somebody's like, or Krugman is writing an article or something talking about like a specific, like I'm sure I'm interested in reading that. Or if Borjas is writing something on immigration and he submits an op-ed, but random like people writing articles in the New York Times, I'm going to appeal to like the wider studies that look at like NAFTA's economic impact. Or we can read things from like the Council of Foreign Relations. Or we can read things that are published in like different economic journals to see like the actual impact. I'm like appealing to a single opinion article on the New York Times.
I think that people throughout those sources you listed would agree about the conditions in many of the capitalist countries of the world. I mean, this is the CIA World Factbook. I just read you the life expectancies throughout the countries nearby Cuba and compared them. What?
What does that prove? What does life expectancy prove?
What is? Yeah, right. Who cares if people die sooner? I mean, okay, all right. It doesn't matter, right? Life expectancy, who cares about that?
Wait,
right?
What do you think I just asked? Wait, what was the question I just asked?
You said, what does life expectancy prove?
Okay. Do you think that means I want people to die early?
No, but apparently you're saying it doesn't matter how long people live, right?
No, what I'm asking you is, what do you think? What I'm asking you is, what do you
when you're improving people's life expectancy and their access to healthcare and their quality of life, that's a good thing. But what does it prove? Oh, okay. What does it prove?
What I'm saying is that just because you see an increase in life
We're going around in circles here. Honestly, I don't know if we should keep going. I mean, we're just kind of repeating ourselves. But
okay, just as a quick thing, just because life expectancy improves, one, that's not even necessarily reflective of positive underlying things, and two, it doesn't necessarily mean you can attribute it solely to like an economic organization or a particular government. So, for example, one country might have access to more food than another country. That country might become more obese, and you might see a decrease in their life expectancy. Type 2 diabetes can lead to anywhere from a 7 to 13-year decrease on your lifespan, right? So if you were to compare the life expectancy of two countries like that, this is just one example out of 50 trillion potential hypotheticals. Maybe the increase in immigration to the United States, the lower average life expectancy of, say, African Americans or Hispanic people are keeping the life expectancy of the United States down compared to other socialist countries. Just appealing to one stat and saying, well, the life expectancy in Cuba is higher than the life expectancy in the United States, that doesn't prove anything. So when I ask, like, well, what does that mean? That stat is totally meaningless.
I don't think Cuba's life expectancy is higher than the United States. I think it's pretty close, but I don't think it's higher. I'm reading to you from The Guardian, November 27th, 2016. Quote, Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%, and its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's ratio of doctors to patients, its proactively community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of Western countries, not the least the UK. I think that's an example of central planning improving people's lives.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think so, but I guess it's another argument.
I have some questions from chat if we want to do that.
Supremacy of the bourgeoisie in some way. So ultimately, that kind of leads us into the coming triumph of illiberalism. And I'm just going to tee you up for this because I think that is just where we have to be prepared for it. So we have to know what's coming.
Well, when we talk about liberalism and illiberalism, this is a big conversation that a lot of academics have, right? Liberalism is the Western view that celebrates the rights of the individual above all else, right? It says the individual is great and that any form of collectivism is some kind of threat. And the ultimate expression of liberalism is philosophical irrationalism, and that's largely the teachings of Friedrich Nietzsche, and his work about the Übermenschen, the great individual who's suppressed by society, and the work I draw from Lukács, who talks about how that was the basis of Nazism. Really, that Nazism drew from Nietzschean supremacism and contempt for the masses of people.
Absolutely.
But
through Heidegger.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that in the West, that liberalism, that ultra-liberalism, that philosophical irrationalism has become almost the ruling ideology.
Agreed.
The main American or purveyor of it in American society was Ayn Rand. And Ayn Rand is a huge influence on U.S. culture, not simply among conservatives. Stacey Abrams, who's a liberal, she says Atlas Shrugged is the book that changed her life. She bases herself on that. And this is the belief that one should not have compassion, one should not have empathy, one should not have any loyalty to a country, a cause, a religion, or anything like that. One should simply be motivated by their own self-interest, and that anyone who tries to get you to be part of a larger group or something is trying to con you and scheme you. And that worldview used to be the worldview of the ultra-rich. They've always felt that way. They've always been self-interested and callous and cold and calculating. That's how they got to the top of the pyramid in capitalism.
Of course.
But they've been foolish enough to spread their ideology all throughout U.S. society, and now the country is literally coming apart. And the elites don't even have any loyalty to each other. They're not all on the same team at this point. They've all got competing economic interests, and they're fighting with each other because they have no real loyalty. Plus, the population doesn't feel any particular loyalty, to anything, and society overall is coming apart. And this is the expression of political liberalism. Now, it's rooted in the capitalist system and the rule of profits, but it's taken to its logical conclusion. And ultimately, some kind of illiberalism will emerge. Now, my hope is that it's a socialist illiberalism.
Mine as well.
Yeah, and there was then an ad recently that a lot of academics signed where they called out cancel culture and they referred to it as illiberal because there is an element of illiberalism in cancel culture, silencing free speech, taking action against people for the way they speak, imposing certain social rules on people, and that
that the ruling class is at the same time that they're pushing this very, very extreme liberalism, they're also experimenting with little illiberal movements that might be necessary. And it's this weird contradiction. And that one thing that's always pointed out is that liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism.
Absolutely.
All these people who say they believe in free speech and freedom of assembly and all of that, and all these people who don't believe in repression, they're living in a society that's propped up by the U.S. military, a highly collectivist, illiberal organization. They've got police, that are, the way the FBI is trained. You look at it, all this belief that everyone should just think for themselves. There is no cause. They need illiberal institutions to prop up their privilege of being ultra-liberal and individualistic.
The whole idea of spreading democracy feeds right back into that. We're not spreading democracy as well. Our state isn't. We are, hopefully, but we're spreading what the American state wants. That's really all it is. Democracy to the U.S. state is doing what the U.S. state says. That's a liberal. Yeah, that's heading down that path,
right? And that liberalism is I guess I'll use your word, an Ouroboros, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you can't really have liberalism at the end of the day because human beings are collective creatures in nature. Everything human beings have ever achieved, they've done in a group from the time of hunter-gatherer civilization right up to today. If you look at the New York City skyline, every single building there is the collective result of thousands and thousands of people's collective labor. I mean, no one can point to anything in our modern world and say, well, I made that. I made that all by myself. Now some people might say, what about like a wood carver, like a craftsman? Well, he's using tools.
Yeah,
and those tools were made in a factory and shipped by, everything human beings do is collective.
Well, you could make the case that, I make documentaries, and you could say, well, I make them all by myself. I film stuff, I research them, but I film stuff, I'm using a camera, I edit it, I'm using software that a bunch of people made. I research things, which means I'm reading tons and tons of books, tons of academic studies, news articles. All that stuff is made by other people. It's not me. So there is truly, like to your point, really nothing that is fully made by one person. And unfortunately, they want us to think like you can, like they don't want you to think that there's some, that brings us back to alienation. Like ultimately the alienation from the process of producing. You don't understand.
Struggling to do. And one of the things that human beings have always done is they've told stories, right? We know about ancient Greek myths and legends. We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from Africa, some of the stories from ancient Europe. Myths and legends, stories, they have a special place in the human species. It's part of the way we point to higher truths. And I think that's just as true now as it was in ancient times. And there's one particular story that was written about 80 years ago that I think all of us here should still know pretty well. If I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman. Right? Superman was first written in 1939. My grandparents knew who Superman was, and I think it's pretty safe to say that my grandchildren are going to know who Superman was, right? It's a story that just speaks to us, right? So Superman, he's an alien from another planet. He's crash landed on Earth. He looks just like any other human being, but he's got superpowers, and he could rule the world if he wants to, but he doesn't. Instead, he lives a humble life as mild-mannered Clark Kent. And he's got those glasses on, and no one can recognize him. It's like the perfect disguise, right? And he goes around, and instead of using his powers to rule over people and to oppress people, he uses his powers to protect the innocent, right? And he's a humble guy. He doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to live a decent life and protect those who are in need. Around the world, Superman is actually considered to be a very American story, and not just Superman, but the whole genre of superheroes, Batman, Spider-Man, all of that is considered to be very, very American. And that gives me hope. Because if Americans can love Superman, then Americans can love socialism. Bear with me, that might sound like a shock. I told you Superman was first written by two comic book writers in Cleveland in 1939. Well, one of Superman's first actions was to save a group of striking miners, right? These miners were on strike, their crooked boss was looking to go after them, so Superman flies in and rescues them. And
those early Superman comics are full of statements against racism and condemning racism and bigotry. Now, today that might sound like just some lame liberal, we hear that everywhere. Back in 1939, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect and lynchings were taking place, the fact that this nationally syndicated comic book was denouncing racism was a very big deal. And don't forget that during the Second World War, in the radio version of Superman, Superman actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. Right? They called them the Knights of the Fiery Cross, and he fought against the Klan. Why? Well, the Second World War was going on, and fascism was the enemy, and the Soviet Union was the ally. And these Klansmen, they were admiring Hitler, and they were preaching racism, and they were dividing the country and helping the enemy. So Superman went into battle to fight the Klansmen. Who's Lex Luthor? Who's Lex Luthor? So he's a bald guy, a maniacally evil bald guy. He's using technology, but he's not using technology to make a better life for the people. He's using technology so he can rip people off and hurt the community and make super profits at the expense of everyone else. So basically, Lex Luthor is Jeff Bezos. And whenever Lex Luthor Bezos has another evil plot against the people, what does Superman do? He runs into the nearest phone booth, he changes his costume real fast, and he flies in to rescue the people. And who are the people? It's the working class, those of us who just want to survive, those of us who just want a decent life. Does anyone here know how you say the phrase man of steel in Russian? Yeah, and that wasn't an accident. At the time those comics were published in 1939, the Communist Party of the United States had tens of thousands of members. And among the unemployment councils and the labor unions and the anti-fascist associations that they led, they had influence over millions of people. In fact, not far from here, just a few blocks up, begins the district that Vito Marcantonio represented in the U.S. Congress. Vito Marcantonio was a friend of the Communist Party, a member of the International Workers' Order. He represented New York City, Harlem, in the U.S. Congress. At that point, a lot of amazing people were associated with the Communist Party. Paul Robeson, a very famous singer. Langston Hughes. In fact, Langston Hughes, the famous African-American poet for the 1932 convention of the Communist Party, he actually wrote a poem, and it went like this. He said, "Put one more S in the USA. Let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA. Oh, we can win it yet. Once the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, when we take control, will be the USSA then." That was Langston Hughes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zach, and I am a new member of the Center for Political Innovation as of earlier November 2024. I was inspired to record a little video explaining why I joined this organization by another fellow named Noah, who's been a longtime member. Now, my reasoning here might be a little bit strange to some people, I don't know. But stepping back a little bit, I first became acquainted with Center for Political Innovation, and I think it was September 2022, something like that. A friend of mine who's just been a lot more aware of the independent media sphere than I, really quite a bit more well-versed in it than I am, he told me, hey, you should check out this fellow named Caleb. He's really good, I think that you just enjoy what he has to say. Now, it just so happened that this recommendation was given to me around the time that Caleb was being canceled again for just ridiculous reasons. I mean, it's just a pattern, it seems to me. But regardless, that actually won me over. When I see people being, marginalized or any other adjective, it just hits me the wrong way. So started following it, et cetera, and I was putting off joining CPI for, I guess, as long as I could, just because I'm very stingy. Who knows? But earlier this month, I finally pulled the trigger because I saw on Twitter, now it's just on Twitter, I don't know if this is a policy or anything, but another organization that I actually agree with quite a bit that has done a lot of good community building recently, for example, specifically in North Carolina because of the recent hurricane, trying to distribute aid to the needy and so on, things that are obviously good. And I'm sure that they've done a lot of good things elsewhere too, as far as I've seen, yes. They have a ban on dual membership, according again to this tweet. And that just hit me the wrong way. So on an impulse that I think probably comes from something to do with Americans, we like to think of ourselves as always taking the side of the underdog. History doesn't always bear that out, but that's one of our cultural myths that we tell ourselves. So for that reason, I was like, well, I'm going to go with the group that does not have a ban on dual membership. And that was a really good decision, I think. That I can't speculate on what the reasons might have been for the other group for banning dual membership, but it's just wrong-headed, like clearly wrong-headed. It's bad strategy. It's again just more of the left-wing cancels culture, but now this time coming from a group that seems to want to present itself more as we'll say traditionalist. Whatever direction it's coming from, it's stupid. My reasoning for calling it stupid actually stems from a book called The Muqaddimah by this Islamic scholar named Ibn Khaldun, I think like the 1300s. And he had this theory of asabiyya, or social cohesion is probably the best English translation. That's basically nomadic societies have really high in-group loyalty and just love for their local culture. And I'm not sure that this is Ibn Khaldun's way of putting it, but it seems clear to me that that's because they suffer together. There's no way to escape the horrible things that can happen if then when they do happen, when you're a semi-nomadic society. And that makes them really strong cultures that then succeed in overcoming their more regional empire structures that were bossing them around until such time as these nomadic groups just said, no, we're not putting up with that anymore. So the nomadic society takes over. And of course, there's just the tendency for the ruling houses to establish themselves and to participate or suffer less and less in comparison to the masses. And that is going to be the fall of American society too, if it hasn't been already, like quite obviously. Now, I'm not saying this to say that we need to redistribute the suffering and make the ruling classes suffer just as much as the masses. No, we need to reduce the suffering across the board. And there's no way that I can see cancel culture from the left or the right helping to accomplish that in any way. Meanwhile, throughout my entire lifetime, I've simply watched helplessly or almost helplessly as my countrymen simply become more desperate and miserable. And it sickens me. I hate watching it. And so that's why I became a CPI member. It seems like the best way I can make any kind of contribution towards rebuilding social cohesion in the United States of America. Thanks. Take care. Bye.
in their own hands the destiny of their country. This is a law of history. Oh yes, it's a law of history. Facts prove, innumerable facts prove that a just cause enjoys abundant support, abundant support, abundant support, abundant support. While an unjust cause finds little support, it finds little support. Abundant support, abundant support, abundant support, abundant support. A weak nation can defeat a strong, small nation can defeat a weak, if only they dare to rise in struggle, take up arms and grasp in their own hands the destiny of their country. This is a law of history. Oh yes, it's a law of history. History. The people take their destiny into their own hands. The weak can defeat the strong. It is a law of history.
The Party for Socialism and Liberation advocates a position that is pretty indefensible. According to them, violence against fascists is always acceptable. Now, they take this position from their roots. It was originally pioneered by Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party, in his book, Klan and Government, Foes or Allies. The position back then was that black people and other oppressed communities have the right to defend themselves from the Ku Klux Klan. That's a perfectly defensible position. But as a party that panders to liberals, the PSL has expanded the definition of fascism to mean anyone who opposes abortion. In addition, they have expanded the definition of fascism to include all Trump supporters.
In fact, if one looks at social media, according to PSL, even other socialists and anti-imperialists who disagree with them, such as my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we are fascists as well. Now, this isn't a very well thought out position. If one looks at the map of the United States and all of those red states, if one looks at the thousands of Muslims who attend their pro-Palestine rallies and are opposed to abortion, the idea of killing all these people is not very practical or logical. PSL obviously doesn't want to kill the thousands of Muslims who attend their pro-Palestine rallies that they hold. In addition to that, I think they probably, if you really press them, don't want to kill every Trump supporter. But that shows how repugnant and stupid their politics really is. If you actually listen to them, the only good fascist is a dead one. Anyone we label a fascist deserves to die. And then they label half the country as fascists. Every Trump supporter, everyone who opposes abortion, even socialists who disagree with them are fascists. The millions and millions of people that PSL openly advocates killing and jokes about killing, this is pretty scary. The idea that we should murder people just because we disagree with them is particularly repugnant, and it's not a position that any serious political party takes. However, PSL has no problem putting forward statements that lead to that logical conclusion. Why? Because they're not a serious political party. They are a woke counter gang. They are a group of people trying to help Joe Biden and Kamala Harris beat back the uprising from the lower level capitalists. They want to help U.S. imperialism clean up its image and have a woke makeover. And it's particularly disgusting. PSL should make clear that it doesn't advocate killing every conservative, every anti-abortion activist, everyone who disagrees with them, and every socialist group that maybe strays from their wokeism in one way or another. Maybe they should come out and say that fascism is a serious word with a serious definition, and it's not something you should just throw on to everyone you disagree with.
Comiendo a Alex Satt en las manos de Dios. Y habrá justicia, porque habrá verdad. Secuestrado por el imperio norteamericano. Y con la palabra de Dios y la palabra de los pueblos hay que levantar un poderoso movimiento de solidaridad por la verdad y la libertad de Alex Satt en Venezuela y en el mundo entero. Un poderoso movimiento de solidaridad por la verdad, la justicia y la libertad del diplomático venezolano Alex Satt en todo el mundo. Hoy ya en Estados Unidos hubo la primera marcha, la primera movilización en Nueva York. Allá se movilizaron los movimientos sociales, ya despertando y difundiendo el secuestro que se ha hecho de este diplomático venezolano.
Kiki Dewar, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation. I was sent here on behalf of Caleb Maupin, and I just want to say that we should be completely against the illegal extradition agreement that Cape Verde made with the United States to bring Alex Saab to Miami.
A Venezuelan diplomat, Alex Saab, who was on a humanitarian mission for his country, Venezuela, was kidnapped, arrested, and illegally extradited to the U.S. at the
Darkness gaining power within, tempting my soul to fall. Weak is my heart, blurred are my thoughts. Soon I am overcome. Blind to the truth, losing the way, thinking of myself. Sin began, sprouting within my soul. So I can see how sin began, sprouting within my soul. of your heaven's gift for you. All of my heart waited for you, yearning for this day. All of my heart waited for you. Now I can give you my love. All of my heart waited for you. Now I can give you my all of my heart. All of my heart waited for you. Now I can give you my
Hey friends, I'm at Cracker Barrel. Gotta tell you, I couldn't be happier right now to see what went on today, that the Uhuru 3 were not sent to jail. They only received 3 years probation, and on top of that, some community service hours. This is a huge relief. But I really want everyone to understand that what happened today was the result of a lot of very, very hard work. And our organization, the Center for Political Innovation, worked really, really hard. We raised the Uhuru case at the United Nations. We raised the Uhuru case in Russia at the World Youth Festival. We did everything we could to raise awareness about Chairman O'Malley and Jesse Neville and Penny Hess and the Uhuru 3, and to just raise it from the heavens. And we faced real consequences and real retaliation because we raised their case. But our hard work paid off. And that organizing and building makes a difference. It really made a difference in the lives of the Uhuru 3. And the victory that happened today in the courtroom was the result of our hard work. And that's why you need an organization. An organization is not an internet fandom. An organization is not just a form of passive consumption. You know, an organization is about people coming together to try and change the world. And the US government decided it was going to imprison 3 brave anti-imperialist activists who told the truth about the Ukraine war and what it was really about. And our organization stepped up to the plate. When so many others didn't and so many others failed, our organization stepped up to the plate. We stood with the Uhuru 3 from the beginning. We stood with them, and they deeply, deeply appreciate the way we stood with them. I'm proud of all that we did, and I want other people to understand why the Center for Political Innovation is so important, because we have to be there to stand up against imperialism and the low-wage police state, and we need an organization. And I wish I could get other people to understand how important the kind of work that we did supporting the Uhuru 3 really is. So be grateful that 3 anti-imperialists are not sitting in a jail cell right now. They're instead home with their families, celebrating a 2-year-long court battle coming to its end, but continuing. There's appeals coming up, etc. And a beautiful coalition was built. Scott Ritter was out there supporting them, other people, different organizations, Pan Africa. I mean, it was so many different people with anti-imperialist, anti-racist perspectives came together to defend the Uhuru 3. And CPI, our organization, was an essential part of that. And if you're part of CPI and you're part of the work that we do, you should be very proud of your organization and proud of what you're part of, because we stood up to the FBI and we won. About what is happening here?
Yeah, this is in a sport. The name is Sohukai. It's a martial art typical from Ecuador. They have the move, the particular from the Ecuador Andinal dance and the folklore typical from Ecuador. You can practice in the Sohukai self-defense against the weapon like the knife and other weapon. So like I don't know, like the Krav Maga and food, like the Jiu-Jitsu. You have the hits with I can say it in English. The food.
Your shirt says Ministro del.
Minister of the Sport is a partner from the Sohukai in Ecuador in the tournament. In the other activities. But Sokukai do many activities around the country in the year. The activity. I don't know what is the other question that you have, sir.
President Correa is supportive of these kind of programs?
Yes, President Correa is a big support for this activity. We can do this activity like sport, Ecuadorian, just for the help of the President of Ecuador.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, but the first person in Ecuador, he have everything to support this activity. Is a very good for the son of the president practice this activity.
Wow, that's great. It's part of the process, the Bolivarian process, or?
Yes, it's a part of this process, but. In this moment, the son of president not practiced this activity because he have the other activities
Sure.
important down the school. I don't know.
Wow, that's great. Hey folks, I wanted to give a great example of how biased the teaching of history is regarding the 20th century. Folks, the Chinese Communist Party took power in 1949. That's the year the People's Republic of China was declared. That's when the Communist Party came to power. But many years before that, 1928, 1929, and 1930, there was a horrendous famine in China. This famine was caused for a number of reasons, most of which can be traced back to capitalism. One of the primary causes of the famine was the fact that the people in China didn't have food because there had been crop failures. And part of the reason that these crop failures were so dramatic was because so much of the arable land in China, where food should have been grown, was being used to grow opium poppies, right? And that's supply and demand. There wasn't money to be made by feeding the Chinese people, but there was money to be made for the international capitalist system and free trade and the British Empire in growing opium poppies. That was supply and demand in action. In fact, let's not forget that the British Empire waged 2 different opium wars to force China to join the global free trade Adam Smith system, tear down any tariffs and barriers and be part of the free trade system. And one great staple of that free trade system that the British and American big multinational bankers and corporations were pushing at the time was opium. A lot of American bankers, a lot of British bankers were involved in the drug trade. And at the time this famine happened, 1928 to 1930, in China, a lot of the arable land was not being used to grow food. It was being used to grow something that was much more profitable for capitalists, opium poppies. Furthermore, China didn't have a strong central government that could be mobilized to carry out relief. The Chinese government was so corrupt and bought off by, multinational corporations and bankers and warlords and local interests, and it was so corrupted by capitalists, it was, being auctioned off to the highest bidder. When this famine hit and millions of people were dying, couldn't get food, the government was paralyzed. It really had no ability to mobilize an effective relief. Now, this famine that happened between 1928 and 1930 in China, 3 years, people were dying in northern China. And while that was happening, the estimates were maybe 3 million people had died. Now historians believe that roughly maybe 10 million people died during this 3-year period in northern China. Horrendous. But you'll notice that the Wikipedia page about this famine in China caused by capitalism is only 3 sentences long. Let me repeat that. The Wikipedia page about this famine caused by capitalism in China is only 3 sentences long. However, we all know there was another famine in China called the Great Leap Forward, where there were some economic hardships that happened in the early 1960s after the Communist Party had been in power, after the Soviet Union had cut off its aid to China. And look at the Wikipedia page for the Great Leap Forward. Paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs,
all repeating this same narrative that somehow this one famine proves that communism has never worked anywhere and that free market capitalism is the only system. The reason that there are 3 sentences about a famine that took place because of capitalism and many, many, many paragraphs, just a whole big article about a famine that happened under the leadership of the Communist Party is because the famine that happened under the leadership of the Communist Party has propaganda value for Western capitalism. It is something they can use to demonize the Chinese Communist Party, to promote free trade and globalization, to promote privatizations and austerity in Western countries, to promote their myth that greed is good and that capitalism is just an amazing system. And because it has propaganda value, all kinds of things are written about it. In fact, there's even a book that was published about the Great Leap Forward. The photo that is on the cover of this book called Mao's Great Famine is actually from 1946. It was in Time Life magazine. It was one of their photos, and it was in 1946 that this child was photographed being hungry before the communists even took power. That's from another famine, right? So it's not even a picture from the Great Leap Forward, but it's on the cover of this book demonizing the Chinese Communist Party. But no one discusses this famine that happened from 1928 to 1930, where 3 to 10 million people, probably closer to 10 million people, died because of capitalism. It's not relevant. And this famine that occurred from 1928 to 1930 in China was one of many. These kinds of famines happened all the time under capitalism. And it was the Chinese Communist Party that industrialized China. It was the Chinese Communist Party that built power plants all over China. It's because of the Chinese Communist Party that 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty. Now, today, China's economy that has 5-year economic plans, that has a huge number of state-run banks and industries, led by a communist party grounded in Marxist-Leninist ideology, socialism with Chinese characteristics, is the second largest economy in the entire world. Huge economic achievements have happened. However, if you listen to the discourse in the United States, you'll hear all about a famine that happened in the early 60s. And this famine, in which capitalism killed millions of Chinese people, you're getting a biased narrative of events. You shouldn't need any further proof of this than that. The fact that you thought communism leads to everyone starving, and you never heard about all the famines caused by capitalism. Furthermore, no one ever bothered to point out that it was communists that made China into a global superpower that it is today, shows that you are being served a completely biased and ridiculous narrative.
finally, and you may say it's hardly worth talking about, but I have an interest in it. The Democrats they went for bust. They pushed old Joe off the cliff. They put the most doltish alternative they could find, the subject of your masterful biography of Kamala Harris, which everyone should still read. They put her in. It was a big gamble. They spent, I think, $1.3 billion, even though they're a few $100 million short, I understand, in debt. Are they finished now? Might they split now? After all, this is a party without any trace of what it was supposed to be. It was, if you like, its DNA was supposed to be the blue-collar party, the working-class party, the party that wanted peace, the party that wanted American jobs, and so on. It is so far from that now, rather like the British so-called Labour Party. Is it time to call it a day for the American masses with the Democratic Party?
Well, it's interesting because we're hearing some Democratic Party voices saying it's time to change their strategy, that they need to stop telling American workers that they're voting against their own interest in a condescending way. They need to look into what working class values in America really are. But that said, my concern is about Inauguration Day, because we saw what happened the last time Donald Trump was inaugurated. There was a huge amount of violence in the streets of Washington, D.C. There are sections of the American intelligence apparatus that are hoping to weaken the Trump presidency with violent provocations. I am concerned about security in Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day. I'm going to be in D.C., my organization, the Center for Political Innovation. We will be there engaging with Trump supporters. We have a banner of Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands that says only peace can make America great again. We're going to engage with Trump supporters about opposing imperialism and building peace around the world. And we're having an event, a reception that evening in Washington, D.C. But we're going to be there to engage with those who voted for Trump because they want peace. But I'm very concerned about what the Answer Coalition, led by Brian Becker, is planning. They have staged and got permits for a demonstration that is taking place on that day. And they say it's going to be peaceful, but we saw what happened last time Trump took office. The cars that were torched, the people that were injured, the many young people who were caught up in that and arrested. If Brian Becker and the Answer Coalition are to be responsible, they need to cancel this demonstration. People voted for Trump because they want to make peace around the world. Donald Trump was elected on a platform of getting the USA out of the Ukraine conflict, and he's opposed by the foreign policy establishment. And we know that this demonstration they are planning is going to be utilized by provocateurs, by Antifa elements to try and taint the Trump presidency with violence. The Answer Coalition needs to cancel their demonstration that is taking place on Trump's inauguration. They need to call it off so that they cannot facilitate the provocative actions being planned by the pro-NATO faction of the deep state. Let's recall that John Bolton, who served in Trump's administration, said that if Donald Trump was ever elected and ever took office again, the USA would leave the NATO alliance. I hope John Bolton is right. We need to leave the NATO alliance. And the opposition to Trump is coming from the foreign policy establishment. This isn't a guarantee that Trump is going to do good things, but if there's any possibility of things improving, it means that those of us who want U.S. relations around the world and the U.S. wars all across the planet to de-escalate, we need to loudly support any positive action that Donald Trump might take. So my hope is that the Answer Coalition, which claims to be an anti-war organization, will cancel their demonstration, their rally that is basically going to become a space for provocateurs working on behalf of NATO to destabilize Washington, D.C. If they are truly anti-war, they need to cancel their demonstration. That is my call for the Answer Coalition, for the Palestine activists. They need to call off the provocative demonstration planned for Trump's inauguration day. Hey folks, so I saw the new Nosferatu movie, which is a remake of the 1922 classic vampire film, the silent movie, and I had a few thoughts to share with you. First of all, whenever I watch any film, I often say to myself, what is this film really saying? I remind people that films tend to say a lot more about the time period in which they're made and current events than they say about the time period they depict. So as I was watching Nosferatu, I was thinking, what are they saying about our time? And what became clear to me was that it was very much a reflection on the mental health crisis in U.S. society. It's about the shame of mental health issues, the stigma on people, perhaps even a little bit of a reflection on drug addiction. The plot revolves around kind of a goth girl character who conjured up a spirit when she was a teenager. Then she met the love of her life, got married, and the vampire that she conjured up, this spirit from Romania, shows up to destroy her marriage as an adult. What also stuck out to me as interesting is that if you read the original Dracula novel, Dracula is portrayed as very good looking. He's very handsome. He's very physically fit. This was almost a weird caricature of Eastern European folks at the time. At the time, Eastern Europe was considered to be very wild and exotic, and Dracula was this very, very good-looking, very, very sexual vampire creature from Transylvania. In the 1922 horror film, the classic silent film Nosferatu, the Dracula vampire character is anything but good-looking. He's this deformed, ugly, scary-looking creature. What I thought was interesting is that while they maintained, more or less, the 1922 image of Nosferatu, the kind of ugly vampire, they made him sexual, and they played up the sexual aspects of the vampire story and of the Dracula story. So, at the same time that the vampire was ugly, he was also sexual. The vampire hunter character, the Van Helsing character, was played by William Dafoe. And that's what made me think that, again, this was about the mental health crisis, because William Dafoe's character, who is the vampire hunter, who's supposed to be this expert on vampires, comes across as like a caring shrink who cares for the young woman who's been targeted by the vampire, offers her compassion, etc. One aspect of the original film was that there's a lot of images of rats, and that many people have said that the rats, they almost kind of speak to some like desire for cleanliness, a desire to oppose any contagion, a view of people as dirty that kind of played into the German spirit, maybe fed into the rise of fascism, etc. So overall, I felt that this was an attempt by Hollywood to reflect on the mental health crisis in U.S. society, to touch on the shame and the stigma of mental illness and drug addiction through a vampire story. They used an old classic 1920s German horror film. They redid it, and they pulled elements from the vampire genre overall and mixed it in with the German expressionism and the images from the German 1922 film. It was quite enjoyable, and it certainly had something to say.
Pan-Africanism must come from the bottom up, from the masses of the people up. It is here then that we've come to see the real aspect of Pan-Africanism. We said that in the 5th Pan-African Congress they called for mass organizations, and immediately mass organizations sprang up throughout the length and breadth of the African world. The Conventional People's Party, a mass party, sprang up in Ghana. The Democratic Party of Guinea, a mass party, sprang up in Guinea. Throughout the length and breadth of Africa, you had TANU, the Tanzanian African National Union, which is now the CCM. My Swahili is not as good as yours. Chumpa, Chimpuraza, Mazuri.
That's very good.
Oh, my Swahili is bad. Thank you. Chapa Chapman Puduzi. Exactly. And that's their new party. But all over Africa, mass parties sprung up. If you look at the Caribbean, mass parties sprung up. And if you look at the United States, mass movements sprang up. So the call was heeded for mass confrontation. Of course, the 5th Pan-African Congress made 2 definite and precise resolutions which I want to highlight. Of course, Pan-Africanism from the very beginning was anti-colonial. From the very beginning it was anti-colonial. It was weak. So when they came, they didn't say to the Queen, we're going to put you out of the country. They said, you must treat the natives right. You must educate them. You must prepare them for self-government. These are things that are weak, but they were anti-colonial in essence. We must not look at the form. And we got stronger, the more this anti-colonialism will express itself. Now, anti-colonialism is nothing but anti-capitalism, because colonialism is nothing but an offshoot, an aspect of capitalism. Therefore, if you're anti-colonial, you must be anti-capitalist, if you're logical in your thinking, of course, and your actions. Some people are not, but we are speaking of logical people here. Yes. If you're anti-capitalist, then you must be socialist. Capitalism cannot unite Africa. Africa has to be united by socialism. Now, there's a lot of confusion here on this question of capitalism and socialism. Just recently, a young man said to me, but socialism died. I said, it did? He said, you didn't hear about it? I said, I missed the funeral. Of course, he spoke about the betrayals that occurred in the East. You must not let capitalism confuse your thinking. This is a struggle which Pan-Africanism takes on. We struggle against imperialism in the ideological arena because many people think that capitalism just wants to exploit your labor. It wants to confuse your thinking and make you think just like them. And this is where the real fight occurs. So therefore, this struggle of confusing the thinking, I told the man, I said, you're talking nonsense. Socialism cannot disappear. It cannot die. He said, yes, it can. I said, no. He said, how do you say that? I said, well, you are judging socialism by socialists. You don't do that. He said, I've never heard such nonsense. If you don't judge socialism by socialists, what do you judge it by? I say, you judge it by its principles. Every system is judged by its principles, never its adherents. So he still saw confusion. He said, you're just talking double talk. I said, okay, do you judge Christianity by Christians? So we must not be confused here. Socialism doesn't fall because of betrayal. No system does. The person who betrays themselves goes to the mud, but the system, with its eternal principles, keep marching on. If a system fell because of betrayal, Christianity would have been finished with Judas. At least Judas had the dignity to hang himself. Some of these who betray socialism don't have that dignity. Gorbachev still runs around speaking and picking up 30 pieces of silver everywhere. So socialism is an economic system, and there can only be two in the world, capitalism or socialism, because every economic system must answer one fundamental question. Who will own and control the wealth of the country? Who will own and control the means of production? The question can only be answered two ways. Either a few will own or everyone will own. It's as simple as that. And under capitalism, we say, please summarize that we might have. No, I'm going. I thought I had 20 minutes. It's my time. I thought I had 20 minutes. I was going by the clock. How much time do I have left? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm off. That's what I thought I did. I was watching it. No, I'm watching my clock. I'm irresponsible. I'm revolutionary. I go by time. I got my clock right here. Matter of fact, I can say it in 2 words, Black Power. And today we've gone to 1, Pan-Africanism. So there are only 2 economic systems, and it's going to be capitalism or socialism. Capitalism is a backward system. There's no need to discuss it. Certainly anyone who's been made a slave by capitalism ought to be hesitant in trying to support the system. But as a conscious African, I must be against capitalism, and I must, of course, seek to destroy it. So when you speak of Pan-Africanism, you must understand you speak of socialism. And we want to underline there's only one socialism out here, and that's scientific socialism, whose principles are abiding and universal. There's no such thing as African socialism, Chinese socialism, Russian socialism, Arab socialism. There's only one socialism. The confusion arises over ideology. That is that which guides you towards your objective. So we're saying clearly here, Pan-Africanism is not an ideology. It is an objective. It is an achievable. Pan-Africanism is the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. All we want is a unified continent with a socialist system. That's all. But you know, Africa is the richest continent in the world. When she's properly organized, she'll be the most powerful. Yeah, of course. Of course, and me, all I want is power. I'm not like others. I don't want money. I don't want popularity. I just want the power I'm supposed to get. That's all. That's all.
Sir Flounders mentioned Yemen. The last time I saw this brother, we were in a hotel in Bandar Abbas. He was about to get on a boat to risk his life to take aid, humanitarian aid to the starving people of Yemen. He's here representing the organization FIST. Fight imperialism, stand together. Please join me in welcoming Caleb Maupin. Please come to the stage. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Well, the last time I saw Cyrus, I was in a hotel in Bandar Abbas, and I was getting on a boat, and we were trying to go to Yemen. Our boat was full of medical supplies, humanitarian aid, food, flour, things that people in Yemen desperately need. And we weren't able to complete our mission. We never got to Yemen. And why was that we did not complete our mission? On the day that we were supposed to arrive in Yemen, the Saudis bombed the port of Hodeidah, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 8 times in a single day, they bombed the port of Hodeidah. We were unable to complete our mission. We were unable to deliver flour and medical supplies to the people of Yemen because Saudi terrorism prevented us from delivering the supplies. You wouldn't know it now. You wouldn't know it if you were watching TV. You can watch CNN, MSNBC, Fox for hours and they don't even say Yemen. But around the clock, every single day, Yemen is being bombed. It's being bombed by the Saudi military. But every single one of those bombs is given to them and sold to them by the United States. Pentagon generals are on the scene directing the Saudi attack on Yemen. This attack on Yemen, it shouldn't just be understood as a Saudi attack on Yemen. The bombing of Yemen that is destroying hospitals, destroying schools, destroying power plants and civilian infrastructure that's already killed at least 4,000 people. The bombing of Yemen that's taking place is a U.S. military operation. It's an Israeli military operation. It's being done to serve imperialism and Zionism. Why are they bombing Yemen right now? They're bombing Yemen because Yemen wants to be free. Yemen used to have a dictator, a president who was a dictator, a puppet of the Saudis. But the people in Yemen decided they wanted democracy. They wanted independence of their country. And they overthrew the U.S. and Saudi-backed dictator. And that's when the Saudi bombing campaign started, with U.S. support. They're bombing Yemen in order to stop them from developing democracy and independence. And why else? It's a well-kept secret that Yemen has vast untapped oil resources, one of the biggest oil deposits in the region. And they know that an independent Yemen could utilize these oil resources to start developing their economy and exporting. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia and Israel are teaming up against Yemen because they want to keep it poor. They don't want it to become an independent country like Iran or Venezuela with public control of natural resources. What is going on in Yemen? This crime that we hear nothing about. It is horrendous and it is a crime against humanity. We don't know anything about it. You know, people might see our rally here today, see the Day of Al-Quds and think, what's he up here talking about Yemen? That's a completely different country. But it's not. It's all connected. Every major religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they all forbid what's called ribald or usury, which is the way of making money by doing nothing, making money off investments. But what is Wall Street? Wall Street sits at the top of a global system based on ribald and usury. They make money from nothing. They make money from nothing. They make money from impoverishing the world. And that's what we have to oppose. We have to oppose the global system of monopoly capitalism, where a few big bankers in London and in Wall Street control the world. Yemen is fighting for its independence. And I'll tell you another thing. Obama and the leaders of the U.S., they say that they want to stop ISIS, and they say they want to stop terrorism, and they say they want to spread democracy. But there's nothing democratic about Saudi Arabia. And what countries are actually defeating Daesh and ISIS? It's Iran and Syria. They're scoring real victories against them, and we can't even sign a peace treaty to end the sanctions on Iran. It's Iran and Syria that are fighting terrorism. It's the United States and Saudi Arabia that are spreading terrorism all over the world. So, as we talk here today, we got to organize and fight back. And I'll tell you one thing. Some people say that if you oppose Zionism, you're an anti-Semite. But one piece of evidence that shows that's not true, the majority of Zionists in the United States, the majority of Zionists are not Jews. They're Christians. All across the Midwestern United States, there are people who've had their homes foreclosed and have had the good-paying industrial jobs taken away, and they're living in an economy and they're miserable. And they're going to church to pray, to try and find some consolation. And when they pray, their ministers who are getting money from Wall Street are telling them to pray for Israel, and that's a crime. The same big bankers that have set up Israel, the same big bankers that are destroying the Midwest of the United States, they're the same big bankers that are setting up the prison industrial complex in this country, and all humanity has a stake in the fight against imperialism and Zionism.
Still breathe.
what are we going to do? Well, Stalin, he goes to the local village. He makes friends, with some of the local villagers. And he's so popular that they elect him the president of the hunting club. Stalin could get along with anybody. Prison, workers, factory workers, seminary school. You send him out to Siberia in the middle of a village. Stalin in the Siberian village, he makes friends with all the local Siberians. They like him so much, they make him the president of the hunting club, right? Stalin, and he likes to drink, right? He likes to drink. He likes to, he's a manly man, kind of, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he had a deformed foot. One of his feet were deformed, if I'm not mistaken, but Stalin knew how to charm people. That's really who Stalin was. He was a man's man. He was an organizer. He was a popular guy. And a lot of people don't know this, but right, in Lenin's book, What Is to Be Done, he pitches the idea of an all-Russian socialist newspaper. It's called Iskra, which means spark. Iskra was not widely read. The Iskra newspaper, the Bolsheviks, it was an ideological paper for people that were already in the Bolshevik Party. However, there was another newspaper that was very widely read, that everybody read. It was all over the Russian cities. It was called Pravda. It means truth. The Truth. It was a newspaper called The Truth, Pravda. After the Russian Revolution, it became the official government newspaper. But before the revolution, Pravda was this daily agitational newspaper that the Bolsheviks distributed throughout St. Petersburg. And it was this daily newspaper, Truth. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda. Not Iskra, not the ideological, theoretical journal. He was the editor of Pravda, of Truth. And a lot of what was in Pravda was what they called worker correspondence, letters to the editor. And it was just people complaining about their conditions. And it was anonymous. A lot of it was anonymous. Anonymous letters from people. Hey, at my factory, they're making us work this long. It's bullshit. I don't like it. Thank you, John. Hey, at my factory, they just got this new machine and it doesn't work. And it was just people, average people, often not signing it with their real name because they didn't want to lose their job and they didn't want to get in trouble. It was average people, writing letters, and that was most of what Pravda was. It was worker correspondence. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda, of the daily newspaper that people could read. It was this daily newspaper that agitated. It was the agitational newspaper. Iskra was the ideological paper. It was the propaganda newspaper. But Pravda was the agitational newspaper that just kind of stirred people up to a greater confrontation with the bourgeoisie. And Stalin was the editor of that, along with Kamenev. So, Stalin, the more you look at Stalin, the more you see this is kind of a man's man. This is kind of a mass organizer. This is a popular guy. A lot of testosterone there. Definitely, definitely a bro, you know what I mean? But this is a guy who knew how to get along with people. He could tell jokes. He could tell stories. And he just was very, very charming. And that's how Stalin was able to do what he did, right? That's how he was able to do what he did. And put all of your thoughts about what happened when he was leading Russia aside. This is who he was, right? I just told you about how Lenin, was the very nervous person, the very nervous guy, and all of that. Well, now I'm telling you who Stalin was, right? And again, if you want to understand Stalin and the role he played in history, you have to understand the personality there. Now, one of the best stories I ever heard about Stalin, and again, if you go to Barnes & Noble, you'll find a million biographies. They're all full of unverified stories of him doing monstrous atrocities. But one of the best stories I ever heard about Stalin, which people say checks out, most likely probably did happen, right? It's not just a rumor, it's not just something, is that supposedly one day when Stalin was leader of the Soviet Union, he was walking with his daughter, right? And his daughter saw a propaganda poster with him on it. And his daughter said, "Oh my God, Daddy, are you Stalin?" And Stalin said to his daughter, supposedly, right? This probably happened. This is not, doesn't fit the horror story. This is, something that most likely happened. Stalin said to his daughter, he said, no, that's Stalin. That's Stalin. I'm your father. Meaning that Stalin himself knew that the propaganda, and that's true. I mean, as much as I'm critical of the books that we all get spoon-fed about Stalin, where he comes across as this atrocious monster, the Soviet biographies of Stalin are junk. I mean, they're just so, sappy propaganda. The cult of personality around Stalin. The cult of personality around him wasn't very honest, right? That he was presented as this, superhuman, infallible, godlike father figure for the nation or something. It wasn't really who he was. And he knew that. And that story, that anecdote where he says to his daughter, he says, "Oh, no, that's Stalin, I'm your father." It's sweet, right? I mean, and it shows you that on some level, again, just like the cult of personality around Lenin, the image you get of Lenin is very different than who Lenin really was. The image that we get of Stalin, that the Soviet government made of Stalin, was very different than who he really was. And the image that we're now presented with Stalin, where, and we're presented with the image of Stalin as being Satan, Satan incarnate, that's not very accurate either.
When I get home from work each day, it feels like I just worked 200 years. When I see all the bills I gotta pay, seems like to take 200 years. And now we hear this summer celebrate the latest boss's game. But who they calling us when every day we're fighting them? 200 years. 200 years is bicentennial is more. 200 years. The rich want us to slave for them. 200 more. 200 years. 200 years these parasites have sucked our blood. But let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. Well, that must have been some party dumped that British tea back then 200 years. And that must have been some struggle dumping British tyranny back 200 years. But Senator King George packing made the rich here free to build their own empire and change and wage slavery. 200 years. 200 years is bicentennial is for 200 years. The rich want us to slave for them. 200 more. 200 years, these parasites have sucked our blood. But let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. Well, our class built this country. We have labored, we have slaved 200 years. But they're the class that runs it, taking all the wealth we've made 200 years.
They're coming down, their time is up. 200 years is long enough.
Their rule has brought us misery, unemployment, crime, and war. But every decent thing we have, our class has fought on for.
200 years.
200 years
is bicentennial.
for
200 years.
The rich want us to slave for them. 200 more.
200 years.
200 years. These parasites have sucked our blood. Let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. They've hired the finest minds to find out how their system's gonna last 200 years.
It's coming down, their time is up. 200 years is long
And they're
enough.
working overtime to cover up the past 200 years.
They're coming down, their time is up. 200 years is long
They
enough.
promise peace and plenty as they plan another war, but they've got a little problem. We're not taking any more.
200 years.
200 years.
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
The rich want us to slave for them.
200 more. 200 years.
200 years. These parasites that suck our blood. Let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. Fellow workers, to our class belongs the future, and it isn't going to wait 200 years. Oh no. Well, the rich man's time is up, and he's going to get the cake in a few more years. And with their system in museums, with the relics of the past, we'll build that bright future when the workers rule at last. 200 years, 200 years,
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
want us to slave for them.
200 more. 200 years.
200 years, these parasites that suck our blood. But let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. We'll bring them down, their time is up. 200 years is long enough. We'll bring them down, their time is up. 200 years is long enough. We'll bring them down, their time is up. 200 years is long enough.
200 years.
200 years.
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
The rich want us to slave for them.
200 more. 200 years.
200 years. These parasites that suck our blood. Let's get them off our backs. Say it, let's get them off our backs. All right, let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough.
So just to add to that, from what I understand, because my parents ran away from the Soviet Union back in the day, and we're talking about socialism being the means of government control of production. So there is something being produced, which is kind of like an industry-based economy rather than a service-based economy. So in compare and contrast with the United States, we're not really producing things anymore. That's being done overseas by different governments that aren't capitalist, but we're just becoming a service-based economy. And just America and Soviet Union have a lot of differences because we're more service-based in manufacturing groups.
Wow. Well, I would like to say something about that, because that's actually one thing that was pointed out by a writer that I've learned a lot from named Nelson Peary. He wrote a book called The Future is Up to Us, which is a very good book. I encourage people to read it. And he talks about the fact that, as you talk about these revolutions in stages, every new revolution began with that economic revolution, the new mode of production, right? But the Russian Revolution did not have a new mode of production. It was simply capitalist industrial production organized according to a state central plan. The steel mills in the Soviet Union functioned in the same way the steel mills in the United States operated. There was not a new economic system. And Nelson Peary argues that the reason that ultimately the Soviet Union didn't last is because it did not represent a higher stage of production, right? And that if you look throughout the time of feudalism, there were plenty of times where people did what the Narodniks did. And they rose up, they seized control of their land, and they reorganized feudalism in a more egalitarian and fair way. But eventually, the old feudal system would come and take them over because they didn't have a new mode of production, right? And that ultimately, it's the computer revolution that has created this service economy. That's the reason that we don't have industrial workers at this point, is because those jobs have been eliminated by machines with 3D printing and all of that. And basically the industrial worker is fading away. And Jack Ma, one of the brilliant, he's a billionaire in China, but he's also a brilliant intellectual and a member of the Communist Party. He talks about the fact that basically everything that could be done by a machine is going to be done by a machine eventually. And all that we're going to have left as humans is going to be things that only human beings can do. It's very fascinating, and that ultimately, that lays the basis for a new social order, with the elimination of the industrial worker. And I think that kind of thing is fascinating, as you're pointing out. But that is one reality, is that the Soviet economic system, it was capitalist industrial production, but not capitalist. It was operated according to a state central plan, not for profits. But the steel mills function in the same way. And I think that that's a point that ultimately needs to be made, absolutely. And I think that's interesting. And I think that points toward the fact that we're living in an era where capitalism, because it's gotten rid of industrial workers, right? There's no room for millions of people at the assembly line, right? Their ability to be hired to work has been eliminated. As a result, they're not spending, right? Their spending power has decreased. So the capitalists are producing so much stuff more efficiently than ever before. They're churning out iPhones and iPads like never before. But the people of the world, their standard of living is dropping because there's no place for them to get hired and have enough to actually buy it, right? And that this is what Karl Marx wrote about in his book Capital. The problem of overproduction, that the capitalist is constantly driving to make the means of production more efficient, but at the same time, in order to do that, he's lowering the standard of living and reducing the spending power of the worker. And the worker cannot buy back the products that he's being driven so hard to produce. Under previous systems, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Now people are homeless because there's too much housing. Under previous systems, people were hungry because there was food shortages. But now people are becoming hungry because there's too much food. And that's the problem of capitalism, is that we produce not for use and for human need, but for profits, right? I mean, the classic example is that, like, at the end of the night in a lot of restaurants, right? They'll take the food that's left over and they'll throw it in the garbage. But instead of just walking away and leaving it there in the garbage, they'll take motor oil and pour it all over it. Why? Because if some homeless person eats it out of the garbage, then they're not going to go spend at the restaurant, right? They didn't produce that food for people to eat it. They produced that food to make money off of it, right? That's the irrationality of capitalism, and it can only be resolved with the means of production being controlled by the state in order to stop that irrationality. And the fact that we have a service economy and that the industrial worker is becoming a thing of the past lays the basis for a higher social system to come into being. Absolutely, that's my response to that.
Yeah, in 1991, Donald Trump introduced the term fair trade instead of free trade. And as a Donald Trump supporter, I agree with a lot of fair trade.
I think that's been around before, though. I mean, the anti-globalization protests in the 1990s were talking about fair trade, not free trade, and I mean that's a long-standing critique of globalization. You know, is this understanding that it's a global race to the bottom, right? It's the playing countries in the world against each other, lowest wages, lowest living. You know what I'm saying? That's globalization, what capitalism has become in the 1990s and later, this global economy where a single item might be produced in 25 different countries, right? Where all the workers are competing for who will work for the cheapest. You know what I mean? That global system, which I think people on the right call it globalism, right? But Lenin wrote a whole book about it called Imperialism, where the world is ruled by a small group of bankers based in the Western countries. That is ultimately what socialism is trying to resolve and change, by having society and countries take control of their economies and rationally operate them.
Yeah, because fair trade introduces the idea of you actually help the poorer countries. If they have something that we could get from them, we give them something that they might eat in return. It's a lot different than, instead of purely being for profit, you're doing what's best to develop other countries at the same time. But it's not a matter of just giving away wealth or wealth redistribution. It's doing it in a smarter way where you could focus on smaller economies to grow themselves.
Sounds kind of like what China's doing with the One Belt, One Road initiative.
A little bit.
Yeah, where China's going to developing countries and building infrastructure and raising up the standard of living and stimulating the domestic economy. And then there's more of a domestic economy for them to trade with. So they make more money, and that country has more of a domestic economy, and their businesses grow, and both countries kind of grow together. They call it win-win cooperation.
Yeah, they're doing that in Ethiopia. They're building highways, hotels, gas stations, and they're just building an economy, and they might even trap those countries by making them owe debt to China. But at the same time, Ethiopia is really going to evolve.
Well, and that's the crazy thing is, you hear them, that's the allegation leveled against China is that, they're going to, trap all these countries in debt. But, the IMF and the World Bank have been doing that for years. You know what I mean? They've done it to this country, they've done it to Mexico, they've done it to all of South America. I mean, so then it's like, well, China, there's this allegation that maybe hypothetically China might be doing it when the United States has been blatantly doing it for years but very interesting, yeah. And this is why I think people should revisit Lenin's book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, where he talks about this and how these international conglomerates, these global corporations get formed that kind of dominate the world. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Anything else?
You know, I just thought it was interesting that you mentioned his imperialism, because I'm personally a lot of my study is fascinated by the creation of like the global South, particularly in the Caribbean, and as you know, like for most of my academic career, my case study has been Haiti, and that's why I find a lot of the talk about this trade to be very interesting, because Haiti in particular has been a victim of a lot of this this economic imperialism, particularly from the West, but also of France and Germany at different points in Haiti's history. So I find, you know, part of the reason that I admire China's initiative is because it's like it doesn't have that vampiric level to it, where it's not, you know, necessarily like sucking the resources out of the country, and when providing resources, giving it to the select few, which has been traditionally the issue with global imperialism.
Russia out of poverty in the 19th, 20th century. Do you know anything about the Great Chinese Starvation?
Yeah, I do actually.
It was pretty good, right? Yeah, let's talk about that.
All right. Yeah. So what was China like before the Chinese Communist Party came to power?
Oh, it was terrible. And it got much
China like now.
It got much better after they killed all of the people by stealing
what is it
farms.
like now? I'm asking you, what is it like now? What is
China like now?
Compared to how it was before?
So you're saying that
no.
The greatest
is China better off now?
So
have millions of people been lifted from poverty. How many power plants were there before the Chinese Communist Party came into power?
Oh, well, did they have pickles
How
there?
many are there now?
Did they have
How many
pickles?
Steel mills. Did you know China didn't have a single steel mill before the Communist Party came to power?
You
now
know,
they make half the steel in the world. Did you know that?
Before the Super Bowl era, China was way worse off. So I think since we started having the Super Bowl every year,
were there famines before the Chinese communists came to power? Were there famines before they came to power? Now, who cured the famines in China? Hundreds of millions of people were dying every year, over and over and over. People were dying. They had the century of humiliation where
hundreds of millions
all the time under capitalism, under free trade, people were dying. The Chinese Communist Party came in. They
imperialism
brought tractors to the countryside. They brought tractors to the countryside. They mechanized agriculture. And yeah, in the 1960s, there was a horrendous famine in the early 60s.
That just came about. It just came about.
That cured.
It came about.
No, it was a result of the fact that China was an underdeveloped country. That's what it was the result of. It was a result of the fact that China had been an underdeveloped country for so long, and they were rapidly trying to industrialize. And they clearly made mistakes in the process of industrializing. But then the Chinese Communist Party are the ones that prevented China from ever having something like that again, which happened all the time before they came to power. That's what you're missing. Right? You know, I mean, I don't understand this. Like, so, I'm trying to think of an analogy that might be good, but it's like, what might be a good analogy? If someone's a drug addict for 20 years and then they go into rehab, and after they've been in rehab for a year, they relapse, right? And then they go back into rehab and then they never use drugs again. Is rehab responsible for them using drugs?
Oh, so you're saying the opposite is true for communism?
I'm saying that communism cured China of having starvation. And you're saying that because there was an episode of starvation in the early 60s, that doesn't count.
Well, what actually happened in 1959? What happened?
In 1959, there was
what happened? Did someone come to power?
Policies that they were trying to rapidly industrialize. The Soviet Union cut them off, right? The Soviet Union had been helping them develop, and the Soviet Union cut them off. And they had people misreporting how much they were growing, and there was confusion, and it led to a disaster. The same kind of disaster that had happened over and over and over again. There was a famine in 1928 where millions of people died. There was a famine in 1946 where millions of people died. There was a famine in 1890 where millions of people died. There was famines all the time. Are those famines the fault of capitalism?
So your analysis is that the Great Starvation that happened in the late 50s and early 60s
is not representative.
No,
of the experience
your characterization.
Bad thing that happened one time that the Chinese Communist Party cured does not speak for the entire experience of that.
I want to ask you though, and I broke your rule.
Back to my drug rehab example, right?
Well, I broke your rule.
Uses drugs for 20 years, goes into rehab to stop using drugs, then relapses in rehab for a year, and then goes back into rehab and never uses drugs again. Did rehab cause them to be a drug addict?
So my question
Now,
to
answer the
you,
question. In that
yeah,
situation,
it is Rehab's fault. Yes,
it's
in your
Rehab's fault,
retarded
really, even though Rehab
analogy.
cured them, but it just had a relapse during the curing process.
I want to know what you're honest, and let's have a good faith. Let's have a good faith discussion here.
China before the communists
Is
came in.
your assertion that it was a lack of central planning that caused the Great Starvation in China? It was a lack of central planning caused
My
that?
assertion is that the Great Leap Forward was a failure as they were trying to set up what they'd never had before, which was a modern agricultural system. And as they were bringing tractors to the countryside, and as they were building power plants, and as they were constructing a national plan in order to get rid of these things,
Something the free
they made a
market
mistake
didn't do
along the
anywhere.
way. They made a
Something that
mistake
wasn't
along the
able
way.
to be accomplished by the free market
Yes.
anywhere else in the industrialized world.
Really? Because
Right?
there were hundreds of millions of people that died before the communists came in. In 1928, Edgar Snow, the author of Red Star Over China, talked about how he was in 1928 in China and millions of people were starving to death. And one of the main reasons they were starving to death was because China had no central government to mobilize relief. When the crops failed in one area, the government had no ability. There was no central government. There were warlords that controlled different regions, and they had no ability to bring food.
You have the specialization of labor. You don't understand where people are in the process. You don't understand that there's somebody other than you in the process. And ultimately that's how they're justifying this market liberalism, which is, of course, it's all fake. It's again, to use the word again, it's an Ouroboros. It's eating its own tail.
Yeah, and this is why ultimately I do think that the fact that there is an anti-imperialist bloc and the fact that there are a number of countries now that are tied in with the Belt and Road Initiative, with the Eurasian Economic Union, and with economies that are not run by profits and command, the anarchy of production, the chaos of the market, that lays the basis for there to be divisions within our ruling class. The fact that Jim Rogers was such a big, outspoken supporter of peace with North Korea. And now we also see sections of the military, Tulsi Gabbard is active duty military. Michael Flynn comes out of the military. And these are individuals that don't want to have war with Russia. And they want to get along with Russia. And they seem even also more interested in getting along with China, some of them. And that there are sections of the U.S. financial power structure that realize that their hope is finding an alliance and kind of attaching themselves to this new emerging alternative economy.
Guys, this is a pretty big waste. What are all these kids doing? They were all sitting there ready to kill the guys, the kids on the other side. It was austere, there wasn't much there. Then I went to the DMZ on the South Korean side, and my main impression was, what a waste. Why don't they just tear this down and let's have a K-pop concert?
The bulk of the capitalist class in the United States just wants to make money. And if they just want to make money, why not do business with Russia and China? Why not be part of the explosive, anti-imperialist socialist bloc? But among the ultra monopolies that want to stay in power, they realize the only way they can maintain their monopoly is beating down and grinding the world into poverty. And Russia and China and Cuba and Venezuela and Iran are the biggest threat to that. So there is a division in the ruling class around this issue. And at the end of the day, that division kind of lays the basis for an opening for those of us who do want a better life for working families to enter a strategic alliance and really build up an anti-monopoly coalition. I point out the 4 stars on the Chinese flag represent the block of 4 great classes. Mao understood the proletariat, the working class, was not the majority in China, it was the peasantry, but even the middle class and the national capitalists, those 4 stars on the Chinese flag represent this anti-imperialist or anti-monopoly coalition that Mao built in order to rescue China from imperialism and lead it to socialism. And that's what we should be doing in the United States. That's what William Z. Foster and the Communist Party understood their job was back in the day, to build an anti-monopoly coalition. That's what we ought to be doing. We ought to be polarizing U.S. society, not around social and cultural issues, but around the issue of the imperialists and building a block of forces that will resist the imperialists.
Obviously, we know that that's what you want to do. That is. It's a very general idea, though. What can an individual who is watching this do to move towards that, in whether it's in a very small scale or something they can join that brings us to that on a larger scale?
Well, there is a very important, small but growing layer in U.S. politics. The Rage Against the War Machine rally that happened February 19th had a diverse number of speakers. Jimmy Dore spoke, Nick Brana of the People's Party, Max Blumenthal, Tara Reid. This was a diverse coalition that's kind of centered around opposing not just the wars that they wage around the world, but also the low-wage police state they're trying to set up at home. And that is the section of U.S. society. That is the political current that I think we should be pouring all of our energy into. And a lot of it is a break with the left. A lot of it comes out of libertarianism. But ultimately, it's saying we're not going to accept your low-wage police state, and we're not going to accept your march toward World War III. And the woke left hates it, and the traditional neoconservative right wing hates it. And some even in the Trump camp are not completely comfortable with it, but it's a layer that's growing, and they question the vaccine mandates, and they question the lockdowns, and they also question the war drive, and they are opposed to the tech censorship. And now we see with the Twitter files, all the censorship that was going on, and that this is starting to be the basis of some kind of anti-monopoly coalition. So if someone's watching this, that's where you should be putting your energy. That's where you can go and talk to people. And I've also noticed, and this is one thing that's worth pointing out, is that every political current in the United States is being divided right now. The left, obviously there's big divisions, but, among the libertarians, you have the Mises Caucus, they're, taking positions supporting Julian Assange, opposing the tech censorship, but then you have a lot of libertarians who are supporting it, right? And then among conservatives, there's a similar divide, and so we're starting to see a polarization in U.S. society. It's not about what ideology you believe in, but rather what you advocate in the here and now. And anyone can say they're anything. Anyone can say they believe in any ideology, but it's what positions do you take on the actual issues? And that's where the polarization increasingly is. What positions do you take on the actual issues? Are you for Julian Assange or are you against him? Are you for the tech censorship or are you against it? Are you for sending weapons to Ukraine or are you against it? And that's very interesting. And it shows that the kind of coalitions that will emerge to challenge the low-wage police state and the wars are probably going to be very unique and interesting. However, I do believe that Marxism, because it's the ideology that raised millions and hundreds of millions of people out of poverty around the world, and the Chinese Revolution, the Russian Revolution, Bolivarian socialism in Latin America, I think Marxism is going to be an essential part of the anti-monopoly coalition that ultimately breaks the United States out of imperialism and moves the United States toward a healthy, progressive illiberalism where the country comes together and we build ourselves up. So, in short, if there's something you want to do, I would encourage you to join the Center for Political Innovation. That would be a first step.
That would be ideal, yes.
Yeah, but I would also just encourage you to get involved with the Rage Against the War Machine efforts, with other efforts to promote these ideas, because we are entering a period where most people realize something is deeply wrong with their country. Something's deeply wrong, and they want to do something about it. And they're being told by the elite they should just go along with it. Not only are they being told to go along with it, they're imposed upon to build it. I mean, it's like you're practically required to have a Ukrainian flag. If you have a business or a social institution, I mean, you're practically required to have a Ukrainian flag. They're trying to impose their politics on us, make us carry these things out. And there's a lot of people that just say, I don't want to go along with this. I don't trust you. And we need to speak to those people more than anybody.
Well, that's Caleb Maupin. The book, Where is America Going?, is available now. It's great. I would definitely say pick it up, join CPI, and have a very lovely day.
Thank you.
I'm Penny Yarkos, and I'm a member of Center for Political Innovation. Why did I join CPI? First of all, because it makes sense when they explain that it's the falling rate of profit under imperialism that's leading us into all these wars. And I do not want my son to become cannon fodder in some rich man's war. Second of all, CPI does anti-imperialist work like supporting the Uhuru movement. Lastly, CPI is a group of like-minded individuals that gathers together regularly to plan anti-imperialist, pro-growth activities using our creativity. So join CPI today and become a part of building a better future together.
people don't want to be part of your Eurasianist red-brown alliance. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not forming a red-brown alliance. Do you know what the origin of the word red-brown alliance is? You know what the origin of the word red-brown alliance is? Right? I know you probably think it was thought up by, some brilliant scholar, or it's something that we communists go around advocating ourselves. Do you know what the origin of the red-brown alliance is? You know where that term comes from? The term red-brown alliance comes from the fact that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the people of Russia were suffering. There was mass unemployment, hunger in the streets. People were starving and desperate and poor. And they voted for a parliament that would stop the austerity. And that parliament was elected, and it had communists in it, and it had Russian nationalists in it. And yes, some of the people in that parliament said anti-Semitic things. That's not good. I'm not for anti-Semitism. People in that parliament were trying to stop austerity, stopping the shock therapy economic measures that Yeltsin was imposing on Russia. And Yeltsin sent the military to dissolve the parliament and killed people. And his excuse for crushing the elected government of Russia was that it was a red-brown alliance. He said that the elected government that was trying to stop austerity in the Russian Duma was a red-brown alliance. And he used that to send the military to shell the parliament, and 187 people died so that austerity could continue. So that term that this idiot just used to attack me, right? Red-brown alliance, that is austerity propaganda. That's all that is. That's a term from 1993 that is austerity propaganda. Right? That it's okay, we've got to continue starving people, starving elderly people. We've got to open up the people of Russia to sex trafficking. We got to, let heroin flood into Russia. All of that's got to happen because the communists and Russian nationalists who they voted for to try and save themselves from austerity and neoliberalism, from shock therapy economics, because the people that oppose it are a red-brown alliance. The red-brown alliance, that term is a neoliberal propaganda term that was used to justify economic genocide. Economic genocide. That's not my word, my friend. If you don't say I accused you of I accuse them of that. That's the word of economist Anders Gundre Frank, the widely respected economist. He said that what was going on in Russia in the 1990s was economic genocide. And you are repeating a term that was used to justify economic genocide. That's basically what you're saying, right? That it's better to have economic shock therapy economics than have any of those communists or Russian nationalists in there who might stop it. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. And you keep sending me super chats. I'm not going to read any more of your trash, you idiot. You are using language that killed millions of people in Russia because it was a red-brown alliance. That's because of the lies that people like you peddle. The notion that, all the socialist countries are fascist. China's fascist. Vietnam is fascist. Bolivarian, Venezuela's fascist. Because of the lies that people like you promote. You're the reason that socialists have been duped into supporting imperialism. You are the synthetic left, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Just keep spending money. Please, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. I want more money. Bring some more money, right? It's funny. I don't know why you're paying me money to smear me and spread lies. Don't know why you're doing it. I don't know why you're doing it, because if I want your opinion, I can watch CNN. I could turn on CNN to hear your hate and your lies. If you are so stupid, I'm on here talking about LGBT rights and the rights of immigrants. I'm on here talking about the rights of people of color. I'm on here talking about the civil rights movement. If you're so stupid
that you think what goes on here has anything to do with white nationalism or white supremacism, if you're that stupid, keep the money coming in. Keep the money coming in. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm sure whoever helps you engage in your research, your research of watching me, I'm sure that they've got a big budget. So just bring it on. 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 I love it. I really love it. It's one thing. It's one thing. Let me say this. I'm going to say this. It's one thing when, like, bread tubers that are either intentionally lying, or just don't know what they're talking about and are repeating stuff. It's one thing when they say that I'm a fascist. But anybody who watches these broadcasts, anybody who hears me talking about Paul Robeson, and hears me talking about the Black freedom struggle, and here's me talking about the people who struggled so hard against Jim Crow segregation, who hears people talking about how it was the Soviet Union who took the picture of Emmett Till's mutilated corpse and broadcast it all over the world to expose the lie that the United States was a democratic society. I'm on here championing the movement that fought for civil rights. I'm on here championing the rights of immigrant workers. I'm on here calling for solidarity, black and brown, unite and fight. But you're so wrapped up in your crazy conspiracy theories about the thing high up on the thing and Russia and Dugan and Eurasian. You're so brainwashed by this anti-Russian hysteria. You're so caught up in this crazy conspiracy theory that it all just gets back to, there's the thing. It's all a big Russian conspiracy. Jimmy Dore and who else? And everybody's all just part of a big Russian plot against our American way of life, trying to poison our bodily fluids. You're so stupid that you could listen to me get on here and rant. You've been on many broadcasts. That you could listen to everything I say on here and still think that I'm on here advocating some kind of alliance with Nazis, that I'm part of some kind of far-right conspiracy. If you are that stupid, I pity you, sir. I pity you. I don't normally go off on people. When people are acting stupid, I normally just ignore them. But I think this is fun. This is great. This is really, really great. This is really, really great. I like this, actually. Please, do this more often. I want more people to see this and see how stupid you are, right? If you think that I'm a far-rightist, that I'm a white nationalist, that I'm trying to bring about some kind of red-brown conspiracy, you are really an idiot. You are really an idiot. Really an idiot. And you waste your money talking to me. But please, bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Much love. Much love.
Oroshenova Ovaria, Oroshenova Ovaria, Oroshenova Ovaria, Nishar Haptantare, Shenova Havan Balena, Dobea Gratuve, Leve the Hugara, Ezeliv Migras until Talesh Nagara, Oroshenova Ovaria, Oroshenova Ovaria, Oh,
saw Spartacus when I was, junior high age, and I was like, what is this? I didn't like it. It wasn't until years later that I understood the politics of the movie Spartacus that I really appreciated it. Spartacus, the movie, it's based on a novel about Spartacus written by Howard Fast, who was a member of the Communist Party. And then they had Dalton Trumbo, another member of the Communist Party, write the screenplay. And then they made the movie as a friendly gesture to the Soviet Union. The movie was a gesture to the Soviet Union. It was part of the thawing of McCarthyism. And it was the Kennedy administration and the CIA sending a message to Soviet filmmakers and intellectuals. Look, we can make a communist movie in America, and you can't make a pro-capitalist movie in the Soviet Union. And it was very much, it was the USA sending a message to Soviet intellectuals. It was part of the Cold War liberalism, part of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. But it's a really well-made film. And, and the message of the film is that you should align with the liberals. It's about fascism, basically, is that Rome, there's a huge slave revolt. And in response to the slave revolt, Rome becomes a fascist government with the military-industrial complex takes over the government. Crassus becomes the dictator. And so the way that Spartacus's son is able to get free and to escape is because, they align with the liberals who want to preserve democracy against the militarist right wing. It's urging communists of the world to vote for the Democrats, basically, is what the film is about. But it's still a well-made film. And it's pretty clear that, the area when the slaves have their freedom and they set up this, socialistic society in the mountains, that's supposed to be like the Soviet Union. And Crassus is supposed to be Hitler. He's supposed to be a military dictator. It's the politics of the Popular Front. It's the politics of Gus Hall and the Communist Party political line that was against fascism, aligning with the Democrats. That's basically the message of the film. But it's a well-made film, but I didn't really I didn't enjoy it until I understood the politics. One funny thing about Spartacus, the movie, is that it's anti-gay. Crassus, the villain, is portrayed as a homosexual, and that's supposed to be a sign that he's so evil. And it also plays into the idea that fascists were homosexual, which was actually in the Soviet Union, that was a widely believed thing, was that Nazis and fascists were all gay. That was a big point of Soviet propaganda. And in the film Spartacus, they portray Crassus as he's the Hitler of Rome, basically. He's this militarist dictator, and he's gay. And he tries to rape one of his slaves, and the slave runs away from him. So I think that's kind of hilarious, actually. It's sad. Obviously we don't want to stigmatize gay people, but that was a communist belief about fascism, was that fascism was rooted in homosexuality. It was some kind of Freudian thing, like fascists are gay people that are repressing it, and so they love militarism and marching in uniforms and stuff like that because they're gay and can't admit it. That was a really common belief in the Soviet Union. And actually what's interesting is during the early 60s, right, this period where we saw McCarthyism breaking, this movie comes out, Spartacus. They portray Crassus as a homosexual fascist. George Lincoln Rockwell, who was the leader of the American Nazi Party, right? Many of the opponents of George Lincoln Rockwell claimed that the American Nazi Party was a homosexual front. And it was based on this same belief. And this was a belief in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, they believed that fascism was the result of repressed homosexual feelings. I kid you not. This was a very widely believed. So it was put out in the press at the time that George Lincoln Rockwell's Nazi Party was actually a homosexual front. And there was some logic to that, because we know that, Ernst Rem, who was the founder of Hitler's SS, was gay. Then Hitler had the Night of Long Knives and killed him. But many of the early Nazis, the stormtroopers, were gay. That's true. And that prior to the rise of the Nazis, Germany had been the center of the gay rights movement. There was a whole institute for studying homosexuality that had been built by the Weimar government. And there were gay bars and drag shows all over Berlin. And, there was, that was a widespread belief. and that Freudian psychoanalysis was very popular in the Soviet Union. Sabina Spielrein, who was considered she's like a founding father of Freudian psychoanalysis. She died in the Second World War. She worked directly with Sigmund Freud. She worked directly with Carl Jung. And then she went to the Soviet Union, and she died in World War II. She was murdered by the Nazis when they took over the city she was living in, and they killed all the Jews in the city. And that many of the Soviet bureaucrats, a lot of the Soviet bureaucracy was really into Freudianism and psychoanalysis. So psychoanalytic thinking was very widespread in the Soviet Union, and traditional psychoanalysis views homosexuality in a negative light, views homosexuality as being a deviation caused by childhood trauma or improper relationships with one's parents that one can get over through psychoanalytic therapy. Modern psychoanalysis has obviously moved away from that, but classical Freudian thinking is believing that homosexuality is a deviation, but also believing that it's everywhere, right? And there's something to be said for that. I mean, nowadays, if people are gay, they're just gay, right? But back before there was a gay rights movement, there were a lot of people who were gay and were expressing it in different ways, right? And so the belief that all these people that are enthusiastic about men in uniforms and marching and boots and all of that they're all, they're gay people who are like in denial, you can see how somebody, coming at things from the Freudian belief that homosexuality is rooted in like developmental problems. And on top of that, the belief that which was probably true at the time, there was a lot of people that are gay that are like suppressing it, that are like in denial of their own gay feelings. You can understand why why that was widely believed in the Soviet Union, that homosexuality and that Nazism was an expression of suppressed homosexual feelings, that fascism and militarism, the ultra masculinity of the far right wing, that this was the result of suppressed homosexual feelings. The thing is that argument doesn't stand today, because nowadays when people are gay, they're just gay. I mean, look, is Milo Yiannopoulos suppressing his homosexual feelings? Clearly not. He's very clearly gay. So this idea that, the Proud Boys, they're all just gay and won't admit it to themselves, so they're becoming fascists. It doesn't stand up. It's ridiculous, right? If they were going to be gay, they'd just be gay. Milo Yiannopoulos is gay. There's plenty of gay fascists walking around. I view it, I'll just be honest with you. Either way, right? If I were to make these streams all about trans rights and canceling transphobes and calling out bigots who are oppressing trans people, if I were to do that, or I were to do the opposite, and I would, talk the way kind of like Tulsi Gabbard is talking right now and highlight people who've detransitioned and call it child abuse and stuff like that. If I were to do either of those things, the ruling class wins. That's what they want us to be talking about. They want us to have a culture war over that. And I don't want to. I want to create an atmosphere of love where any person who comes around who is dealing with, issues around their gender feels loved and accepted, number one. And number two, I want to talk about economics and socialism. I want to talk about the need to stop the wars and the class struggle and anti-imperialism. I don't want to talk about, the medical benefits of gender surgery, the ethics of who should be included in women's sports versus men's sport. I just don't want to talk about it. And that a lot of people don't get that. They think, okay, the synthetic left, they're obsessed with the pro-trans position. So if we take the anti-trans position, we're sticking it to them. No, you're not. You're giving them exactly what they want. That is exactly what they want. And you'll notice that even though I never talk about that issue on these streams, ever, I just don't go there other than saying I love my trans friends and, and I don't like how leftist spaces are dominated by discussion of this issue. Other than that, I don't really go there. But the people who hate me, have you convinced? Apparently all I do on these streams is just spew hatred for black people and hatred for trans people the whole time. My opponents think I am a raving transphobe because I'm friends with people that have said things that are critical on the issue. And that shows you the fact that they're trying to paint me as that shows you that it would be very useful to them if that was that. I am just not here to talk about the trans issue. I'm just not. I don't know enough about it. I don't want to talk about it. And I must say this, I'm not talking about trans people here, right? So don't get me wrong. I am not talking about trans people. I'm talking about people who are not trans, but pro-trans. And even some of the people that are anti-trans. And this is going to make a lot of people mad, but I must say it. I think the reason a lot of people fixate on that issue is because it turns them on. Now, I'm not talking about trans people. Trans people, that's a separate thing. But some of these people that are obsessively pro-trans, they're watching videos all about the surgeries people go through and the details, they're getting titillated by it. And some of the people who are obsessively anti-trans, they're like, oh my God, I'm so upset. They're getting titillated by it, right? This is about genitals. This is about hormones. This is about body parts and clothing. And some people are getting turned on by this. Some people are getting turned on by it. I just said it, okay? And it must be said. And I'm not talking about the trans people. I'm talking about the people who fixate on that issue who are not trans. Some of them are getting off on it, okay? Because the amount of detail these people go into great about this stuff. I mean, if you're actually trans, I understand getting into detail about it. Or if a family member is trans or something. But there's a lot of people who just sit on the internet thinking about trans stuff all day long. And I mean, I'm looking at this as an outsider. And I am convinced that a lot of those people are turned on by it. You know, and you can get mad at me for saying that, and you can call me a hypocrite or whatever. I don't care anymore. I am convinced that the reason that so many people think that needs to be the focus of everything, pro or con, is because it's a titillating subject. So I that's what I think. I think, you know, they want us thinking about below the belt topics. They want us thinking about, you know, ways that people's ways that people's genitals can be altered, and people that are against it, they go into gross and all kinds of detail about it, and people that are for it, they go into gross and all kinds of detail about it. And I'm convinced that people are titillated by it. So I'm sorry if this live stream will not become an opportunity to turn you on, but it's just not gonna. So there you go.
We need more infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. They want to send 17 and 18-year-old poor boys and girls from rural America to go die in a war for Taiwan. Taiwan's a long ways away.
I refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah.
To the movies and I go downtown.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing.
And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came.
And we want to see peace, not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war.
He got this message, And despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that ark.
With Russia, peace with China, peace 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 with Russia.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several hundred million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back.
They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads.
You want American boys to fight and die? For what? In China? In Taiwan? No! Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people!
I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering. And I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to.
So folks, those of you who may not be aware, there is a huge economic embargo on Cuba. The US government prevents medicine and food and other supplies from getting into Cuba. It's awful. Now, there's a group of protesters here in New York. They're marching behind a banner that says SOS Cuba. And so I'm going to ask them if they support ending the economic sanctions on Cuba, if they support ending the embargo on Cuba and preventing Cubans from getting food and medicine. Let's see if they actually want to help the Cuban people. Let's see what they're really about. So, do you want to end the blockade? Do you want to end the blockade? No, I'm just curious. You want to help the Cuban people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So do you want to end the sanctions and end the blockade?
That's not helping them.
No.
How does that help them?
Prevent them from getting medicine? Prevent them from getting medical supplies? Do you want to end the blockade?
We want freedom. Don't help them.
Now, do you want to end the blockade of Cuba? Do you want to end the economic embargo and the sanctions on Cuba?
No. Freedom for Cuba.
Right, but what about the blockade?
No, blockade is okay.
The blockade is okay?
Yeah,
It prevents
it's
people
okay.
from getting
Blockade
medicine.
is okay.
Why is the blockade good? Tell me why the blockade is good. So you support the blockade? Tell me more about supporting the blockade.
I don't speak
Cuba!
So do you want to end the blockade?
Cuba!
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions against Cuba?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions?
No, end the sanction, no.
Why not?
We want to end the communism.
So
the Cuba
the blockade keeps people from getting
because
medicine.
they want freedom. It's not about
So you don't want to end the blockade?
The dictatorship.
The blockade is
I'm
good?
the one who has the blockade.
Okay, so you support sanctions on Cuba. You support preventing your own people from getting medicine. That's what you support? So I just want to be clear, this is a pro-blockade demonstration. You support the blockade? You support the blockade? So as you just saw, these protesters do not want to actually help the Cuban people. They support the blockade. They were very clear. They support sanctions on Cuba, preventing Cubans from getting medicine, preventing Cubans from getting access to important food goods and medical supplies.
they're speaking in the name of the Cuban people, but they're actually in support of preventing the Cuban people from getting food and medicine. They don't really support the Cuban people. These are just pro-State Department activists. These are regime change activists. They want Cuba to be the new Libya. They want Cuba to be the new Iraq or the new Afghanistan or the new Syria. They don't really support their own people. They just want their people to suffer to carry out their political agenda. They don't like the Communist Party. It has nothing to do with helping the Cuban people. You heard them yourselves. Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that they, you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
I wanted to ask you, Caleb, for innovationism, for those that don't know about it, you already sort of gave a brief introduction. Could you describe the theory and praxis that drives innovationism?
Okay, well, the main thing is that, you know, if you read Marx, right, Marx refers to human beings as being an animal because that was the way people talked. And Marx, you know, had correspondence with Charles Darwin, and they were rejecting any form of spirituality. They were hard materialists. Man was just another animal. But there's a very important essay that Frederick Engels wrote called The Role of Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man. And in that essay, Frederick Engels points out that human beings are unlike any other species because all other species simply interact with their environment, but human beings master their environment and force the environment to serve them, and that human labor power is about mastering the environment. And the whole history of human civilization, we have been reinventing our relationship with nature constantly in order to have a longer life expectancy, in order to increase our population, in order to have a more comfortable life. And we are constantly reinventing our relationship with nature. We're constantly innovating.
And Marx touches on this, and his understanding of historical materialism is like, first you have hunter-gatherer civilization, eventually you have slavery, eventually you have feudalism, and then feudalism gives rise to industrial capitalism, which gives rise to imperialism, eventually socialism and communism. So he's understanding that that's the nature of humanity. But his focus is on the struggle between the industrial factory worker and the industrial factory owner. Well, nowadays, we live in a world where artificial intelligence is very rapidly eliminating human labor, right? Human labor has less and less of a role at the assembly line. Workers are more and more alienated from each other. Meanwhile, what Marx wrote about the contradiction between, what really, and this is the essence of what Marx wrote about. If you read, Capital, if you read The Poverty of Philosophy, he was talking about capitalism is the only system in history that has created poverty caused by abundance, right? Never before have people been homeless because there are too many houses. Never before have people been hungry because there's too much food. Capitalism creates a situation where the more wealth that is created, the poorer people get. And great technological advances make the problem worse because, like, self-driving cars should be a great thing. It should be great to have self-driving cars. But in our society, it would lead to millions of unemployed truck drivers, millions of unemployed Uber drivers, millions of unemployed state highway patrolmen and traffic court employees. And what sense does that make? It should be great that there's less human labor that's necessary because this chore called driving, is no longer necessary. And so abundance creating poverty, that is the essential contradiction of capitalism, that human brilliance, eliminating labor, making human labor more productive because machines can do so much and we have to do so little, that should lead to vast abundance. And that ultimately points toward the necessity of creating a rationally organized economy so that human creativity can continue to soar forward and we can become wealthier as technology advances. And that's at the essence of what Marx wrote, but in his time, it had not fully developed to the point that it has developed now. Marx was talking about the struggle of the factory worker against the factory owner, but he was pointing to something that was even deeper than that, which is that contradiction between human creativity, etc., and how ultimately the necessity of the capitalist economic system and the drive for technology is going to be a rationally organized economy. That's the ultimate conclusion. Now, Nelson Peary, who was the leader of the Communist Labor Party, and eventually formed the League of Revolutionaries for a New America, he wrote a very, very good book before he died, which I really recommend to people. It's called The Future is Up to Us. And in this book, he points out that the worker and the factory owner, they are both part of capitalism. But the merchant class that overthrew feudalism, they were neither slaves or serfs or landowners. And they were a new class that had been created by the rise of a new mode of production of capitalism. And that, the landowners that overthrew hunter-gatherer civilization, they were not part of hunter-gatherer civilization. They had land. They were a separate new class that had been created for a new mode of production. And what he argues is that it's not, the working class is an essential part of capitalism, the wage worker. It's not a class within the system that overthrows it. It is a new class created by a new mode of production. And what Nelson Peary argues is that capitalism, through the computer revolution, through artificial intelligence, is creating what he calls the new class of almost permanently unemployed workers that are almost like gig economy workers, who are struggling every day to survive and are kind of small business owners. They work, they set their own hours, and they kind of have to use their creativity and their innovation to figure out how they can hustle as much money from Uber or from Amazon or whoever in order to get by. That new class that has been created that really doesn't have a place in capitalism is kind of fighting every day to just have enough. They're not lumpen, they're not criminal elements that are leeching off their own class. They're like fighting to just get enough to survive as they've kind of been cast out of the means of production. That new class, the precariat is what other people have come to call it. That new class will lay the basis for a new economy when society controls the means of production. And I've pointed to the rise of Javier Milei in Argentina. Awful leader. He has been awful for Argentina, but why did he win? He won because the left, the socialist movement in Argentina, the labor unions, the communist groups are very much tied in with the Peronist bureaucracy. And that Peronist bureaucracy crushes gig economy workers, right? They get treated as small business owners. Their taxes are what they would pay if they were a small business owner. They don't get union representation. And gig economy workers in Argentina have been royally screwed by the Peronist bureaucracy. If they were factory workers, they would benefit from the Peronist bureaucracy. But because they're gig economy workers, they have been totally screwed. And so libertarianism is much more attractive to them, right? I believe Javier Milei has gotten rid of a lot of the licenses that they have to pay, has lifted a lot of the taxes on them. And so the libertarian philosophy very much appeals to the precariat because the bureaucracy is intended to protect factory workers. And that Marxism and socialism was always intended to be a labor union adjacent movement. That's how Marx designed it. Social democracy originally, communism, Bolshevism was like the anti-imperialist wing of the labor movement, but it was always designed to be there are workers in this factory that are organized into this union to demand better conditions, and this is the ideology of the labor union. This is the ideology and the political vision that accompanies the labor movement. We're in a period where the labor movement, it's still a factor, but it's very different. And so we have to kind of rethink things. And that's why innovationism is a celebration of human creativity, an understanding that we need a rationally organized economy, and that the computer revolution has created a deep crisis of overproduction. And that ultimately, I have raised the slogan, we need a government of action to fight for working families, right? We need a state that controls the economy in order to make sure there is growth. But there's going to be a lot of capitalists in that state. And if you look at any 21st century socialist society, all the actual communist governments have realized in order to have communism or socialism in our time, you need small business owners. And in fact, in Nicaragua, micro entrepreneurship is a big part. That's the success. The government loans money to Nicaraguans to start their own farm, to start their own business. And that's how it's flourished. And in China, it's the same thing. And in Vietnam, it's the same thing. And North Korea would like to do that. It's just very difficult because of all the sanctions. Right? Capitalism is an essential part of 21st century socialism. It's just controlled. It's not capitalism in the sense that profits are in command, but having a market sector and having innovators, people that are entrepreneurs with new ideas that go out and invent things, having consumers vote with their dollars on things. That's a part of the 21st century pro-growth, state-planned economies that are emerging, right? So by calling us innovationists, we're making clear we are not anti-growth. We're not opposed to creativity. We're not trying to, impose some kind of bureaucracy on working people. We want a state that controls the major centers of economic power to enable people to go out and innovate and be creative and build a new, beautiful world with their minds and with their creative power, right? It's a different kind of relationship. We need a state that is actively investing in the population and sees human labor power as the source of all wealth, and human creativity as something that needs to be nurtured and promoted at all costs.
My first day at McDonald's, I'm looking for a job. Open it up. Keep it tight. We got the salt on it.
Hey folks, I just want to let you know I am calling the election right now for Donald Trump. The reason that I'm calling it for Donald Trump is it's pretty obvious. Kamala Harris is plastic. She's been doing some more interviews, finally, but she doesn't come across very human in those interviews.
I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans.
She just continues to give off the completely manufactured vibe that is a pretty fair assessment of who she is. Meanwhile, I am blown away by how human Donald Trump has made himself as he went across the podcast circuit, did a lot of different interviews and chats with different people. Donald Trump comes across as a person who has moral standing, who is doing his best for the country. And I think that Donald Trump is going to win. You look at the economy, you look at the fact that Donald Trump looks human, where Kamala Harris looks completely plastic. I'm calling it for Trump. I think Trump is going to win.